problems that the nation faces are complex. We need science more than ever.
Here at Brookhaven National Laboratory, we are looking into little corners of the universe you can only look into at a facility like this. We are trailblazing the future.
The mysteries of matter itself are being solved here at Brookhaven National Lab.
5,000 acres, 300 buildings.
About 3,000 people work here at this facility. It's about a $600 million annual budget.
We have 3,000 to 4,000 people who come in each year to use these facilities we make available for free.
The phenomenal scientists that are here enable us to solve problems that otherwise could not be solved.
We've drawn amazing people from around the world. Science is exciting.
Brookhaven National Lab is managed for the Department of Energy by Brookhaven Science Associates, a partnership between Stony Brook University and Battelle Memorial Institute. Ultimately, the science and technology that we do here have impacts on the economy.
What looks like fundamental science is also producing the insights and the ability and applications to do new things for society.
The beauty of this public-private partnership is that it helps us to overcome that area between a new invention and commercialization of that invention.
A lot of fundamental research has to be done before something can actually transition into a product. Here, we can solve some of these initial questions that make or break a future technology.
We are helping other people to really go to the frontiers of science.
We're trying to solve why your cell phone battery dies after a few years. We're interested in new drugs. All these problems that require science and cutting-edge science to answer them.
Here at the Relativistic Heavy Ion Collider, it's the only facility like this in the United States and allows us to recreate conditions just like what occurred in the Big Bang. For the good of humanity, we do studies like this to try to understand the way the universe works at that fundamental level.
If we understand these quantum materials, we have the potential to revolutionize energy. We have to maintain our scientific leadership, and Brookhaven's proud to be doing that by delivering the world's best facilities and for hosting the experts who are going to be leading in those critical areas for our future.
We have scientists here investigating creation of new materials. It sounds like science fiction, but it's not.
Our job is to help expand countries' energy options. Plants are the future. We're trying to manipulate plants to make more sustainable energy.
A synchrotron light source is essentially a very large X-ray machine. To give you a sense of scale, you could fit Yankee Stadium inside this ring. We focus the beam down to about 30 gold atoms. That's a world record. There's no other working microscope that can deliver that.
Batteries are going to be a huge part of the economy moving forward. We're looking for next generation batteries. How can we make them more environmentally friendly and lower cost? The whole world will benefit.
The NASA Space Radiation Laboratory is meant to study the effects of radiation so that we can design better shields for astronauts. We also have an isotope production program. We manufacture the radioisotopes that protect people from cancers in the future and can treat the people that have cancers today.
Data-intensive computing is really fundamental. Scientists produce more data than they can analyze. We develop new algorithms and tell them where interesting things are happening. We are helping people to make the discoveries of the future here at Brookhaven National Lab.
We're becoming a technical society. We need a technical workforce. We need to inspire a new generation.
The inclusive environment will allow us to become ever more diverse. This pipeline of students who are fascinated by science, that's part of the joy of this place. That's part of what we do.
There have been 7 Nobel Prizes at Brookhaven. That passion for discovery is what drives scientists. It's what makes it fun. It's why we do it. The caliber of the people who work here are the best. They come from across science and support, and every time that this laboratory does something great that has impact, all of us share in that.
We're in business to enable other people's research. They come because we have the greatest machine and the greatest scientists to work with, and they can do their research in ways they could not do anywhere else in the world.
In the early days when I was a scientist, it was discovering things that no one else had seen before. That's a really cool feeling, and the confidence that someday it's going to have an impact. Other people are going to build on it, and it's going to help make the world a better place.
In our digitally connected, interdependent world, a stark reality has emerged. Any critical infrastructure, operation, function, or system is vulnerable to cyber-enabled sabotage and is at danger of manipulation or destruction by increasingly aggressive and adept cyber adversaries. For consumers, businesses, and critical infrastructure owners and operators, no amount of money spent on cybersecurity hygiene, hardware, software, or employee training can ensure total protection against an advanced adversary. If your mission-critical systems are digital, they can be reached by an adversary, making them susceptible to disruption. To safeguard industrial control systems and protect national security, researchers at Idaho National Laboratory have developed an engineering-first process for cybersecurity called Consequence-Driven Cyber-Informed Engineering, or CCE for short. CCE aims to protect critical functions from existing and emerging threats and proactively prepare for the next generation of cyber-enabled sabotage. It uses a 4-phase, think like the adversary approach to implement robust security. Here's how it works. The first phase is known as consequence prioritization. Here, the CCE methodology is used to identify high-consequence events that would lead to complete mission failure at a specific entity, platform, or operation. For instance, a cyber attack on a manufacturing plant that compromises the integrity of a new product. Phase 2 is the system of systems breakdown. In this phase, CCE practitioners gather and analyze critical information to understand what information the adversary would need, where they would need to be, and what they would need to do to affect the mission-ending event. Consequence-based targeting is the third phase. Here, CCE provides a detailed outline of a high-consequence event with specific attack elements an adversary may use or key choke points that must be crossed by the adversary. For instance, the misuse of a programmable logic controller in a power plant, an unprotected remote access point, such as a wireless router, or a weakness in the supply chain. The last phase is known as Mitigations and Protections. In this phase, CCE recommends proven engineering principles to isolate equipment, systems, or processes from damaging manipulation by the adversary, reducing or eliminating the touchpoints that make them vulnerable to sabotage. For instance, ensuring some level of human interaction occurs when automated equipment is trusted to make mission-critical decisions, or having a manual backup in the event of a loss of control of a critical digital device. While CCE may sound like a step backward in our ever-connected world, consider the billions of dollars corporations spend annually on complex aftermarket protection systems that often include their own vulnerabilities and high-priced consultants.
We're not really trying to replace any of the current automation or digital goodness that a company is using for competitive advantage, for efficiency, for flexibility. Almost every CCE recommended mitigation is a backstop or a fail-safe. It's just that for certain things that must not fail, if the adversary reaches deep enough into your network and into your systems with enough knowledge and enough capability, when they finally press that button to deliver the payload that would really hurt you, the CCE recommended mitigations prevent the machine from killing itself.
Unlike typical approaches to cybersecurity, CCE views consequence as the first aspect of risk management, identifying must-not-fail operations and taking away an adversary's ability to sabotage your organization.
Is it possible to make fuels from sunlight? Can we stop breast cancer in its tracks? Save consumers billions of dollars in energy costs? At Berkeley Lab, finding answers to the toughest questions is why we come to work every day. Our science paved the way for medical imaging devices like MRI machines and PET scanners. We added 16 elements on the periodic table, helped develop energy-saving windows, discovered the accelerating universe, and won 13 Nobel Prizes. Scientists from around the globe use our powerful supercomputers to do everything from develop new materials to predict the Earth's climate. We're working to create affordable batteries that enable electric vehicles to go 300 miles on a single charge. Berkeley Lab scientists have even created a solar-powered vaccine refrigerator that could help save countless lives in the developing world. Public service has been part of our DNA for more than 80 years. As a Department of Energy National Laboratory, our science is open, ingenious, and humanitarian. It is done for you and belongs to you. The challenges now facing us in energy, health, and the environment won't wait. Neither will we. Our science, your science, will lead us to solutions we can't even imagine. Berkeley Lab, bringing science solutions to the world.
The National Energy Technology Lab is on the cutting edge of finding new ways to use our nation's vast energy resources in a way that meets the needs of the public as well as energy producers and consumers while also preserving the environment. NETL is one of the 17 U.S. Department of Energy national labs. For more than 100 years, NETL has helped develop the tools that provide affordable, reliable, and domestically produced energy to the public, while also pursuing technological innovations to overcome the challenges of tomorrow. NETL's 3 labs are located in Morgantown, West Virginia, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Albany, Oregon. NETL's presence in Albany, Oregon traces its origins to 1943, when President Franklin D. Roosevelt announced that Albany was selected as the site for the new Northwest Electrode Development Laboratory. Now, well into the 21st century, NETL's Albany Research Facility is on the cutting edge of metallurgy and materials research. NETL Albany employs 126 staff members across 38 buildings, which includes facilities with bench and intermediate scale metals fabrication and melting capabilities. The campus also supports a full complement of metal processing and materials characterization, materials performance capabilities, and computational resources necessary to design and engineer new structural materials, along with advanced subsurface technologies. NETL's Morgantown Laboratory was established following the conclusion of World War II, which sparked national interest in synthetic fuels production. The facility's original mission was to find quicker, cheaper ways of gasifying coal to produce synthesis gas. Today, NETL's Morgantown Laboratory is staffed with more than 600 employees across a 48-building campus. The research conducted here plays a critical role in energy science and engineering, notably in the fields of energy conversion devices, simulation-based engineering, and in situ geologic materials characterization. The history of NETL's Pittsburgh site goes back to 1910, when the newly created Bureau of Mines in the U.S. Department of the Interior opened the Pittsburgh Experiment Station in Brewston, Pennsylvania, 12 miles south of Pittsburgh. The original purpose of the site was to investigate mining methods that would reduce fatal explosions and fires in U.S. mines. This work likely saved hundreds, if not thousands, of miners' lives. In the 1970s, the Pittsburgh research facilities became known as the Pittsburgh Energy Technology Center, or PETC, and were no longer a part of the Bureau of Mines. PETC pioneered work on environmental issues and energy innovations, providing workable technologies to address acid rain. In 1999, the Pittsburgh site became part of a group of labs known as the National Energy Technology Laboratory, or NETL. Today, the NETL site in Pittsburgh employs more than 500 people across 30 buildings. Much of the research carried out at this facility focuses on process systems engineering, decision science, functional materials, and environmental sciences. NETL employs an impressive roster of researchers across a variety of fields, including many winners of prestigious R&D 100 awards. The lab's talented scientists and engineers are finding ways to efficiently develop energy resources like rare earth elements, methane hydrates, and onshore and offshore oil and gas. We are pursuing innovations for more efficient energy conversion for turbines, combustion systems, fuels, gasification systems, and more. And we're striving to ensure our energy needs are met while stewarding our natural resources by advancing carbon capture and storage technologies. Complementing these efforts is our Systems Engineering and Analysis Group. which offers world-renowned expertise in technical analysis and economic assessments to ensure maximum efficiency and utility of our R&D programs. Through NETL's Technology Transfer Program, we ensure innovations developed in the lab are used where they're needed. We collaborate with industry, academia, state and local government, and non-governmental organizations in many ways in a broad portfolio of technology research projects. The lab's annual budget is nearly $1 billion, and its research investment includes more than 900 research activities in all 50 states, and including more than 600 performers. These endeavors are driving the nation forward. By working alongside industry partners, NETL's research crosses a vast technological spectrum, from fuel cells to supercomputers, that promise a bright future for the security and economy of our country.
When the world was at war, America called. Not just soldiers and sailors, airmen and Marines, but scientists and engineers, builders and laborers, Nobel winners and teenagers just off the farm. They came to a valley and built a reactor that harnessed the atom and helped to end a terrible war, because America called. And after the war, many of them stayed. They wondered how their discoveries could help humanity, keep the peace, change the world. A new age had dawned, and America called again. What could these brilliant minds do next? They could turn new knowledge into safe power, train the very best, and help launch a nuclear navy. They could unlock the mysteries of matter and living things, create medical isotopes, and improve the health of millions. They could make new materials to explore space and improve engines and advance technology, because America called. Can a computer go that fast? It can. Can a battery charge without a wire? Faster than you think. Can you see a single atom? You don't even have to squint. Can you make it lighter, stronger, cheaper, and more beautiful? Just watch. They build facilities unlike anything in the world, and if they need a tool that doesn't exist, they invent it, because America calls. It takes curiosity and persistence, trial and error, long nights and false starts. It takes whiteboards and beakers, equations and emails, lab coats and lasers. These are people who aspire to achieve. They know they're part of a rich legacy, using science and technology to power our lives, keep us safe, make us stronger. When the questions are toughest and the stakes are highest, America still calls. Oak Ridge National Lab.
Can we produce unlimited clean energy to fuel the planet? Can we create artificial prosthetics to improve lives all over the world? And how do we make the world a safer place for humanity? These are just a few of the questions that LLNL is trying to develop solutions to every day. LLNL is one of our nation's 17 national labs, and ours is located just 60 miles from San Francisco. For decades, Lawrence Livermore National Lab has led the development and application of the innovative science and technology that our nation needs. We apply this innovation to challenges of national security, international stability, human progress, and so much more. Livermore was founded as the New Ideas Lab and still lives up to this reputation today with our intellectual leadership, originality, and audacity. Programs like the National Ignition Facility, Global Security, and supercomputing initiatives demand that we draw on the widest possible diversity of talents, thoughts, and backgrounds, people just like you. Our incredibly wide array of disciplines, from computer science to engineering to physical and life sciences, all come together here at the lab to help our nation lead the future. With cutting-edge technology in additive manufacturing, the world's most powerful and energetic laser, and one of the world's most powerful supercomputers, our teams apply frontier science and engineering to deliver solutions to the nation's problems. And along the way, we serve the public interest and sustain public trust through transparency, honesty, and objectivity. We have a driving passion to excel, lead, and ultimately to change the world. And as an institution, the lab is a place where people find great fulfillment in their work. Work-life balance is ingrained into our culture, and we provide flexible work schedules and recreational opportunities on-site through our many activity groups, on-site fitness options, and wellness resources. And that's because we believe that aha moments don't always happen at your desk. The lab will continue looking to researchers with big ideas from a variety of disciplines to help unlock and solve some of the most interesting challenges facing both the nation and the world. Just think, what problems could you solve at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory? Come and build the future with us.
Behind me, you can see common equipment that one would find in a typical transmission substation in a power grid. These devices enable us to see how these cyber attacks would actually behave and then replicate that behavior in modeling and simulation. To do this at larger scale, we actually need much more computing power. So basically, modeling one substation is not a big deal, but modeling, the whole California network of both power flow and communications that are enabling that power flow actually requires high-performance computing capability. And here at Lawrence Livermore, we're able to connect our physical testbed with our modeling and simulation capability, and then use high-performance computing to see how these effects would propagate at scale.
In the CES 21 program, collaborators from Lawrence Livermore National Lab, Pacific Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric are using Livermore's high-performance computers to simulate cyber attack scenarios like the 2016 attack in Kiev. They execute these simulations using a computer model of the California grid, which is based on the actual topology of California's grid thanks to data provided by California utility partners.
America's energy revolution was born while waiting in line at the gas pump. At a time when our country's energy security seemed uncertain, our leaders began to question our reliance on foreign oil. Was it possible for the United States to generate domestic, reliable, and affordable energy from clean, renewable sources? Could new energy technologies not only power our nation, but also our economy, creating millions of U.S. jobs, companies, and products? Meet the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, an organization tasked with transforming energy since 1977. NREL is one of the U.S. Department of Energy's 17 national research laboratories, and the only one solely dedicated to securing America's energy future through renewable energy and energy efficiency. Located in the hills of Golden, Colorado, NREL is changing the way we generate, consume, store, and distribute energy. Our major areas of research include renewable power sources, such as solar, wind, water, and geothermal. We're striving to increase energy efficiency through advanced manufacturing, building technologies, and federal energy management. To expand sustainable transportation options, we're pursuing biofuels, enhanced hydrogen infrastructure, and fuel cells. Ultimately, we are reimagining energy systems for the world by harnessing the power of data and computing and focusing on integrated solutions, along with grid modernization and security. NREL's cutting-edge facilities and world-class research staff enable partners to validate, model, and propose new ideas and products. By reducing risk, NREL saves companies precious time, money, and resources while collaborating to bring new technologies to market. And NREL provides critical technical assistance to communities, large and small, helping them solve their biggest energy challenges. The energy innovations we've enabled have created jobs, boosted economic growth, and strengthened energy security. Yet our work has only begun. While the oil embargoes of the 70s are in the past, emerging energy challenges confront us in the future. As the population grows and new technologies and devices are added to the grid, we must examine the effects, enhance security, and increase resilience within our most critical systems. And as environmental threats expand and human demands on urban centers increase, we need our grid to be adaptive, autonomous, and responsive. The Earth's most critical resources, including food and water, are under threat. We need more sustainable and efficient ways of generating energy that considers resource competition worldwide. NREL continues to anticipate these challenges, offering solutions through research, innovation, analysis, partners, and people. We are building the foundation of tomorrow's energy landscape and inspiring the economic growth of the future. At NREL, we are transforming energy.
I'm a data scientist and I work on a team of about 60 data scientists. I like working in a national laboratory because we get given sort of the hard problems for the government.
At PNNL, I am a cybersecurity scientist. So what that means is I lead research projects in the field of cybersecurity on behalf of the nation. We focus on critical infrastructure like the power grid, water, natural gas, and we also look at enterprise systems that keep businesses and corporations and governments running.
PNNL is a leader in high-performance computing, and one of my interests while I was doing PhD was in building large-scale system software which could run on large-scale supercomputers, and PNNL brings that unique capability in comparison to other places. I'm working on extreme-scale machine learning and data mining algorithms that can handle big data produced by instruments, experiments, as well as simulations.
And our daily work is to design algorithms to simulate our real life and help people improve our real life. One of the recent projects is how a mathematician can help design a battery. We can reduce the cost and save the time for this experiment, and at the same time improve the performance of battery.
My expertise happens to be in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is so broad, I can apply that to a physical system, to autonomous cars, all the way to a traditional desktop or laptop system or mobile devices.
The collaboration between research and operations is fairly fluid around here, so we'll bring in research capabilities into the ops area and try them out, and then of course collaborate with those researchers to try and make them better.
I like the work environment. I think the people here are very smart. I think that they're good collaborators. People are very friendly, people are outgoing, they're helpful, and I find that that combination just makes for good teams.
One of the cool things about working at PNNL is people don't expect you to know everything.
I feel like this is a place where I can reach out to a physicist and talk to them for an afternoon, or get a statistician to join a project for a year.
I love the fact that every day when I go in, whatever it is I'm working makes an impact.
By being in a national lab, I have access to a lot of state-of-the-art tools. I get to use cutting-edge computational clusters, supercomputers.
What's really exciting about PNNL, and the reason why I've joined, is the amount of impact that I have here is more than I've had anywhere else in my entire career.
It's kind of in between academia and industry.
The thing I like about being at a national lab is addressing scientific problems at the national scale. So scientific problems that are going to affect our energy security going forward, that are going to allow our country to be innovative and continue to be a leader in science and in technology.
As the nation's premier engineering laboratory, Sandia National Laboratories creates the seeds of technological change that are nurtured into big results that change the world. Every day we explore what is possible. We push the frontiers of science and technology with our people, facilities, tools, and research to provide exceptional service in the national interest. Sandia is part of the Department of Energy laboratory system. These labs have distinctive capabilities and are vital to the science and innovation ecosystem of the United States. Sandia began in 1945 as Z Division, the Ordnance Design, Testing, and Assembly arm of Los Alamos National Laboratory. The division moved to Sandia Base near Albuquerque to access an airfield and work with the military. Ultimately, growth prompted separation from Los Alamos, and on November 1, 1949, Sandia Laboratory was established. Today, Sandia is a multi-mission national security engineering laboratory that addresses complex threats to the United States through research and development in 5 mission areas.
Whether it's the diamond drill bit that we invented in the 70s and now is used in 95% of all drilling in the world, or advanced hypersonics, or some of our analysis capabilities, high-performance computing, science. Sandia has a very special place in terms of the future of our national security. It's our job to anticipate, to be ready for not only what we're faced with today, but to be aware of and preparing for the world of tomorrow and maybe 20 or 30 years from now.
Mission areas include nuclear deterrence, global security, national security programs, energy and homeland security, and advanced science and technology.
Our unique work requires the collective minds of the nation's best talent. Each year, Sandians are recognized for developing a range of breakthrough innovations that impact national security.
I think that delivering exceptional service in the national interest is the most important part of what Sandia is. The fact that we're not doing things because they're in our personal interest. We do things because the country needs them. And we do it for the sake of making the entire country greater. So I can't see that ever changes. I think it would be a huge loss if exceptional service in the national interest changed. And it's the thing that shapes Sandia.
Charge complete, army to fire.
Sandia furthers scientific discovery by creating unique tools and facilities that advance fundamental understanding. Our engineering skill and scientific knowledge let us anticipate emerging threats to national security. Sandia's unique technical capabilities have proven their value time and time again through decades of delivering to our customers.
Sandia today is the leading engineering laboratory in the entire world. Sandia tomorrow must still be the leading engineering laboratory of the entire world. It must be addressing the issues of the future with a workplace, a workforce, and a workplace mission of the future.
Every day, we work to anticipate and solve the most challenging problems that threaten security in the 21st century. Every day, we use our unique capabilities to serve our customers. And every day, we are committed to exceptional service in the national interest.
It's really thrilling to me to be able to come to work every day knowing that the work we do has such an impact on keeping our nation safe.
Argonne National Laboratory plays a vital role in our everyday lives, forging tools and technology to help improve and shape the world around us. Whether we're designing fuel-efficient engines that produce fewer emissions and help fight climate change, or identifying weaknesses in deadly viruses that lead to the design of treatments and vaccines, our research addresses some of the world's most important science and technology questions and pursues solutions to everyday problems. Born of the Manhattan Project, Argonne was chartered as a national laboratory in 1946, dedicated to pioneering the development of nuclear technology for peaceful uses. The laboratory's legacy of developing new energy sources has expanded to cover an awe-inspiring range of research areas, from computational sciences that merge innovative data and analysis tools to solve complex problems, to X-ray sciences that illuminate how materials are structured and how they work, both here on Earth and beyond, to the materials sciences that develop safer, more reliable materials for batteries, engine parts, and more. But solving society's grand challenges requires leadership, knowledge, a diverse workforce, and powerful tools. Argonne is home to 5 Department of Energy user facilities that support the research of nearly 8,000 scientists every year, enabling science at tremendous scale. Each facility provides unique tools and world-class expertise to support industry, academia, and other research institutions globally. With future upgrades of 2 of our facilities, the Argonne Leadership Computing Facility and the Advanced Photon Source, we are poised to transform scientific discovery and innovation, opening doors to exciting new technologies and greater insight into ourselves, our planet, and the cosmos. 75 years after its charter, Argonne continues to pursue its mission to provide the nation with clean, efficient energy sources and drive research that enables energy independence and protects our critical infrastructure in the face of natural disasters. And as society's engagement with technology evolves, Argonne continues to accelerate science in partnership with businesses and universities to revolutionize scientific discovery through artificial intelligence, further our understanding of energy and matter in the universe, harness the quantum world, and advance manufacturing to strengthen our economy and national security. For 75 years, Argonne has met the scientific and technical challenges of the day, and today, more than ever, we want to assure our actions benefit everyone equally. We continue our efforts in STEM outreach to underserved communities and to increase diversity and inclusivity at our laboratory and beyond. We work to assure that the results of clean energy research benefit people of all backgrounds and that all communities are resilient against the effects of climate change. Challenges may change in the future, but Argonne's commitment to excellence in discovery and innovation and dedication to a just society will not. This is Argonne, transforming science, improving your life.
So the competition is meant for collegiate students to defend and secure an energy simulated environment. So every year we change the scenario to be a different energy-based component, this year being oil and high-performance computing. Their job is to take a vulnerable system and secure it to the best of their ability within realistic environment restrictions.
Oh, it's a fantastic opportunity, really, in terms of our overall mission, which is focused on really driving the nation's prosperity and security, and certainly cybersecurity is really a key element of the nation's security. It's a great way for us as well to reach out to the academic community. We have 66 schools, 66 universities participating in today's CyberForce competition, and so it's exciting for us to have this much engagement all in one day, all in a couple of days actually, with just the fantastic universities from across the U.S. and Puerto Rico as well. So it's really wonderful in that regard.
It's twofold. It's one, it's finding an opportunity for the students to become more familiar with the operational technology that industry is defending day in and day out. So it's a little bit of the familiarization, but it's also for the department, for the national labs, and for industry to look at recruiting some of our best and brightest cyber defenders.
It's estimated there are over 3.5 billion opportunities, basically job opportunities, that will come in the next few years in cybersecurity. And really, we're in the hunt all the time for top talent, and this is one way to really bring it to the laboratory, get to know folks, build that relationship, and hopefully result in them coming to join in, if not Argonne, one of the other national laboratories, if not working at the national labs, really working in the field of cybersecurity.
It's a lot of work prior to the competition, but I still think every time we come to this Friday, Saturday, you can just see that it's paid off. All the extra hours, the extra time, the stress of Friday, that comes Saturday, these students enjoy it, and it's just amazing to see the information they've gathered, the connections they've made. I think it's worth it for us.
Welcome to the 2021 U.S. Department of Energy CyberForce competition. I'm Paul Kearns, Director of Argonne National Laboratory, and I'm pleased that our laboratory is participating in this exciting event. What started as a small exercise at Argonne in 2016 has grown to an annual event with students, researchers, and industry and government leaders from across the country. While I wish we could meet in person at the national labs, I appreciate the effort to again adapt and transition this effort to a virtual format. Thank you to everyone for being with us, our volunteers, guests, and staff, and especially the 135 teams from 114 colleges participating today. We wish you the best of luck in the competition. Every year, I look forward to this event. It is inspiring to watch these teams design, build, and defend their cyber infrastructures against attacks based upon real-world scenarios. Your enthusiasm is contagious. An important mission of the National Labs is to secure America's energy future, and part of that mission is protecting our energy grid and other critical resources from ever-evolving cyber attacks. Our strategy needs to include developing and supporting a workforce to protect against attacks into the future. According to a 2020 ISC Squared survey, the cybersecurity workforce must grow by 377,000 individuals to meet the demands of U.S. businesses. Watching these participants compete instills confidence that we are building the innovative cyber workforce we need to protect our energy assets. Let me extend my thanks to those supporting the event in various roles, including those serving as attackers and those testing the viability of the systems our participants are seeking to protect. We are also privileged to have many representatives from industry and government joining us remotely, and we are grateful for their support. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the broad range of support from the Department of Energy and thank the following DOE officials for recording encouraging videos for our competitors. They include the Deputy Secretary of Energy, David Turk, Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response, or CSER for short, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary Piyush Kumar, DOE Chief Information Officer Ann Duncan, Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Deputy Assistant Secretary Alejandro Moreno, National Nuclear Security Administration Chief Information Officer James Wolf, and the Office of Science, Advanced Scientific Computing Research Facility Director, Benjamin Brown. Good luck to all the participants today. Please enjoy the competition.
Good morning and welcome to the Department of Energy's 2021 CyberForce competition. I'm Deputy Secretary of Energy David Turk. Whether you're competing or representing one of our national laboratories, from industry, government, or academia, thank you for contributing to this unique event. The CyberForce competition has grown from 8 teams in 2016 to 135 this year, with teams representing 114 different colleges and universities from all across our country. That's great news because we need enthusiastic and promising students, like our competitors today, to become the highly skilled cyber defenders of tomorrow. Cybersecurity is a top priority for this administration. The fact is, cyber attacks are increasing in number and sophistication, and their targets are growing in size. Think back to the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack in May of this year. That was one of the largest cyber attacks ever in the U.S. energy sector, and it was a major wake-up call for all of us. DOE was proud to marshal the government's response to the attack. And thanks to the hard work of DOE's Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security and Emergency Response, CSER, and many others in our department, we responded incredibly well. Still, the episode highlights how important it is to safeguard our critical infrastructure against these threats in the first place. A few months ago, DOE attended a White House Cyber Summit that brought together leaders from academia and the private sector to meet with the President and government executives to discuss ways to strengthen the cybersecurity posture of critical infrastructure. Among the outcomes of this meeting, the group agreed that we need a renewed push for investments in the cybersecurity workforce of the future, and to ensure that women and minorities can envision cybersecurity as a career choice. For our competitors, that workforce of the future is you. Today's event is a wonderful opportunity for you to experience what you could be facing soon, wherever your career takes you. During today's realistic scenario, your team not only will have to improve the cyber security posture of your virtual system, but defend against attacks and solve unique problems, all while making sure your system stays functional and operational for your customers. That might sound like a tall order, but every year students impress us more and more with your abilities to solve complex problems. I know this year will be no different. I wish you all success while you exercise and sharpen your cyber skills, and maybe learn some new ones, or even teach us some. Most of all, I hope that today's competition inspires you to pursue a career in cybersecurity, whether it's at the Department of Energy, one of our 17 national laboratories, or in the private sector. Thank you all for participating in this year's CyberForce competition, and best of luck.
Hi everyone, I'm Amanda Joyce and I'm the Cybersecurity Program Director here at Argonne National Laboratory. And I'd like to thank Dr. Kearns and David Turk for their welcoming remarks. I'm excited for the 7th iteration and I'm super excited to welcome the next speaker, which is our Acting Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, Piyush Kumar from the Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security and Emergency Response, or CSER. He actually got to see the 2017 competition in person and now gets to see the virtual one here. So Piyush.
Hello, I'm Piyush Kumar, Acting Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response, or CSER. At CSER, we work to enhance the resilience and security of the nation's critical energy infrastructure from all threats and hazards, cyber or physical. Whether we're embedding cybersecurity into new renewable technologies or conducting exercises across government and industry to prepare for an emergency in the energy sector, we're constantly working to protect and secure the energy supply we all rely on every day. As many of you have seen in the news this past year, cyber attacks are on the rise in the United States. In May, the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack resulted in energy supply shortages across the country. The incident underscored how critical it is for us to act now and implement a robust cybersecurity strategy across the United States energy sector. Without energy, we wouldn't have running water, access to medical services, and access to many other sectors that rely on the reliable and secure delivery of electricity across the country. As part of CSER's work to defend U.S. critical energy infrastructure, we need to ensure that the energy sector's future cyber workforce is effectively equipped with the skills and knowledge needed to combat the growing and rising threat from adversaries. Since 2016, CyberForce has helped us do just that. Every year, the competition provides students with hands-on cybersecurity experience through interactive, energy-focused scenarios to give them a real-world understanding of what it takes to keep our energy infrastructure safe. It's our hope that the CyberForce program will inspire the next generation of cybersecurity professionals, all of you participating today, to not only continue enhancing your cyber skills and knowledge, but pursue a career in the energy sector. I know that today's participants have put in a lot of hard work and long hours into preparing for your systems for today's challenges. And believe me, we will challenge you. But I know you will all rise to the occasion and hope you will take every opportunity from the experience and add it to your cyber skill set. Much of our work at DOE is accomplished through strategic partnerships and collaboration with the energy industry, other federal agencies like DHS and FBI, state and local governments, and many others. As I always say, collective preparedness and collective response are at the heart of our work, and the competition today is a core element of collective preparedness. Just like we do in the real world today, you must collaborate and coordinate as a team, and trust that you'll each tackle your respective tasks to the best of your abilities to ensure that your system stays operational for end users. Maybe someday we'll work alongside each other. In the meantime, enjoy the competition and learn as much as you can so that you can leverage the experience on top of your education to move forward into a career in cybersecurity. Thank you for joining us today, and best of luck, both in the competition and in your future cybersecurity career.
Thanks again, Poosh. So again, I want to welcome everyone to the 2021 CyberForce competition. I hope everyone's staying safe virtually and wherever they're sitting at right now. Again, I'm Amanda Joyce. I'm the CyberForce Program Director here at the National Laboratories. I'm super excited that we're having here the 7th iteration. While I wish we were all in person, having a fun time, eating great food. It's just best that we're all safe this year once again. So I hope to see you all in 2022 back in person. I want to commend the students who are participating with us this year for taking on the challenge of doing this virtually. Again, I know it's a lot to take on with your schoolwork, with everything going on. So a round of applause to you all for doing that. As well as the mentors for mentoring and coaching them throughout the time. I know this is an added lift for you all. So again, we appreciate you all taking the time to do this. I also really would like to thank the volunteers. Without you, this day is not possible. We have hundreds of volunteers that participate every single year for CyberForce, whether we are in person or virtual. And I know virtual is a heavy, heavy lift even for our volunteers. So again, thank you all for joining. Again, we appreciate everything that you guys do. And then obviously I need to have a big thank you to the Department of Energy and the other national labs that have participated this year. Again, it doesn't go anywhere without them. This program started from the Department of Energy and has grown. So we're here today because of them. So I'd like to take a moment to thank them. This year, like I said, we had a large growth in seeing where we're at virtually. Again, our hope is to come back in person to have this. So let's, in hopes see that. And then finally, we need to thank our sponsors that we have. So I'm going to take a moment here to let us all know where we're at. This year, we had a handful of sponsors for the competition. So Amazon Web Services and Berkshire Hathaway Energy. Without them, our two large sponsors, a lot of our fun stuff that gets sent out to the students here and our volunteers post-competition would not have occurred. And we also have a lot of other sponsors, so I want to call out everyone. I don't like anyone to be forgotten. So we have Calvary Solutions, ServiceNow, ICS Squared, Microsoft, Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, American Public Power Association, the Electric Information Sharing and Analysis Center. We have Exelon, ComEd, Veracode, Federal Training Partnership, and ICF. So without all of these amazing sponsors, again, this part of the competition just would not occur. So I'm going to give them my virtual round of applause as well, because again, they make this day as amazing as it is. Again, the goal of CyberForce, not just CyberForce competition, but the program is really honestly to build, if you can't see behind my head, I'll figure out what way I need to go, is to make a CyberForce workforce development program. We're entirely trying to build out, our pipeline better. And so through this program, through this competition, we ultimately are really trying to make sure that, our students are challenged and ready to go. So students, I understand this competition is not easy. I'm sure you've racked your brain, probably felt really frustrated, and I apologize. But at the end of the day, I hope after the end of this competition, you realize that you learned a little something, that you appreciate that we didn't give you the answers right away, and that you get to take something back. And hopefully come Tuesday at the career fair, you get to explain that to maybe one of these really amazing sponsors and job fair folks that, you get a job really fast. So again, I hope it's challenging for you. For those of you that are not the competitors and watching, I hope you join us all day. This is obviously just the opening remarks, but we do have an all-day webcast. I'm just about ready to introduce you to our two amazing MCs, which I'm sure you will be laughing with all day, because the very few times I've done tech checks with them, they've made me laugh the entire time. So that you can see here live on Twitch. We do have an all-day scoreboard available for you. I've made it very easy with a QR code, so you can scan that right now. So if you want to check in on where your favorite team is, you're more than welcome to do that. That's being streamed live to our YouTube channel. And then also feel free to follow along or tag our CyberForce program Twitter if you'd like to just keep up to date, and or if you just want to join in on some Twitter. Alrighty, so now it gets to the fun part. Like I said, I had the opportunity to virtually meet our two MCs here over the last, I guess, month or so. They previously worked together. We're not going to say times, but so they have some really great banter back and forth, and I'm sure you will all see that. I'm going to add them in. They can introduce themselves 100% here. Ray's going to have to unmute himself because he's muting himself for him. But ultimately, I hope with this poll program that you see here on the webcast, you're going to be able to understand the various cybersecurity jobs, careers that you have. They're not all tech-like based. They're not hands-on a keyboard. They're not all hacker based, even though Ray is gunning for that to let everyone know about it. But hopefully through this webcast, everyone will get to know. We will get to a countdown the moment that starts. So students, if you're watching, you got roughly 12 minutes before we get to our full countdown of when competition will start at 10 a.m. Central Time perfectly. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kira and Ray.
It's the final countdown. Dun, dun, dun. We are starting this off. Yes, I'm extra. Hey, Kira, how you doing?
Hey, Ray. I'm good. How are you doing this morning?
It's another day in paradise. I'm in Florida. I have sunny weather. I'm thinking about poor Amanda, who's in the frozen tundra right now, and probably like under 5 feet of snow. While
it's not 5 feet of snow quite yet.
I'm looking at my pool and thinking, I'm going to go for a swim later on today. So, anyways, as you can see, this is how we started off. So I'm Ray Bango. I like to go by the fabulous Ray Bango, and I am joined by my partner in crime,
Kira Richardson.
Kira, what do you do?
I'm Chief Product Officer, Chief Technology Officer at Adabotics, a company that makes fabulous, like Ray, fabulous robots that store products and actually allow you to retrieve them very quickly.
Yeah, I read the stuff on Adabotics. That is some cool stuff. Apart from the fact the name is just amazing, Adabotics. When I saw it, I was like, that is really cool. But the stuff that Adabotics is trying to do to streamline like warehouse organizations, that's really cool. I think it's like a pod approach, isn't it? It's like you can have pods.
3D robots. Yeah, 3D robots. That are a lot like ants that can crawl up and down in 3 dimensions and seriously improve the supply chain. What we're doing right now is using those robots to reduce the amount of storage that companies need. So what would have taken about a whole warehouse in pallet form, we can store in about 15% of that space. So significant savings.
And I love the fact that you mentioned supply chain, because supply chain is a critical aspect of security nowadays, and manufacturing is part of one of our critical infrastructure components. We want to make sure that manufacturing continues to roll. We're seeing some of the issues with supply chain because of COVID, and that's not even a cyber attack. That's just a pandemic affecting the supply chain, the ability to bring in manufacturing goods. And so it's good that you all are there and you're thinking about these things. So I work for Veracode, and I put on my jersey, got to get ready and everything. And so we work to help companies secure their software, and that's another critical aspect of everyday life. And so software is at the heart of everything we do, and we want to make sure that things are secure. So I am very vested in security. It's like that's what I eat, sleep, breathe. And so, as Amanda kind of alluded to, I have a little bit of a hacker in me, and like I have this love affair with the red team. And so, students, I love you. Trust me, I love you. I want this next group of cyber defenders to be there. But there's something to be said for, like, this mischievous side of folks. So I hope that everybody has a bit of a mischievous side, because thinking like a threat actor will make defenders that much better. And so when we think about what these students are trying to do, they're trying to simulate protecting a hydroelectric dam. Now, mind you, I've seen dams before, but I had to do some studying on this, and it's pretty involved. There's like, I think there's approximately 2,300 dams that produce power in the United States right now, and they come in different sizes. They come in micro, small, and large. And so I think, Kira, there was how much does a large produce? I think I forgot what it was. It's off the top of my head. I think it was.
I don't remember what that one. How many megawatts that one was?
It was like 30 megawatts, and so you have to remember that 1 megawatt can power 3,000. It can power 1,000 homes, or no, it can power 3,000. No, 1 megawatt can power 100 homes. So 30 megawatts can power 3,000 homes. Yeah, you can see I'm an expert in math, basically. So, bottom line is that these dams produce a tremendous amount of power, and so simulating these types of attacks to make sure that we have these new defenders that can actually help to protect it is really important. And when you take it to the next level, remember the book that I recommended to you?
I remember that book. Yeah, Sandworm was awesome. The stories in there about how folks were able to take cyber attacks and affect physical systems, like getting generators to spin off kilter, so they literally spun apart. Really was a great wake-up call. I really appreciate you sending me that book.
Yeah, it's interesting because we always think of cyber attacks as, somebody's hacking into a computer, whether it could be a domain controller sitting out there or a Linux server, but I don't think most people associate cyber attacks with physical world, and that's one of the key components of the Department of Energy's CyberForce competition, to bring that to the forefront, to bring the reality of these real world physical attacks and the implications of real world attacks to everybody, so that people see that, there's impact here. You think about the Ukraine, and it was the Ukraine was actually in the Sandworm book, and that was an attack on December 23rd, 2015. That's to show you how far back this has been going on. And the power outages affected 230,000 customers in the Ukraine during an average of 42-degree weather. Now, think about how chilly that must have been. That must have been a chilly 6 hours that they went through, because it actually even got down to about 36 degrees at one point. So I don't know. If it were me, I'd be having a heart attack right now, because I live on AC. I need my AC. So, but if it was 32 degrees, I don't know what I'd be doing. I wouldn't have winter clothes to solve my problem. So, but either way, there's an impact there. There's a dramatic impact there on a variety of aspects.
And that's a really great point, Ray, because part of this competition and part of the videos that we saw earlier were all about preparing, right? There's some folks that, actively individually prep, but this is about prepping as a nation. This is about creating a pipeline of people that can learn from experts like you and from this competition to be the next generation of security professionals. And I think it's really important to invest in that pipeline and the next generation.
Absolutely. I agree 100% with that. And so, there's one of my mentors, Ann Johnson, who's a corporate vice president over at Microsoft. She's always been a big advocate for looking for diversity in the cybersecurity workforce, and finding people with diverse set of talents, not just people who are very well versed in security, but just people of all different types of talents. So you can have different viewpoints and different perspectives on how to tackle these problems. So it's great to see that all these students are coming in, and I think there's opportunities for everybody to contribute to cybersecurity. Not just people who have been doing cybersecurity for 10, 15, 20 years and have a bunch of certs. No, let's get everybody involved. Let's build security awareness programs. Let's build students who have cybersecurity programs in their schools. Let's get out there and teach everybody how to use multi-factor authentication. I think security awareness is there's something to be said. We don't want another Colonial Pipeline attack. I mean, that was a disruption for like 6 days, and gas prices went through the roof. So there's real world implications there.
Yeah, I totally agree. And Ray, the other part of this is creating citizens that are digitally aware. If you think about what you mentioned, multi-factor authentication, part of it is exactly how do we create awareness around citizenry to be protected, to understand how to protect their privacy and their digital assets. And I'm really excited about that as well. And as you know, so many of the attacks today are actually social attacks. They're
Yes.
phishing attacks. And so in a lot of ways, we're still the weakest point in this system. So the more that we can do to educate one another is really great. When I was at Microsoft with you, I remember going to an executive offsite. We went up into the secret hills of Redmond, and everyone's sitting there, and they started flashing pictures of people who had been successfully phished from the executive team. Now, these are people at the top of their game in software, and even some of them fell prey to phishing attacks. So I totally agree. Educating, ordinary folks, not necessarily part of cybersecurity, is a really important goal of this function.
Right, and security awareness is so important. I was just doing my yearly security training, and it's interesting to see some of the pretext that folks use. So it's these threat actors have gotten really sophisticated.
Yeah.
The phishing pages that they put on look so realistic.
So good. Yeah.
The pretext that they're using, it's something that you might fall for. And if you're not careful, if you're not aware of this could happen. And one of the things that I'm a big advocate for is not blaming the person who clicked on that phishing link or opened up the document.
Yeah.
Because there's the bottom line is that there's a lot of these things are very convincing, and a lot of people just they're just trying to do their work. They're trying to get things done, and so anybody can fall for this. And so if these senior executives, just like you mentioned, can fall for something like that, I think the average person who is not in technology, may not be technology savvy, I think of my mom, my mom can barely work her iPhone. It's like I can imagine that she might struggle with some of these things that are happening. And so we have to build that into the whole aspect of citizens becoming more security aware. And I think the younger generation has a responsibility as well to help the folks that are coming of age. I don't want to call them old, but they're coming of age and
mature, seasoned.
I like that. Oh my God. Yes. So let's make sure that they're ready to go. So I think what we're going to do right now, though, is we're going to transition over back to Amanda. And so I'm ready to go. I'm super pumped up. I have my dry fit shirt.
We're not transitioning to me. I'm just here as I want to make sure we got our 30-second countdown. So we're going to do that real fast. And when that's done, ready, students, it's going to be ready for you all to start. So we're going to do that. Ready?
You just want to join the party. That's what it was. You felt left out.
All right. We're going to do this 30 seconds now.
Yeah. So. All right, we're back. We are back.
We are.
Awesome.
All right. But I think Barry was going to start a video. Right, Barry?
Yeah. Hello. I'm Ann Duncan, the Department of Energy's Chief Information Officer. I'm happy to see so many students participating today in the CyberForce competition, and I look forward to learning about the unique solutions you find to the scenario presented today. I know each of you will learn a great deal, make new friends, and expand your networks. I hope that you have fun, and I'm excited for what you're about to experience. The CyberForce competition provides a glimpse into what is happening day in and day out around the world as cybersecurity professionals work together to solve tough problems and keep our adversaries at bay. I also encourage you to consider a career in the public or energy sector. This event will help you learn best practices and tackle challenges like combating nation-state adversaries or protecting the energy sector. The SolarWinds compromise and ransomware attack on the Colonial Pipeline are just two recent examples demonstrating the need for increased vigilance and planning against cyber threats. The experience you gain will be like no other, and it will help make you more marketable in the private sector or establish your career in the government. The fact that you've made it into this competition says a great deal about your drive, your commitment, and your desire to learn. That will make you successful regardless of where you ultimately end up. I've split my career between the private and public sectors, and I encourage each of you to consider doing the same. While today's exercise is fictitious, it is realistic. It reflects exactly what cybersecurity professionals defending the energy sector do every day. The team that put this scenario together is world-class and worked hard to make sure that the threats and vulnerabilities represented are realistic and relevant. The CyberForce competition comes on the heels of National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, observed in October, which was developed as a collaborative effort between government and industry to ensure everyone in the U.S. has the necessary resources to be safe and secure online. As aspiring cybersecurity professionals, I'm sure you are all aware that technology infuses every aspect of our lives, making our homes, finances, cars, and transportation systems vulnerable to ever-evolving cyber threats. That's why everyone needs to do your part and be cyber smart. Those of us who work in this space every day have an extra responsibility to be cyber smart and to educate others. If everyone does their part by implementing stronger security practices in both our private and public lives, raising awareness, and learning more about cyber issues, such as by participating in the CyberForce program, our interconnected world will be safer and more resilient against cyber attacks.
All right. That was awesome. And we're back. Kira, this is awesome. I haven't spent so much time with you in ages, so it's great to see you. And it's great to talk about cybersecurity. We have a really cool panel coming up, right?
Oh yeah, it's going to be great, and it is great to see you too. I mean, I've been really fortunate to watch the arc of your career, being this sort of web expert and how you've transitioned to being the security expert, and it's really great. I mean, I've learned a lot from watching you and from your posts and from your reading list. So I appreciate you.
Oh, you're too nice. You're too nice. And so, when we met, I was doing a lot of web development and I got the itch for cybersecurity. And I think it was around the time that WannaCry hit. And I figured maybe I could put my skills to use to help folks. And so I think that the one thing I want to state to anybody who wants to get into cybersecurity is that it's definitely possible. There's so much training out there. There's so much need, and folks want different perspectives. They want folks with experience. They want folks with unique talents. They want it's needed, and that's why this CyberForce competition is so important, because we want to capitalize on the unique experiences that the professionals, like the red teamers, and so we do have a great group of red teamers that are going to be participating in this, and these are seasoned red teamers. These are offensive security operators that are going to go ahead and challenge the students. And as they mentioned earlier, we have 135 teams from 114 colleges. There's about 600 students competing today. Think about that. 600 students who are taking their time on a Saturday. Isn't this a time when most kids are sleeping? And I call them kids because I'm much, much older than they are. But they're
mature.
Yes, you are so much better at me at this. But I would figure these students would want to be sleeping, but no, here they are. And so that's a testament to how serious they take this, how serious they take defending organizations, defending the nation, and also just building their career. I think that's an important component of that. And you were my mentor at Microsoft. So, think about careers and how that fits to them.
Absolutely. And I think you made so many good points there. One of them was about diversity of thought. Having diversity of thought, especially in some of these socially engineered attacks, it's super important. So understanding different cultures, understanding different organization styles will help you to figure out how folks might make some of those attacks. The other thing that you mentioned, I just want to call back to some of the checks that we did where you and Amanda and I were sort of giggling. You had some really great questions for the red team and some of the other teams. One of the points that you brought up was this notion of purple team. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about purple teaming and what that means, because I thought it was a really awesome point.
Yeah, I like the concept of purple teaming because it's basically it's not the whole adversarial component of this. It's more of the unifying these diverse teams or teams with diverse perspectives on how they do their jobs. And ultimately, most people think red teamers are just there to compromise the system and that's it. And hey, drop the mic, boom. No, that's not the way it works. Ultimately, red teamers are there to help assess the response of blue teams. And blue teams need that. They need to understand what's going on with their defenses and how can they actually react. Are they ready to react to something that's coming? And so having these coordinated efforts, these purple team efforts that blue and red team can get together and actually do tabletop exercises and simulate attacks and how each other would react and how each other will respond, and then come up and formulate a new strategy for protecting themselves. I love that.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, anybody who's in the government, who's been in the military, and I haven't been in the military, but I'm very fortunate to have my little brother who also works in the Department of Energy. He's a Marine. I love him, and I'm very proud of his service in the Marines, and everybody else that's served in the military. And so, if you've been in the military, you understand about tabletop exercises. You know how important they are. You know how you need to plan these things out because, we can't go out there and try to do a real world attack. That wouldn't work out, right?
And I think one of the other important points you made about purple teaming was it's not about poning, the blue team. It really is about saying, hey, this was my attack style. What's a good response to that attack style, right? It is a collaboration. It's a dance.
I love it. That's a great way of saying it. Yep. I would kind of guide or lean over to the salsa a little bit more, being Hispanic.
I could see you doing a salsa, maybe even a rumba.
Yeah, my wife would say I have stiff hips, and then I'm like, all right, great. So
I'm not even gonna go there.
No, she says I need to do the hitch. Just this is where I live. This is where I live, right here.
Bite the bottom lip a little bit.
Yeah, right there. But
there
she says I move my shoulders too much. So move your shoulders, anyways. So
no, but that dance I think is important because it when I've been involved in red team, blue team exercises, I've seen a lot of what you were talking about earlier, which is the red team thinks their sole responsibility is to own the system and then drop the mic and walk away. But really the full responsibility isn't about embarrassing the blue team. It's about establishing attack patterns and working with the blue team to figure out what are good responses, like meeting with the blue team afterwards and saying, hey, here are a couple of responses, because it is a training exercise, right?
When you've talked to seasoned red teamers and you go through the process of trying to understand what gets them going and what are the end goals for them, the one thing that's consistent with, and again, as a seasoned and mature red teams, is that they want to figure out how do they help the blue team become better.
Yeah.
And then when you have seasoned blue teamers, they understand that if something happens, if the red team finds something, it's not a dig on them. They know, oh, that's awesome. Thank you for finding that, because now we can patch that. And that's one less thing that they have to be worried about in the future, because they know they have their partners in crime helping them seal up these holes. So this is a really critical component of that. And well, the interesting part about this, and we've been talking about red teaming, is that when you talk about red teaming, and I'm going to call it corporate environments, what are they trying to attack? All right, they're trying to do domain controllers, PCs, maybe Linux servers. But in the industrial control systems world, that's totally different, isn't it?
PLCs, you got to get the programmable logic controllers because they control the physical devices. And that's a really important point. When you think about exfiltrating data, right? And in the Sandworm book, they talk a little bit about, having these long arc attacks where you come in, and especially now with some of the machine learning code that's out there that can detect anomalous behavior. In a corporate attack, you're trying to get in and slowly exfiltrate data. But in a in an industrial manufacturing or operational environment, getting to the PLCs or to the Linux systems that are controlling these physical devices is also important. If you think about the hack on the centrifuges in Iran. That was the same way. It was a long-term attack, got in through a person trying to do maintenance on a programmable logic controller. So it's super important, different attack surface.
Absolutely. Now, we got a chance to speak with the red team here, and we wanted to kind of get an idea of how they think about things and how this competition is going to be set up. And so they are going in an assumed breach model. So basically, there is going to be that initial entry point that they're going to have, and they're going to kind of spider out from there and push the students a little bit, because they doing a black box engagement where they have no understanding of the attack surface would take too long. I mean, it's like how many hours we have? We have 8 hours today, I guess, in the competition. So they're going in the assumed breach scenario, which is fantastic. I like that because it gets them in and it forces the defenders to really start thinking immediately. You have to be on your game from the moment you start. And a lot of the red teamers that I've spoken to in the past have all said, yes, assumed breach is the way that most clients like to do it because, do you have 3 to 6 months to run a black box engagement where you have to do the enumeration, you have to do the threat landscape and identify all the endpoints? That's hard. In this case, we have only a couple of hours, so we need to get those students going.
But the other part of that too, Ray, is the blue team prep. If you think about in an environment where you are doing that kind of engaged in that kind of attack, usually blue teamers, hopefully, have had the time to do a threat model. They've had the time to prioritize bugs. And so that also takes time. And like you were saying earlier, in a corporate environment, hopefully, time has been set aside and you're doing that incrementally over time. In an industrial environment, the same thing is true. You need to do your threat modeling, pen testing ahead of some of these engagements. So yeah, it does happen over a longer landscape.
Absolutely. And so in this case, while they don't have a massive length of time to prepare, the blue team, the students have had 2 weeks to prepare for this. They've got their VMs 2 weeks in advance. They've had a chance to kind of go through it, get themselves to be super resilient. And one of the things I do love is that they're not allowed just to lock down everything and say, that's it.
Yes.
Let me lock down every port. No, they have to keep that business running. So this dam that they're working on, that they're trying to protect, it has to function. Everything that they normally would have to do, they have to continue to do. So I love it. We just can't say, yeah, we're gonna shut down every port on every system, on every device, and that's it. Drop the mic. It won't work.
But they also have to look at patches and hacks that have been done, published hacks that have been done. It's obviously they're not going to have access to 0 days for some of this infrastructure. But if they've done their work, and I'm rooting for the blue team, they will have less of an attack surface, even though they still have some of those ports open.
Well, I'm rooting for the purple team because I'm
rooting for the purple team too.
I have this mischievous side. I want the red team to get some, and here's why. Because one of the cool things about the red teamers here is that they take a very unique approach to the way they handle things. Yes, they're going in there and they're going to try to accomplish their mission. But the other part is they're actually there to educate the students.
Absolutely.
They want to show them that you didn't quite solve this attack, but have you considered this? So they give these subtle hints to allow the students to go back and try to patch it. And the students can get points on that, which is cool.
Yeah, that is super cool.
Yeah, they can, if they follow the advice of the red teamers and they're able to patch these systems and come back and it's no longer vulnerable, that's a check mark. That's like, boom, yeah, you got points right there, because it shows that they're interested in solving the problem, and most of all, they're interested in learning and listening. And that's a critical aspect of this. You have a lot of really smart people in this industry. You have very mature and seasoned people in this industry with a lot of experience. And so it's, the one bit of advice I would urge all the students to take is that capitalize on this seasoned and mature experience that's being offered to you, and learn from them. Because I look back at that call we had with Candy.
Yeah, that was great.
And he was dropping this knowledge. I was like, whoa. It's like,
and going so fast. He's brilliant.
Yeah. Well, I think what happens is there's so much that he wants to just get out. And it's like, he's just, wow. And I was like, yep, insert fire hose, take it all in, because it was fantastic. I loved it. So Now, I know that we have a panel coming up. That panel will start at 11:20. It's cybersecurity within the government and the military. And one of the things that I do love is that there's a new mandate by the White House on cybersecurity. So they're taking this very seriously. It really kind of flourished after the Colonial Pipeline attack, and they're doing things like, we need to make sure that all our code is properly evaluated. CISA just put out a mandate to government agencies that says you need to fix, I think it's like 300 vulnerabilities.
Wow,
that's huge.
It is huge.
And even going to a step further and saying all software now, all new development has to start looking at things like static analysis for software, software and software composition analysis. And then also having a software bill of materials to know what your software is comprised of.
And the bill of materials is so important, Ray, because there's this awesome woman, I don't know if you remember her name, Window Snyder, that we worked with at Microsoft, and she created a lot of the original SDLC. She was featured in sort of the Cult of the Mad Cow.
Yep.
Really great expert. One of the points that she consistently makes, and I was actually another security talk with her not too long ago, and she was talking about giblets. And giblets are things in your bomb that you may not be aware of that you're pulling through.
Yep.
And if you look at SolarWinds, that's exactly what happened during SolarWinds. They had libraries that they were pulling in that they didn't know about that had attack vulnerabilities. So it's super important to understand what's in your giblets.
Yep, absolutely. You look at there was a recent security advisory put out where a very popular, I think it could have been even up to 3, but I'm going to say 1 for right now. A very popular NPM package for Node.js was hijacked, and it had malicious code in there. And in fact, GitHub actually said, if this package is on any computer, consider that computer fully compromised. That's how bad it was. And so, yeah, supply chain attacks are the real deal. So I love the fact that the Department of Homeland Security, CISA, the Department of Energy, they're all stepping up. They're saying, this is important. We need to make sure cybersecurity is a top priority. And they're doing everything possible. I've seen CISA, and I've had conversations with them, with people at CISA, and I love seeing how they're now really being proactive about getting vulnerability reports out. I track them on my feed reader. Anytime VMware has an update, I'm like, oh, CISA said it. Boom, let me go get it, because I know. So
and that's really important, because I remember, I can't remember who the individual was, but I remember listening to this one security talk where they were talking about they were using sort of military terms around cybersecurity and talking about the threatscape has moved from a physical environment to a cyber environment. And the other important part that they talked about was, the collateral damage is much broader, right? We're not just talking about people who are participating in an action. It really is all of us are participating in it, whether we want to or not. Our healthcare system, our energy system, even fire and police and safety systems are all now part of the threat landscape for this conflict that potentially can happen from anywhere in the world right now.
That's a great point. And you think about the national healthcare system in the UK and how it was affected by NotPetya, and the fact that basically their systems were down, and you had patients being turned away for critical care. You had cancer patients being turned away for chemotherapy. So there's a direct human impact here. This is not something to be taken lightly. This is something that we need to really jump on. And so I know that our government's taking it seriously. Thankfully,
that's great to see.
Yeah, having those conversations with them, you can see there's folks in there that really want to help protect us. So with that, I think we should probably get this panel going, because we are at 11:20 and we're supposed to start this. So on the panel will be Tony Enriquez, who is part of CISA, Alexander Ligo, and Mike Tucker. Welcome. Hello? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Hello, everybody.
All right. Can everybody introduce themselves? Let's let everybody know who you folks are. Go for it. You are muted right now, unfortunately.
This is our modern world, Ray, where I've
always the
started lots
Fed
of
guy who
Zoom
forgets
meetings
to
where people
unmute
can't
the
hear each
mic.
other. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right,
No. Don't worry about it. This is what Kira was saying is perfect. This is modern world. This is like it's modern technology. How many engineers does it take to be able to unmute something? The number of times I have a Twitch stream myself, by the way, and the audio problems have destroyed me. It's like I will go 10 minutes. I'm like, why can't I get audio working on this stuff? So you're not alone in this. I'm right there. So don't worry about it. Go for it.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Nope. There you go.
Yeah, we got you, Michael. Yep.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. My name's Mike Tucker. I'm a senior cybersecurity subject matter expert, otherwise known as an SME because we love our acronyms here in government. We're for like OT systems within the energy sector. So I work a lot with the DOE CSER group, cybersecurity, energy security, and emergency response. So we work directly with industry. So, like when you're talking about dams and you're talking about substations and things like this, all right, we work with the people who work on those, on cybersecurity matters. And I'm also a program manager for several other items within the DOE and the energy sector as a whole.
Awesome. Alex, you want to?
Oh, okay. Alex?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having me. I am Alex Ligo. I'm a research scientist at the Army Corps of Engineers, Engineer Research and Development Center, more specifically Risk and Decision Sciences team at the Environmental Lab. And I am also affiliated with the University of Virginia. And I have been working with the government in projects related to cyber with resilience of cyber physical systems and as many other people, other things as well, like COVID response, COVID resilience, and economic recovery and things like that.
Awesome.
And I'm Tony Enriquez. I'm with the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. I'm in Region 5, which includes Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, and Wisconsin. And I'm what's known as a cybersecurity advisor. And it's our job to provide direct coordination, outreach, and regional support in order to protect U.S. critical infrastructure from cyber threats. And thanks for having me today.
Yeah, it's great to have all of you here, and thank you all for your service. I'd love to hear a little bit about what got you started, in this. When Ray and I started working together, it was out of love of tech. Can you talk a little bit, Alex, about what got you started?
Yeah, I've been working with, I would say, with cyber physical systems like for over 20 years. I started in industry and in the supply side of things, like developing software and providing equipment for network management and network monitoring for the private sector. And first, I had an interest of moving to academia to a certain capacity, as I start having a passion for research and to contribute to science and things like that. And then I came back to graduate school and pursued a PhD, and then I spent a good few years in academia doing research in cyber systems, and then it came the opportunity to work with the Army Corps doing research. I'm still a researcher, but I saw this opportunity to transition from academia to government because of, I would say it was a move of purpose. Like it stimulates me to be on the government side of things, to work on policy and to do analysis that inform policy making and are consequential for for the federal government as a whole. That's
That
where
makes
I got
sense.
started and where my
Yeah,
career.
policy has a way of impacting a large segment, of the
Yeah.
industry. Mike, what inspired you to get started?
So my story is a little bit different, and apologies for the mess. I was praying to the demo gods this morning. I was actually on top of my bus, which is fully solar powered, and I was going to do this whole shindig from there because I thought it would be a lot of fun. But alas, now you get to see my mess. But I got started. I went to the University of Missouri-Rolla. I'm a computer engineer. I thought I was going to be building hardware and doing firmware kind of stuff for pretty much the rest of my life. But I ended up coming out of college and working for a Big Five engineering firm. And this Big Five engineering firm had a little startup called the Critical Infrastructure Protection Group, which came up right after the 2003 Northeast blackout. And so they were doing this thing called SCADA security. And they said, Mike, do you know how to spell SCADA? And I went SCADA, and they said, great, you're hired. Also, it's great that you can do computer things because that's a big deal in what we're attempting to do.
Yeah.
So that's where I came from on that side. And I've spent about 15 years so far in private sector. I've been international. I've done vulnerability assessments on a lot of infrastructure. I am primarily power related, though. So I've been to substations, power plants, huge control centers like the stuff that runs multiple states. I've done vulnerability assessments for them. I've done a little bit of research on the red team side. So Ray, I hope that gets a little smile out of you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
just a little
there
bit,
you go.
just a little bit.
My ears perked there real quick. Now the real question, Mike, is: have you been shocked yet?
Have I been shocked?
Yeah, like did you touch something? And all of a sudden you're like,
So one of the great things about working with energy sector professionals is that I have not gotten shocked while doing work for them. But I've got a lab at home, and I've shocked myself multiple times at home because my safety process is not as good as theirs. So
there you go. There you go. I've watched some videos of physical red teamers, and they try to penetrate a substation. And I'm looking at them and what they're doing. They're like trying to climb over barbed wire fence, and they have all these things. And they're like, yeah, we have to have these suits on because if it arcs and it gets us, then we don't want to catch on fire. I'm like, what? Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you risk getting yourself on fire and seeing an arc? No, I'm comfortable here in my chair. I like this right here. Yeah, I'll pass on that arcing thing.
As an engineer in the space, I can tell you there's a little bit more Michael Bay than Richard Feynman in that one.
There you go. Tony, what about you?
How'd
you get started?
I think I'm going to be the oddball here. It literally started for me back in the 80s. I was just a curious kid who liked to take things apart, whether it's my mom and dad's TV, AM, FM transistor radio. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. So eventually it got to the point where, I got to high school and people started knowing that, hey, Tony's the guy. If you have something broke, you can go fix it. And a lot of my teachers back then suggested, hey, you know what? We know your sisters are a hell of a lot smarter than you. We know they're already in college. We know your mom and dad can't afford to get you through college right now. The military might not be a bad idea for you. So, working with some of my advisors and actually some friends that I knew growing up, I ended up enlisting into the Army Signal Corps. And I was very fortunate. I did 8 years and I did 4 years at the White House. So basically what I did, I got to set up VHF and UHF communication systems for the U.S. Secret Service, for the White House, and for the White House Military Office, which eventually, with those tech skills, got me to the U.S. Secret Service, where I worked with the Technical Security Division. And a lot of that work started off with physical security systems, alarm systems, access control systems.
Sure.
And as things started becoming networked with this new thing called the computer and Cat5 cable and BNC connectors and all kinds of good stuff, they needed someone to take the role on the computer side. So I volunteered for it like a knucklehead. And one of the things that I had to learn was Linux. I had no idea what Linux was, but that was one of the, I'll say, operating systems that they were using to program some of the different devices that we had to work with. And so once I got into the whole Linux thing, and the Secret Service is a federal law enforcement agency, we also do a lot of criminal work. So as I transitioned further in my career, I got to go to the place where we're conducting criminal investigations, and to the point where we did technical surveillance. So you think about covert audio, covert video, and eventually this new thing called a computer started coming up. So we were trying to figure out different ways to maybe exploit computer systems to help us collect evidence and maybe intel, depending on what kind of case we're working. And eventually I got to the point where they threw the holy water on me and I was the computer guy. And then from there, I ended up running a technical operations squad here in Chicago for the last 4 years, where we did a lot of cool things to bad individuals, at least from our perspective. Nice. And before I was due to rotate back to Washington, D.C., my family reminded me how much they really liked it here in the Chicagoland area. And it got to the point, well, if I go back to D.C., that's a great career move, but I don't think I'm ever going to get another opportunity to come back to Chicago and have somebody pay for me to move here. So I rolled the dice, applied to become a cybersecurity advisor with the Department of Homeland Security, and I was fortunate enough to get hired with them.
Now, Tony, I'm going to put you on the spot, considering that you're at the White House and Secret Service.
Mm-hmm.
Where exactly is the secret book of presidents? And is there a pyramid under the Hoover Dam?
No.
I know there is.
I'm going to say no on both.
All right. I had to. You know, after watching National Treasure, it's like all that stuff seems plausible to me. I believe that there is like a hole, and then all of a sudden this thing pops up, and then you City of Gold. It has to happen, you know.
Well, I will say, you know, it is pretty unique to work with, you know, any federal law enforcement agency. You get to see a lot of things. You get to see a lot of history being made.
Yep.
And we have to keep our mouths shut a lot. So I'll just
Obviously,
stop right there.
I can't believe Ray asked that question, because I would have asked the alien question, right? The alien question is much more interesting than that one.
Well, the Book of Presidents would have led me to the alien facts.
Gotcha.
That's just it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I'm thinking long term, because you just want that one factoid. I want everything. I want to know the whole entire thing.
That's fair, Ray. You outthought me on that one.
Oh, you know that first time ever. Yes, I'm getting better. Hey, Mike. You know, you have obviously a very unique position. You're touching on so many different areas of energy, and what are some? Have you like come across something that's really cool, something so interesting that you want to share? Like that one assessment, that one thing that you had to do that was like, holy cow, I can't believe I'm in the middle of this happening right now.
So there was actually one thing right before I joined DOE, and it was actually right before I was working with DARPA and Idaho National Lab on a couple of things. I was still in private practice. I'm an entrepreneur too. I started my own consulting firm around 2014, and so I traveled all over the place. And one of the more interesting things was we were doing some work for a chemical manufacturer at the time, and so we were going around and we were doing vulnerability assessments for them and giving them really good advice on how to secure their systems. And this was around the same time that the Triton malware had ended up being found on safety systems. And so we're looking around and we're going, so do you have any of these safety systems? And they went, yes. And I'm like, have I got a story for you? We're going to need to have a longer discussion about this. And we did. And it was good, because we ended up securing those systems. We ended up doing a lot of really good work on those systems. So that was a success story. It was an interesting story, but also it was me in a couple of facilities around the same make and model of a thing that had just gotten very, very badly owned. So yes.
One of the things that I love about this whole thing that we're doing, especially on Twitch, is that we're actually getting questions, and so yeah, no, this is great. No, and just so
you opened the window to the world here. I hope you're ready for it.
No, like one person said, love that you guys found boots on the ground folks here, much better than HR folks we normally hear from, which is great. You know, so you know, Alex, there's I'm sure, you know, in your effort, you've probably found some really interesting things. So one of the questions, for example, is that they said, why did you go into government work instead of industry? You know, what attracted you to government work? And you can say hi to your, I'm assuming that's your son in the back. Say hi to your son for us.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for my son or my dog
hi,
to walk
Alex.
in here.
Yeah, he's also Alex. And
hi, Alex.
So yeah, that's a great question, because I came from industry, so I went from industry to government, as like many people do the reverse path, right? And I would say if you were to condense this in one word, is like or two, like purpose and policy. And so let me give you like an example which is a little bit unrelated to cybersecurity, but we recently, I'm doing research, and research is a lot about like informing research on policy. It's a lot about like inform future policy decisions for planning. And we just put out a paper on the impact of state reopening policies of the first wave of the COVID pandemic on consumer spending. So this is, I see this as the kind of research that has nationwide implications, that is pretty much useful to inform state policies. And you can never do this kind of stuff in industry. Like, you just don't have the resources and the will and to do this in industry. I'm more specifically in the cybersecurity realm. We are doing research on the balance between efficiency and resilience of cyber physical systems, which is becoming quite apparent in like things like the supply chain disruptions that we have been facing today. Like things have been for decades being designed by the industry, in most part, to be efficient, to minimize costs and things like that. But when you come to situations of unanticipated disruptions, which is exactly what we are facing right now, things start to break down. So from a systemic point of view, what can you do in design, in regulation, in like economic incentives to make cyber physical systems and investments more resilient? And again, this is something that you can't do in the private sector. You can't do inside a firm. You need to be at least not necessarily in government, but at least funded by government or by nonprofits, at least to be able to do things like that. And
is that because of the
that's
sheer
very rewarding? Yeah.
Is that because of the scale of what you're trying to do and you're trying to accomplish?
I wouldn't say the scale, but maybe the economic incentive, because we are working on research that really doesn't pay off in the short term. I mean, if you are doing planning that will tell folks, oh, you need to start cutting like cost minimizing initiatives. I mean, well, then the first question from industry, this is going to affect my bottom line. So maybe you have to go from the other side, from the side of regulation, because this is not going to be cleared like automatically by the market. So
yeah, and I'll add to that, Alex. I think what you're describing are black swan events. When you look at these black swan events, industry doesn't see the value in addressing a once in 100-year event because there's a considerable cost. And Ray and I got to see a lot of this when we were building software. There's always these cost trade-offs that are the hard part. It's really, if it's going to reduce revenue or cost a lot or delay releases, those are hard. Those are hard things to justify to a business. So I think what you're doing is super important, Alex. The other one, Ray, there's another great question in here from the Twitch stream around cybersecurity protection from radio frequency attacks, especially for power and SCADA systems. That's a really great question. Like one of the exploits I saw was the ability to see what people are typing from RF on keyboards. So that one's been published. I'd be interested, Tony, about the same question that Ray asked for you. What kind of really cool hack that you can talk about, obviously, did you find yourself in the middle of?
You know, maybe I can maybe give you a different example.
Sure.
I'll say one of the cooler things that I've worked on is working with Super Bowl 52. So, you know, back in 2018, Minneapolis hosted the Super Bowl. And what most people don't realize, it takes about a year and a half to, you know, get the local, state, and communities trusting, you know, folks from the federal government, whether it's emergency management, physical security, cybersecurity. You know, it takes almost a year just to establish the trust and to see somebody face to face to say, hey, if something goes bad, we're going to be here to make sure that we're able to assist. So our job there was to provide support for the host committee. So the NFL, there was a committee that basically managed the different events within the city. So we had to take a look at all of the different events they were getting ready to schedule, all of the critical infrastructure that's supporting things like the stadiums, the different auditoriums. Where are they getting their water from? You know, how do they look from a cybersecurity vulnerability standpoint? And over the course of a year and a half, we did everything from physical security assessments to cybersecurity assessments. We had tabletop exercises. We got groups together to come up with emergency operation plans. And for myself, you know, I conducted 14 risk assessments. And I'll say the more technical guys from our headquarters, you know, they did a lot of penetration testing and some other more technical testing to help make sure that the critical infrastructure bubble for conducting the Super Bowl was properly secured. And then, of course, the week of the Super Bowl, I was actually there at an emergency operations center, but we were close enough to where we could actually have that Super Bowl experience and kind of pay off, you know, for that year and a half work. The day before the Super Bowl, we were able to, I'll say, take in the sites.
And even the TFR, temporary flight restrictions around the facility. I'm a pilot, so I pay attention to the TFRs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think about RF frequencies, and of course you have Havana syndrome, which is becoming more pervasive, and there's concerns about that. And so it's interesting to think about these technologies and how they can be used in ways that, and I don't expect you all to talk about that because there might be confidential information there, but there's real risk in there. And so it has to be kind of a continuous evolution. I think about some of the folks like at Dragos who are continuously evolving the way they work to detect SCADA attacks and being involved in the ICS industry. It must be a challenge, though, to continuously evolve your own detection techniques and your own tactics as you go along, Tony, because I know CISA's gotten it's incredible the amount of effort that's been put in to ramp up CISA. But I remember speaking to some folks who were at CISA early on, and they were short-staffed. How are you progressing in manning CISA, getting more resources in place to help industry, and also how do you work with industry to set policies so that you can have more of a conversation, a dialogue, and cooperation versus, I don't know, somebody saying, I'm here from the government, I'm here to help type of thing, you know?
Well, I can give you maybe some insight from my perspective. A lot of the, I'll say, mandate and governance things from a federal government perspective, or even if it's coming from the White House, comes mostly from our headquarters and folks back in the Beltway. How I actually get to deal with our partners in critical infrastructure might be a little different. I think someone had mentioned the binding operational directives earlier, 22-01. And a lot of times when the federal government's able to publish different vulnerabilities or different reports that people are able to take advantage of, sometimes there's still a lot of skepticism on whether or not we should be trusting something from Uncle Sam. So a lot of my work is to help establish that working relationship with our different partners in critical infrastructure. So when they do start taking advantage of our resources, if there's an issue, I'm their belly button to contact and say, hey, Tony, this isn't working the way we thought it would, or we need to take a different direction in how we're, I'll say, facing a particular problem. From a hiring perspective, or maybe just a training perspective, there's something called the NICE framework, and it helps organizations, maybe from a departmental perspective, help build their training program. So anyone who's looking to learn or start a career in cybersecurity can figure out what those knowledge, skills, and abilities are through the NICE framework. And then there's also a catalog there that helps you identify some of the different training that's out there.
Awesome. You know, one thing that came up and is they want to know more about Michael's solar van. It's true. I don't, you know, it's called this, or Kira calls it the solar bus. So
the solar bus.
Yeah. Yes. And I know it's going off topic, but that's, you know, they want to know about that. And I think it's part of like, all right, how do you power this up? What are the things that you're doing to take advantage of renewable resources? And how are you protecting yourself as well? I think that's a critical aspect of this.
Yeah, so believe me, I can weave cybersecurity into just about anything. So we're all good there. And it's not that difficult these days. Everything is software controlled. This particular bus I bought from a very nice couple from Auburn, Alabama, who have their own YouTube channel, and they've been going here and there and everywhere. And I bought it from them because they decided to downsize into another bus. So they're kind of they're dedicated to the lifestyle. I'm a little less so. I'm a kind of a weekend warrior when it comes to it. The bus itself has got 450 not megawatts, not megawatts. All right, scale is important. 450 watts of solar panels on it, along with about a 2.5 kilowatt battery bank. All right, so this gives me about 5 days thereabouts without any sun whatsoever. And so all I have to do is park the bus in a sunny place, and the battery will actually fill up. I can use it anywhere. I normally use it for computer systems. I've got a pump that moves water in here. It'll also I can also use it to charge the actual bus, which is still a diesel, unfortunately. Still working on that one. Hydrogen might be the key there. But I use it for all of the other systems, which were all home built by this couple, and I've just kind of hopped into. And when it comes to solar itself and cybersecurity and batteries and cybersecurity, one of the things that we're grappling with at the Department of Energy and CSER specifically in our partnership with the with EERE. So the in DOE there are two sides to this. There's solar and energy and renewables side of this, and DOE CSER, which does like a lot of the on the ground coordination with actual utilities too. The big deal that we've got here on solar is that we are making this massive push towards 2030, where we want to get as close to 100% solar and renewables and battery as possible. And the scale of this is different, all right? Instead of one power plant in one place that produces a huge amount of power, we're going to have small resources all over the place that produce the same amount of power or more or less or more than less and more than less and more than less. And the cybersecurity of those particular pieces is a pretty big deal because we have to think about it different. All right, we can't just send a team to a power plant in order to fix something if it's cyber or physical related. We have to be able to troubleshoot it over the internet or over some other private network. And that's one of the major problems that we're going to be grappling with over the next 5 years is how do we support industry in our goals, all right? And how do we enable good cybersecurity? Because if we're not there when we get to that point, our attackers will be. Nice weaving, huh?
It's a great point. Yeah, it's a great point. And it really brings up, especially for the students that are here today, I think a question that may be important for them, which is, you know, if you're thinking about a career or a future in sort of federal cybersecurity, how does one get started?
I'm a bad example on that side. I came into federal after 15 years in private sector. So I'll let Alex take that. Alex and Tony.
Right on.
Yeah, I would say that today one great need in government is in data analytics, which is true for cybersecurity, but it is also true for any type of policy analysis in general. And one thing is looking into data and trying to draw conclusions from that. I mean, this is a trend in industry, and of course, this is also a trend in government. But I would say that expertise and getting into government to help produce and collect meaningful data is also very important. Let me give you an example. I have been working with DOE data on major disruptions. The which is the data resulting from the DOE 417 regulation on. It's a list of disruptions that exceed a certain thresholds, right, of customers affected and things like that. If you look at those data, you see that cyber events are a fraction of disruptions caused by, for example, major weather events, hurricanes, like even physical attacks and things like that. So you could one in government would conclude, oh, cyber events are not a thing, cyber attacks are not a thing because it's not in this data set. But what those data doesn't tell, what about all those attacks and disruptions that doesn't make the cut of this particular data set in terms of severity of one single disruption? So what I want to say is that there is a whole lot of cyber attacks and other types of events that just don't make the cut and don't get into this standardized data set. Sure. And we need manpower in government, in industry, everywhere to get data in a meaningful and unbiased way. So, long story short, I think data analytics is a good place to get started with a career, both in government and in the industry.
And I'd add, Alex, one of the things that I agree with you on the importance of data is, as we start constructing ML and AI attacks on systems, that data will be, really useful in constructing those systems, either on the blue team side or the red team side. And so I agree, getting the data is very important. I think Ray wanted to ask a question too.
I did. And so when I was reading the book Sandworm, and of course that's about the NotPetya attack and what happened in Ukraine, and the nation states threat actors that were possibly involved. One of the things that came out of that was that sometimes what happens overseas could or may not help shape policy here in the States. What kind of gets the United States thinking about how policy is dictated when something happens in another nation? Like in this case, we had the Ukraine, obviously, and they were the subject of a cyber attack. How did that affect the policy decisions that we have, and how did it inform exactly the policy decisions here in the United States?
I think you were asking that of Alex.
I was thinking that was for Alex. Yeah.
Well, that's a difficult question to get an answer right off the bat, and I would say that I think the first reaction is panic. Oh, there is this interplay between policy and politics and public image. So when you get news of any major cyber event and any type of disruption in general, I think the first reaction is let's give a response that is publicly meaningful, and which is not necessarily the most rational response. But
and then when you get through,
say again.
I was just going to say, and when you get through that particular piece, like the experts from the Department of Energy, I believe CISA went out there as well. I know representatives from the utility private sector also went out to Ukraine to take a look at these particular systems as well, and to ask questions of the folks in Ukraine that were actually working on these systems, had built them, were maintaining them, and had actually done a little bit of work to secure them as well. One of the things you have to realize is that when a bad guy comes through and demonstrates a new capability, that needs to be addressed. All right. And in this particular case, in the Ukraine attack, they came up with new types of malware, modular-based malware, all right, that directly communicated with automation systems and told them what to do. All right, and this is something that we hadn't really seen in the wild, at least to this scale before, and definitely with this level of impact. All right, and that tends to change conversations. All right, this particular attacker went in to several control centers. All right, these are the things that actually run power grids. All right, that actually have human-machine interfaces in front of folks. All right, these are the things that actually the folks who are playing on the CyberForce competition, that's one of the things they're protecting right now, because those have the keys to the kingdom. Those are the things that can turn things on and off. And that's exactly what the attacker did. In 2014, they did it manually. You could actually see a mouse moving. All right, there was a YouTube video of this. We'll have to find a way to put it in the chat for everybody. And it actually shows the mouse moving while someone's going, "What is that mouse doing? What's going on?" And it's literally opening breakers. All right, and in the abstract, it's very interesting to look at that. And in some cases, it kind of is a little bit of gallows humor at that point. But then you have to realize there's actual physical effect going on here. All right, they're turning off the lights for people in Ukraine. And then in 2015, they came in and they did it again, but this time, rather than doing it manually, humans on keyboard, there was a set of processes that kicked off that were actually opening up the breakers that time around. When a capability like that comes through, you have to address it. And that's what I'll say on the policy side.
Yeah, I would complement that on the research side. That also triggers a specific wave of funding, and in many instances supported by the federal government, either through the DOE or through NSF or things like that. So major events in general, they end up having consequences. From the research side, everything research starts with funding, right? And it ends up triggering a specific wave of funding for specific research in cybersecurity, anything like that.
And maybe to jump in on what Michael said, from an operational perspective, we're working with our allies. Once a major incident like this happens, we are able to reach out to our friendly allies and get more information and work with them to render assistance if needed. But I would say the end game there is to see if it's happening elsewhere, and if we can start connecting the dots and start coming up with a game plan to prevent this happening somewhere else. Then if we're able to do that, we'll exhaust our resources as we can.
Awesome. These are great. By the way, I know this was a tough question, but I had to ask it because it's you all are making you're making these really tough decisions on how to react to world events, and it's kind of interesting to get almost like an inside track as much as you possibly can on how you manage it. And I know they're challenging things. These are world events that you want to manage with kid gloves. So I appreciate your candor. I appreciate the amount of information you can share. And don't worry, I won't put you on the spot that often. I promise. Okay, I promise. So, there, hey, look, Michael's back, and let's take a moment because Michael's actually on top of his solar bus right now. So this is pretty cool. Like he wanted to, he was dying to do this earlier, but it was raining, and so everybody, give a shout out to Michael for getting on top of the solar bus. There he goes. Yeah, nice. People are like saying nice. This is awesome. Very cool. Thank you for doing that, Michael.
I did my best for the demo gods. They were not super friendly, but I needed to get up here at least once.
Everybody's saying, look, the double Dutch solar bus. I love it. That is,
I'm not putting that on the side. Not going to happen. It does need a name, but I don't know about double Dutch solar bus.
Now, there's two questions that came up in the chat, and they're more generalized questions. And so I'm going to ask both, and then I'll let you all kind of jump in and figure out the best way to answer them. One was, how can we work to improve cybersecurity legislation and policies? And then the second is, what are the top three policies we should be focused on? And I'm assuming they're related to cybersecurity as well.
Ooh.
So,
they're hard questions.
And very, very open-ended, but I'll let you all do your best on that one.
So one of the things that I think has been very valuable in my career has been bringing the folks who know not just the cybersecurity side, but also the people who know the systems that are under attack, essentially. All right, the things that we're trying to protect. All right, and bringing those folks together in order to make really good decisions. All right, in cybersecurity, we can have a tendency to go focus myopically on a single data point, just straight in, without an understanding of how it expands, all right, how it affects risk across the board. And so we look at these things and we go, well, that's a big deal. And you go, well, great, let's go address it. And we did, and we look at the payback and we go, okay, the payback wasn't exactly what we expected. Why is that? Well, we didn't bring in the context. And one of the reasons I joined government was to bring the energy context, all right, the knowledge of the systems in electric power and oil and natural gas or whatever sector we happen to be working on, and bringing that particular context to the cybersecurity problem. And I think that's one of the things that I think we've got it great in a couple of areas and we don't have it in a couple of others, but bringing more of that tends to bring a lot of value to efforts to secure critical infrastructure.
And I'll jump in there as well. I think Michael, hit it right on the head there. Cybersecurity is a very difficult discipline or a game, however you want to envision it. Until we're able to share information the best we can, and sometimes the federal government can share information, sometimes we can't. But as we're starting to build these different working groups together, and going back to Michael's point, we're kind of learning from each other. So the federal government's leveraging a lot of information from the private sector or from the state and local sector. And as we're all getting together to, again, connect the dots with some of the challenges that we're facing, I think from that perspective, it will help drive legislation, although I am hesitant to focus on any particular piece. But I think if we're able to work together better and more efficiently, I think we'll get there.
Yeah, I would add that from a research perspective, there is some effort on trying to figure not only how you can protect a system against disruptions and vulnerabilities, but from a resilience perspective, how quickly you can recover from a disruption. So it's not only a matter of how you can harden your system, but also a matter of acknowledging that disruptions are, in a certain sense, unavoidable, how quickly you recover. So maybe this is going to be the next step on regulation. So not only how to protect, but also how to respond.
Yeah, resiliency is super important. As you think about it from a blue team perspective, what happens when an event occurs, and are you segmented properly, and how do you recover? Originally when Ray and I started working together, we were focusing on earthquakes, natural disasters, like you were talking about, and as we went on in our career, it did change. There's a question online, and I want to follow up on Tony's comment about groups working together. And there's this notion of policy, but I think if we look after 9/11, there was a real push between agencies to better share information around terrorism. And I wonder if there's an opportunity, maybe it's legislation, maybe it's funding, maybe it's a new department that really does focus on uniting a whole collection of cyber groups to share data and to collaboratively develop sort of responses. What do you think, Tony?
That's a very difficult question to address. I think I might want to address some of the different initiatives that CISA and the Department of Homeland Security has rolled out recently, trying to do a better job at sharing cyber information, helping protect organizations that share information with us so that's not used against them. And just from a sharing perspective, thinking about some of the different ISACs, the electricity ISAC, the multi-state ISAC, and there's a whole bunch of information sharing and analysis centers that we work with both from a operational perspective and a research perspective to get information to and from. I hope that addresses some of your part of the
Yeah, it
question.
sounded like Michael had something too. Oh.
Victim of the double mute. All right, can you hear me? Good.
Yeah.
All right. One of the things I wanted to bring up, now that you're talking about collaboration and information sharing and how to do this, between government agencies and things like this, is DHS is now working on something called the JCDC, the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative. Excuse me. Acronyms are new to me. I'm getting there, promise. And so one of the things that the JCDC is supposed to do is go cross sector, not just energy, all right, but they're supposed to work with water, with mining, with transportation, and with some of these other different sector risk management agencies, those who are in charge of risk within certain things. And Department of Energy is one of those. And one of the things that we're looking to do is we're building a collaborative with our partners in industry through a program they called CRISP, which is actually a program that I run. And it's a cybersecurity risk information sharing program. And we actually bring together data that has been voluntarily shared with government. All right, and we bring that back to one of our national labs, the Pacific Northwest National Lab, and they do data analysis. And to Alex's point earlier, all right, the data analytics side of this has been extremely helpful in identifying attacks and being able to leverage government resources to defend networks. And one of the things we're looking to do is actually share more data with the JCDC over the next 6 months to a year in order to address some of these cyber issues, especially those that are affecting critical infrastructure and OT environments in the energy sector. So we're working on it, promise.
Sounds
Thanks
great.
for mentioning that, Mike. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, I would like to circle back with the previous question, because that's possibly one next needed step on regulation, like data sharing, especially between industry and government. Because as Michael said, the JCDC initiative is a voluntary commitment of the industry, and even, I mean, among like interagency collaboration, like, of course, agencies have like different jurisdictions, so they have the different data gathering scopes and strategies. So how do you harmonize all these things, and how do you possibly can regulate these things if you ever need to? I mean, it's an open-ended question. How do you enforce and even make this happen? Because it's a difficult thing. I mean, because if not all entities are willing to disclose their data, of course, especially when you talk about the private sector.
And that's a natural inclination, right? Is you have a 0 day, you don't want to share it until you've got enough.
There is an asset, yeah.
Yeah. But I wonder, there's some questions online, and I'm curious too about the difference between JD, JC, ISACs, and CMMC. I'm not familiar with all of these programs. Can someone sort of talk a little bit about the difference between these different programs?
The JCDC and the CNMC?
Yeah, we're seeing some folks talk about CMMC 2.0.
Yeah, it's the cyber. What was it? Oh my God, cyber. Oh my God, I forgot the acronym.
Yeah, quick, someone Google it.
Somebody
quick.
Google it.
Wait, I'm Googling it right now. Hold on, I'm
So,
gonna get it. I swear I'm gonna get it. Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification. There you
So
go.
if I remember correctly, that's a standard that the folks who are doing business with the Department of Defense, depending on the type of information they're handling for that contract, they have to meet a certain level of security in order to process that type of traffic or data. And the JCDC is an operational element that Michael mentioned within CISA.
Yeah, so CISA is standing that up right now. I don't want to steal any of Tony's thunder on that side. So
No, you're good.
My apologies there. The other, and I wanted to kind of address Alex's piece about regulation, is that obviously regulation is a component of this. But the other side of it too is that there is a mutual understanding that cyber risk is big, and that it affects all of us. And in general, within electric power and within the energy sector as a whole, there's this understanding that what we do, all right, even in the private sector, because that's where I came from, that what we do affects people's lives, affects people's livelihoods. And there is an understanding that the risk there has to be addressed, all right, and that there's value in addressing that risk together with the government. And I know back from my original days, like 2005, right out of University of Missouri, Rolla, you know, I was definitely a little less seasoned than I am now. Bit more nerdy, if that was even possible. I remember that there was severe reluctance to share data related to cybersecurity from the energy sector. I mean, severe, like stay out of my networks. No, never, not going to happen. And what I can tell you is now is that there is a greater understanding and a greater willingness to share than I have ever seen it in my entire life. All right, over 15 years. And a lot of this is driven by the threats. A lot of this too is driven by an understanding that the government can do something, all right, can address risk, all right, and that there's risk too that the government should address, all right, that isn't the provenance of industry to handle, all right, that there is a gradation between threats at that point. And so I just want to say, you know, yes, obviously regulation is one of the tools in the toolbox, but the other one too is greater understanding of risk promotes greater sharing. That's just how it works.
Yeah, and maybe from a CISA perspective, at least in my current role, if I came in as a regulatory arm, I doubt I would get anything done. So, you know, we're coming in with the perspective of, hey, we're here to help. If we find any, I'll say, shortcomings in your cybersecurity posture, we're not here to point it out to everyone. We're here to help you identify it. And then if we can provide more resources to help you close that particular issue, we'll help you from that perspective as well. But we're certainly not coming at it from a regulatory perspective. I think we would just lose any established trust that we've built over the years if we came in that way.
Yeah, that's fair. I think we just have a few more minutes left. And I think one of the questions that was coming up was about ISACs, ISAC.
Yeah, the question that they asked was
ISAC.
Yeah, ISAC. And it was the question was from Arachnoid. And they asked, my question was more general about how the JCDC differs from the current ISACs.
And so, Michael, free to jump in here if I speak out of turn. I think the JCDC is more of an operational element within CISA, where we are able to leverage those relationships with the ISACs, with the Department of Defense, with federal law enforcement. So we're kind of the hub for sharing that information to and from the different stakeholders that it needs to go to. And in the instance of a major cyber incident, when they generate the National Cyber Incident Response Plan, you know, the JCDC is going to be part of that element within CISA to make sure that we're connecting all the dots together, making sure that our friends from the intelligence community have access to some of the different, I'll say, different artifacts that we're able to collect. And really, the JCDC is an operational element where I think the ISACs are more focusing on a particular critical infrastructure sector and looking at those particular IOCs that are occurring within those organizations within that sector.
The other side about the ISACs too is that each one is sector focused. All right, they have sector members, and they are effectively they're not government. All right, to put it mildly. All right, they have a mission, however, and that mission tends to support a shared mission between the industry that they represent and the government's mission at that point. And that allows them to do a lot of things that the government either can't do or that people don't want the government to do. All right. And I also want to say too that there's considerable value in the ISAC approach in getting the word out. If you're a member of an ISAC, you're pretty much guaranteed to be notified of when something really bad is happening, and including like the things that are just normal things that go on. And there's a continual, like, how do we do this better? Are we doing this well? Like feedback loop that kind of works around that within the ISAC. And I totally see the ISACs as being an important part of any JCDC output or input at this point, because they help provide some context. They provide a gateway to the sector. They provide an anonymizing function if entities want to report things to the government but don't necessarily want to put their name on it. The last thing that everybody wants is, or what I want to say is that there is a perception that the government will, take something and run with it on a couple of occasions, and nobody wants everybody camped out on their lawn for a while. So the ISACs provide that value in that side. So anyway.
Awesome. I'm going to jump into the next question because I know we're getting close to the time, and I want to make sure that the questions from the chat get a chance to be answered. So this is a great question, and especially because of the what we're doing here. And so I'm going to kick it off with, let's see, I'm going to kick it off with Alex on this one. Alex, as we look to the future, what are the skill sets universities need to be working on to prepare students for these future challenges that we're facing in cybersecurity?
Yeah, I will repeat myself. I would say the number one skill is like data analytics, and the tool sets that come together with it, like AI, machine learning, and for advanced analytics of in the realm of anomaly detection and planning, and from and from a broad perspective, I would say my last words on these questions would be like the skills required to understand and to address the conflict, the current conflict between efficiency and risk preparation on one side, and risk preparation and resiliency in the other side, which includes, and which are skills that includes a basic understanding of the economics and costs, and a basic understanding of resource planning. That's what I would say.
Awesome. Thank you, Alex.
And Ray, I just want to add to that. I think when I came out of school, I really focused on tech. And I think, we all really focused on technology and learning those skills. But I think one of the things that would help folks prepare, especially in this sort of theater of operation, is communication skills, influence strategies. Because again, if you think about the problems that we talked about earlier in terms of convincing someone in a business to take these cybersecurity threats seriously, certainly data is going to help them understand the scope and impact of it. But the other part of it that isn't being taught, at least not as much as I've seen, are how do you develop influence skills, communication skills, and strategies, these things that have traditionally been called soft skills, and how do you apply them with your technical expertise to woo folks to your point of view.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the technical skills are still important. I mean, folks to be inside cybersecurity, do they need to understand cloud computing? Of course, yes. But as you said, this should be part of a holistic package. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for the answer, Alex, and thank you for jumping in, Kira. Tony, I'm gonna pass the same question on to you.
I'll go back to what was previously said. I know when we go into a lot of these assessments, we meet a lot of technically smart people, but when they're trying to convey the risk to their board or their CEO, they're just not portraying the risk so that executive can understand it. So going back to the soft skills, once you end up at an organization and you're practicing or, helping secure that agency, you really need to learn what that business is. Because if you're able to convey what the risks are from a business perspective, if we lose this is going to shut down this particular segment of the network, or if we lose control of this PLC, we can't control the chlorine going into the water, and then we'll have, I'll say messed up water. So whatever that business perspective is within your organization, understand that and how cybersecurity affects it.
Thank you, Tony. Michael?
I think coming out of school, I was a little different. And what I would say is that over the past 15 years, what's really been valuable to me has been two components. Number one is recognizing when a technology has reached a critical mass within cybersecurity. All right, so things like sensors for watching network traffic, things like reverse engineering or antivirus or behavioral analytics, or some of these other technologies that are leveraged extensively within there. And I'm going to name a couple of vendors without an endorsement. You know, something like Splunk or Elasticsearch or Wireshark or some of the other tools that are used in order to go looking for malicious behavior. But the piece about that is that's the useful part. Okay, that's the piece about being able to tighten down pipes and do some basic electrical wiring, and you have an understanding of what work needs to be done and how to do it. The other piece too is having a firm footing to stand on: theory, digital theory, math, programming, science. All right, the underpinnings of all of those things are also incredibly important. My systems engineering classes in college, I still pull out the books for those. All right, how to build systems, how to build networks, how to think about things from a systematic point of view has been incredibly helpful to me. And then being able to learn quickly. All right, as you encounter a new problem, apply your base and your existing understanding of technology, because those new things came from the things that came before them. All right, all of this is standing on the shoulders of giants at this point, and having an understanding of how broad those shoulders are. All right, and how they can support you in learning the new ways. That's always been a key point too. And I know that's a little fuzzy, but that's been helpful to me in my career.
Yeah, Michael, back in the olden days when it was a 64K computer, it was easy to know everything that was on there. And now it's a lot harder to know that full stack.
So the funny thing is that 64K computer, all right, we still use components of that, some understanding of that. C and C++ were written, all right, and can still be written for that, as well as modern computers. All right, that tracing of technology all the way up. All right, that's your firm base at that point. I've even seen 64K, like Commodore 64 has an Ethernet port now. All right, if you're sneaky enough to put one in. So
so I just want to end I think we're just about out of time. I want to end with one last question I think is relevant. As we think about, careers, this is one of the most stressful careers. I've worked with folks that sit in the NOC for big companies, and, you guys have a lot of stress. There's huge impact. As we're coming out of COVID, hopefully, we've seen how important it is to, around being able to manage your stress level, being able to have work-life balance. As you guys think about how you do this in your daily life, what advice do you have for folks entering this skill set and entering this domain, and how would you advise them, to moderate their work-life balance and how to deal with stress? Tony?
That's a tough question. I'll say that if you look over my left shoulder here, let me try and get out of the way here. You can see a drum set back there.
Right on.
So when I get really frustrated, I set them up and I pound the heck out of them. So that's one stress relief there. I'm married, 2 kids, so I try to spend as much time with the family when we can. I do a lot of volunteer work to sort of keep me grounded. And shout out to my friends from Peace Camp Chicago. We also do a lot of volunteer work with them. It's not the easiest thing to do, finding that work-life balance. For the folks who work at a NOC or a more operational department, you're literally living from 12-hour shift to 12-hour shift. And sometimes I'll say it's an easy shift, and other times you're looking at things that could affect the nation's critical infrastructure. So I guess I would try to help find that balance. Hopefully there's something that you really enjoy doing that's somewhat healthy for you. So, we like to do a lot of cooking and eating at our house. So that seems to be one of our hobbies here, just from a cooking perspective.
I'm going to your house.
We do a lot of music. Oh, absolutely.
I'm coming to your house then. I'm a foodie.
Come on over. And once you find something, just kind of roll with it. I'm in my 50s, so it really, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, and I've figured out what works well for me that might not work well for everyone. Mm-hmm. But you'll find something that you really enjoy doing to the point where you literally forget about work. And if you can find something that helps you forget about work, I'd stick with it.
Right on. Alex?
Yeah, I just wanted to complement that. Regardless of whether you work on a NOC or you work on a home office, and we face, especially with the pandemic, it's becoming increasingly difficult to separate your office from your personal life. And I think everybody's facing it, regardless of the position and regardless your point in the career. So the way I try to cope with that is that if I can't separate it physically, I try to separate it mentally, and try to set, as to the extent possible, try to separate like time slots. So I'm still in the same physical space. I'm still living and working at home, but at least like mentally and time wise, I create buckets. So this is family time, this is work time, and I put my office clothes like when I when I go to work, regardless of if the work is still in my dorm. So I try to do a mental separation.
That makes sense. Michael, you want to close us out?
Yeah, I think one of the big ones is that there is a recognition that cyber is a 24/7 job in a lot of cases, but knowing and working really hard to determine what is actually something that you can affect and what really isn't, all right, is a big deal, all right. The other one too is a recognition that you're going to have surge hours, all right. You're going to have times when you're working 14 hours in a couple of cases, and you need to take care of yourself when those times are done. All right, you need to get to the point where you can walk away from it once it's reached a level of doneness at that point. Like I do. I like nature. I like getting out in nature, and I like unplugging from the technology that is my general life whenever possible, even though I'm on a solar powered bus that I have to repair on a regular basis. But when you find that, defend it is the other one too. All right. People have an understanding that you want a life outside of cyber as well. And yeah, I wish I had some more concrete guidance on that one, but a lot of it is figuring out what you want, being upfront about that, and communicating that effectively, which goes back to Sira's a couple of comments that Sira's made on that side regarding soft skills.
Yep. Sounds good. It's been great talking with you guys. Really appreciate all of your feedback and your experience. I've learned a ton, and I think other folks are probably going to learn a ton from your example. And thank you for your service, in this space. What do we got next, Ray?
All right, so thank you very much for the panelists for joining us. This has been fantastic. And so now we're going to transition into another video. This is going to be it's going to be a pre-recorded video from, let me see, from DOE-EERE. So let's go ahead and shoot into that. Barry?
Hello, I'm James Wolfe, the National Nuclear Security Administration, or NNSA, Associate Administrator for Information Management and Chief Information Officer. I'm happy to speak to you today about cybersecurity, its significance in the energy sector, and how NNSA contributes to increasing energy security throughout the country. For the past several years, the Department of Energy and NNSA have supported the CyberForce competition because we know that cybersecurity is a key component of our national security. It is essential in our work to maintain and enhance the safety and security of the U.S. nuclear weapons stockpile. My office is the principal organization for federal information management, information technology, and complex-wide cybersecurity for NNSA. We have the responsibility to ensure the availability of a secure infrastructure for mission support and information sharing for the nuclear security enterprise. As you all know, we have seen a rise in cyber threats these past few years. These cyber threats are rapidly changing, and as an organization, we must continue to remain apprised of the shifting cybersecurity landscape. We are on the front lines of protecting the information, systems, and networks NNSA depends on to execute its mission. Fortunately, employees at DOE and NNSA work in unison day in and day out to confront these cyber incidents head on. As a department, we strive to become better prepared so we can respond to these threats quickly and hopefully prevent cyber attacks in the future. We know that in order to achieve our national security goals and continually innovate in the area of cybersecurity, we must recruit, develop, and retain the best and brightest workforce today, as well as build an even stronger one for tomorrow. The people who will be part of this future workforce can benefit greatly from hands-on, real-world challenges such as today's CyberForce competition. It is my hope that you will embrace the tasks of today's competition, and through your engagement here, I hope that you envision a career in cybersecurity, whether it be in critical energy infrastructure or any of our country's 500,000 cybersecurity job opportunities available today. Good luck out there today, and thank you for participating in the CyberForce competition.
Awesome, and we're back. And so our next topic is going to be awesome. But the first thing I want to do, and Kira, you know what's coming up, and I know everybody's chomping at the bit at this because I've been chomping at the bit. And so I want to give kind of the standings. And so this has been going back and forth. And for a second there, like, all right, I'm a little biased because I have kids who graduated from the University of Central Florida. So I'm kind of rooting for the Knights, go Knights, charge on, type of thing. But right now we have the university. Here's the current standings, okay? In first place, we have the University of Alabama, Huntsville. Then we have the University of Central Florida, number 2. Lewis is number 3. Dakota State is number 4. New York University is number 5. Now, this is what I love about this competition. They're giving me kind of some hints for you all competing. Let's see. They told me that team number 1 and 2 are winning mostly due to the number of anomalies they found. If the teams want to catch up, jump on these anomalies. The top 5 teams are within 130 points of each other. So it's still early and very close. So get on it. And yeah, go Knights, charge on. I'm going to get some flack for that one. I know I'm going to get some flack, but you know what? Hey, gotta root for the Knights. So Kira, you want to take us into the next topic?
The next topic is the history of the program. We're going to hear from Amanda and Nate about what's next. So I'm really excited to hear what's coming up.
Same here. This is awesome, and I'm laughing because somebody says this warms my gray beard. So somebody's there. Furry Hurricane. Furry Hurricanes has a gray beard. That's awesome. All right, so we're gonna have Amanda and Nate on. They're gonna talk about the history of the program. And there's Amanda right there. Hey, Amanda, how you doing?
It's great.
All right, and there's Nate with his X-File background. So Nate, tell me the truth. I know you're hiding an alien back there. There's like an alien ship. Look at that. That looks like the set from the X-Files movie. Either that or you truly are Jigsaw. All right. So from the Saw movies, it's one of the two. All right, look at this.
Or it's just my basement. That's we've all turned these crazy work areas or crazy home areas into work areas. So.
All right. So why don't you guys take us over the history of the program and how did it start? Why do you do it? What sets it apart from other things that are going on in the industry, and what's the net result that you want to get out of this program?
Go ahead, Nate. You want to kick it off?
Sure. So I can start. My name's Nate. Just as a quick introduction, I know many of you guys have met Amanda and have worked with Amanda kind of throughout this entire program. I'm more kind of behind the scenes working. I've been working with competitions for a very long time now. I originally observed the old CDX, which was the military competition that occurred back in 2001. That was the 3 military institutions that actually kind of battled each other, and that they allowed universities to come and visit that in order to launch kind of public competitions. And so I was part of that initial event, and I've been running and assisting with competitions ever since then. So working with Iowa State Cyber Defense Competition, the CCDC program, Cyber ACES, NCL, all those elements. So with that, because of all those kind of exciting competitions, when I came to Argonne, the sort of gap that we identified was that there was not sort of a federally pushed competition that focused on OT, that had that operational technology, that had that cyber physical element to it. So with that, we created CyberForce. As Amanda stated, this has been our 7th iteration of it, and it's been a great success, and we have some exciting kind of next steps to talk about. But I know Amanda's got a lot more facts and figures, and Amanda's has been the face that I know everybody has worked with in this, and she's done an amazing job growing this program. And so I'm going to turn it over to her to kind of talk about some of the facts and figures and kind of how we've gotten to where we are right now, and then we'll move into the future. So, Amanda.
As my Apple Watch is pinging me, just making sure it wasn't a student. So yeah, I have a, I'm a slide gal. So let's see here if I can add this in. Hey, that's our background. So yeah, we started in 2016. And it was actually just at Argonne. And this was probably before even Department of Energy. This was kind of our test pilot to see, was this even something that colleges had an appetite for? So it was, and again, I'm a color person. The competitions work in color. So this year, people probably can see we're yellow this year. You'll see based on my coloring graphs what color we are every year. But we had 2 states. We had 8 teams from 7 universities that participated in 2016. And so when you heard some of the videos this morning, that's what we were talking about. We only had 8 teams that we started with. And now when you look at what we are today, where we had 135 teams that we had accepted into the competition. In 2017, it still was just Argonne that participated, but we grew already tremendously throughout just trying to get the outreach out there. The Department of Energy came in and we kind of started to partner. In that, as Nate mentioned, our vision is how do we grow this? Argonne's one lab. How do we get all kinds of schools and people involved? There's only so much space that we do have. So then we started looking at partnering. And so in our first year of partnering in 2018, which was in April, we brought in Pacific Northwest and Oak Ridge. So we kind of could get, the middle of the United States and then 2 sides of the United States for the most part to take part in it. And so we could kind of start to scope out some more of the map. And then what's unique is that we were in the spring for these first 3 iterations. It doesn't work out well with students when you're butting up really close against other collegiate competitions. So as Nate mentioned, like CCDC, there's a lot of regionals and whatnot going on right there in the springtime as well. So we were equally competing with that. And we're not trying to compete. We want everyone to be able to participate in all the competitions out there, make yourself better. So we said, well, let's move ours. So in 2018, why not? Just a few short months later, we threw on a whole nother one and added a whole bunch of more labs. So we could get even more going on. So we went from 3 labs to 7 labs in December of 2018 and added a whole bunch of more universities. And then we stuck in that end of the year. So November, December timeframe. And then we had 10 labs in 2019, which was our last in-person one, which I'm going to little tear here because I do miss our in-person competitions. But we had 10 national labs from all around the United States. So as you can see, this beautiful pink map, we kind of were good to go, minus the chef in the middle here, which is kind of ironic. We need to finish out his figure here, which is where we gotta go. So in 2020, pandemic hits, we're virtual. As you can see, purple kind of really took over here for us. we actually moved it to individual. So we took the opportunity to say, well, if we're going to go virtual, let's see how individual CyberForce competition works out for us. Since students were already not going to be working together in teams, they were likely not going to be at the university. Why put the added stress on them of trying to work and figuring out how to get a team motivated working around? So we did do our first individual one, which worked out well. We also got lessons learned, but it was exciting nonetheless. So 2020, we saw a huge growth, but it's difficult to compare again when you're working in teams normally. But here we are with this beautiful yellow this year in 2021. We started to fill out our chef a little bit here in Missouri. Arkansas, we're still looking for you. But, you know, we're growing. And that's kind of what we're looking at, is at the end of the day, we're really trying to get everyone from around the United States to participate here in CyberForce. Again, just to kind of get everyone to understand what's going on. So how does that look? Competition over time. I'm a color gal. The color represents the first time that state participated here in CyberForce. So whether it was from 2016 all the way through to this year, I just find it fascinating when you look at it to figure out kind of when your state started to participate here. And again, it's not based on you, it's just that first time that your state participated. And so, again, exciting. We're at 135 teams. That puts us well over the 900 students. We have over, 400 volunteers. And volunteers put in so much effort and work for this. It's crazy to think. So I appreciate every year the amount of, interest that we get. I get people who email almost a month after CyberForce and it's like, are you ready for next year? And I'm still trying to decompress after this one. And so it's exciting to get those, right away. So
what bit of
we're at for 2021.
Amanda, what bit of feedback do you get from the students once they're done? Because I can imagine that they're excited, they're pumped up, they have pressure, and just being a competitor myself, I know they want to win. They're like chomping at the bit. What's the feedback that you get?
So that's why and even in my beginning one, I know in years past, especially when we're in person, that's what I really miss is being in person, because on the Friday, so what it would have been yesterday, we used to have a mandatory, I shouldn't say really mandatory, but an in-person kind of check-in where everyone could check your networks, get yourself set up. We would go around the room at Argonne, and again, I presume at all the other labs, they do the same thing, but we do like kind of a check-in. Hi, I'm Amanda, or hi, I'm whomever, and you get to actually meet these people that you would be just virtually been talking with for the last several weeks. And you kind of get a sense of understanding of like how either in the water they felt they were already, and or like how confident they felt that they were before it. And I just think it's interesting to see it, because like I said, I miss it being virtual because you don't really get to see any of like the eye-opening that occurs of, a red team taking over or something that happens. Whereas in person, all of a sudden you see, the cat meme that shows up on someone's website that we totally hardened this. And all of a sudden, that comes up and you're like, well, gosh darn. And, you could just see, like hands and face, like feeling so defeated. And you're just like, but see, that's the learning portion of this. It's just trying to figure out, it's not really we're not trying to make them feel bad. It's like, no, remember, let's go back. How did they get in? And now we learn, go back. And that's what we've actually literally done is at times, like Red Team has gone back in and actually done a coaching session with them for teams that just feel like, I thought I fixed it. And you just keep coming back in. They will literally just sit there on a website and just communicate back and forth with them. All right, well, I literally got in on this port. Like, you need to block that port. So it's really meant to just kind of educate and get these students prepared.
That's awesome. and specifically, I remember a story on the first year we actually ran this, where we actually had a team. It was obviously their first time sort of competing in a competition per se, and they they got destroyed like within the first couple hours. I mean, the red team came in and erased everything, and it was a crash and burn sort of scenario. Something that we now sort of, we try to discourage the red team from doing so quickly. But as such, the team just got wiped out. Everything was erased, all that stuff, and it was really exciting that the team actually, stepped up and tried to restore things from backup and tried to move things forward. And they ended up, finishing in like a third place sort of finish, even though they had to kind of rebuild everything and they had to kind of start over. But it was great to have that sort of spirit and to see that kind of continual fight, which is, just a wonderful sort of moment as part of this.
You know what I love, Nate, is that somebody in here mentioned that you inspired them, that you went and spoke with their club, and that's what inspired them to come and do the competition. And that's a testament to the work that you all are doing. This is great. You have fans. You have fans, Nate.
He has a fan. He has a fan.
Hey, go Nate. Go Nate. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. I think he's turning. I think his cheeks are blushing. Look at this. Like, oh,
There you go.
there we go. Ray's dancing. God, why? So no, and then the other one says the competition has a focus on some softer skills. What was the drive for that?
I guess I can answer that. I think a lot of people hate that I push that in. And that's where I think in part I love the point of our webcast this year is on the various roles in cybersecurity. So my background is actually in business, and I transitioned into cybersecurity. And I think what people tend to lack even in a general job is your soft skills. Like, can you speak? Can you write? Can you, just general soft skills. And people presume cybersecurity, you're behind a computer screen, you don't have to talk, you don't have to you just do your job, you turn it in. But at the end of the day, you have to ask for a budget. You need to be able to communicate on what you did, why you did it. And I think that gets overlooked so much. And so we try to go back and put an emphasis on, it's not like the major point of the competition, but at the end of the day, yes, you need to do documentation. You need to be able to articulate to someone what I got and what I did. Because at the end of the day, when you go to a new company, you're going to want them to have that for you. So you may as well learn how to provide that to someone, because you would want to leave the next person that gets your job somewhat of a nice present. And then same with speaking. A lot of people hate speaking. I get it. I equally am not a big fan of speaking. I can do it, but it's how do you approach the topic? When you get technical, we start talking in jargon. Everyone does, no matter what your job is. You start talking in acronyms, you start throwing things out, presuming everyone knows what you're talking about. But when you start thinking through, I have to talk to a CEO, they're not going to know what you're talking about. When you talk to your COO, they're not going to know what you're talking about. So at the end of the day, it's making them think through, how can I sell and or, convey my point of view? Like, I need money, or, I need to hire a new person. Costs money to the business, but it's a benefit at the end of the day. I really need to do that. But I can't just be like, oh, well, it's because I need $25 million for a firewall, blah, 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 blah. It just sounds like word vomit to someone, and they go, yeah, but that 25 million can go to, Barb over here who also needs it. And I understood her pitch so much better.
That sounds like how I talk to my wife, and she just looks at me with this blank stare, like, what are you talking to me about? Why?
But I think this is a super important point, Amanda, because, as someone who talks to boards all the time, I can't go to a board and say, like you said, I need 25 million for a firewall. But what I could say to them is, hey, we're seeing a number of additional attacks. The value of our product will go down if it's exploited. And as such, we need to make this investment. And we can negotiate over time, because the board or these other professionals aren't going to be able to give us technical feedback, but they could give us feedback on how to balance and prioritize some of this work. I mean, I think about this in terms of like Independence Day. If you think about Independence Day, the movie, Jeff Goldblum really lacked communication skills. And if he had done a better job of being able to talk to all of these parties, it would have been less of a black swan event. So, I really love that the competition's focusing on these things as well.
Yeah, and one of the things we've been very thrilled with of the competition is that it continues to evolve every year. I mean, if you participated 2 or 3 years ago, it's a lot different now. I mean, even this sort of webcast was something, we just started a couple years ago as a way to try to replicate that sort of in-person feel. And we were inspired by, a lot of esports competitions and those elements, and to create this, to have commentators, talking about the scoring and going back and forth, and to have, educational talks and panels and all those elements kind of, weaved in throughout the day. So yeah, I mean, it's the competition is going to keep changing, and we love that. We're going to keep highlighting skills. We're going to keep adding more and more to it. We love the idea that we kind of flood the teams with so much to do that it is impossible to do everything. So they have to pick and choose. They have to prioritize. They have to have a diverse team with a diverse skill set in order to actually succeed.
Yep.
So yeah, and we're excited about some of the future directions all this is going. And so I want to pass back to Amanda to talk a little bit about the portal and talk a little bit about some of the directions we're going next.
Sure. So on top of it, obviously in 2021, we've been, everyone's been enjoying their households probably more than they'd like. So we added a couple additional competitions this year on top of CyberForce as being our pinnacle main one. So it's our Conquer the Hill series, which is meant to stay as individual virtual competitions. So we will always keep CyberForce. That will be our team competition. We have Conquer the Hill, which will be individual virtual. And those go out throughout the year. So we had Adventure, which is for those that do participate in CyberForce, it's kind of our anomaly-based competition. And then we had Rain, which is an escape room-based competition. So those happen throughout the year. And then on top of that, we enhanced our portal that we had for those that participated last year to be more of an immersive environment. And so that is being rolled out for this competition for students. That'll include training opportunities, their report card from the competitions. It also includes hot links out to our virtual career fair, the competition platforms and whatnot. And then obviously the goal moving forward is really to take that ability for the trainings that they are doing to bring those back into the portal and help them understand what other skill sets either they need based on their aptitude or interests, and or just what are you good at, and kind of help them guide like what career paths you would be good at, or what do you want to do, and maybe we can help you better yourself in that path, I guess. What you want to do and what you're good at could be two different things. I might be good at forensics, but that might not be my job. And or vice versa. I might be terrible at forensics, but that might be really what I want to do. And so trying to get people to understand that those are two different things, and giving them the options to do it. So we're really excited to do that. It's going to take some time and work, but I guess I envision the chutes and ladders, and I say that because I have a 5-year-old, so that's a heavy game that we play in our household. You're going to make some steps forward in your progress of whatever career you're looking for, but understanding that once in a while you're going to hit the slide of your skill sets, and you're going to go down, and you're going to have to make your way back through. And so we're super excited for that, and then we're hoping here in 2022 to add another. Well, I don't really like calling them mini competitions, but another smaller version of a competition here for the year. So we have a lot on our plates, but
yeah, and additionally, we're exploring even changing the age aspects a little bit and see if we can take a similar type of competition and have professionals kind of run through this, or even high school students kind of run through this. And so we're very excited about finding ways to sort of expand that pipeline. The college element is the critical piece of the target, but we're looking at expanding that, looking at professionals and how can people that maybe haven't considered cyber but have spent 20 years in a different career field shift over to cyber and get that passion, as well as inspire that passion at a younger age, and get people that may have not even considered cybersecurity as a career field in high school or middle school or younger ages excited about it and willing to sort of leap in and consider cybersecurity as a career field.
I love that, Nate, because a lot of people want to get into cyber. They're taking these courses, and it's the age-old adage: you want to get experience, but you need a job to get experience. And since you don't have experience, you can't get that job. And I see this as an opportunity to get that foot in the door and say, I've competed, I've done this, and it's just a good resume builder for a lot of folks who want to do it. I think this is a great idea. I love it.
Yeah, I think so too. I started coding in high school, and I think if I had known about something like this, I would have absolutely wanted to join.
And I think that's, like I said, what Nate mentions, having we call it a diverse team, but if people, that's why we purposefully put out the rules of prior year competitions out on the website. We don't hide anything. You get to see everything that we've done for the last 6 iterations. Look at the 7th iteration once this one's over with. And so if anyone's interested in well, I don't know if my school is ready to do it, they can look and they can clearly see, oh, there's a speaking portion, there's a writing. And so if you see that, you have that ability to go, who do I know? And, or, like in our group, who might be the right people to ask or think through? Because at the end of the day, thinking back of a time, I'd probably be a really good candidate for someone who wanted to be like, oh, we need a writer. I could write for someone back in college. I probably would not have been great on the technical side, but hey, you want me to write for you or speak for you? Sign me up. But, and that's where, like I said, it was because I took a lot of business classes. But, that's in the day and age, the diversity element is really thinking through. You have a lot of different scoring elements, and the anomalies alone that the teams make, I think there's over 40 something this go around, which is a lot in the day. And those are all mapped to all the different, categories of the NIST framework. And just those alone, if one person's trying to take that over, that's more than someone can handle in a day. And that's so think about trying to go through that in your entire day. That's many different hats. So 51, there we go. I'm sure that's Jennifer. So thanks, Jennifer. 51. So there's, that's crazy nonsense. So.
And by the way, it looks like Amanda has fans too. So.
Yeah.
Needed Amanda on my team back in 2018 when I had the wrong hyperlink on our doc. That's awesome. And you know what? Again, going back to what I was saying earlier, it looks like these ideas for different formats and different target groups is a big hit. And looking at the comments, people are excited about that. They like the fact that you're thinking about high school. They're looking at they're talking about the professional setting. This is great. I love the fact that you're trying to expand this out, and it's also going to help you in terms of getting other organizations to help sponsor and contribute to these types of things, because this is a great way of building out the workforce and getting more people involved. And again, I am a big fan of diverse viewpoints and bringing in folks with diverse talents, and this is an opportunity to do that.
Definitely.
Awesome. So I know we're at the top of the hour. And do we have a new scoring update? Oh, there it is. Oh, UCF is back on top. Go Knights. Yes. So good. All right. And we lost Amanda, and there goes Nate. But you know what? I'm very excited about this. UCF, my Knights are back on top, and followed by Lewis in second, the University of Alabama in third, the University of California, Santa Cruz in fourth. So things are going really, really well. I mean, this is exciting. This is back and forth. Isn't that the best type of competition, Kira? Back and forth like that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You don't want one team dominating. It's really great to see that it's genuinely a competition.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's and I've been in competitions where I've seen college teams just blow out everybody else, and then you're like, why am I doing this? This is not fun. But no, there's definitely folks staying on top of it. So I love the passion behind it. I really wish I could be on that floor and just watching the students huddle and going at it. And if I came up to them, seeing them go snarl at me, get away from me. I'm trying to do hacks here or something like that, which is awesome. So this is really great news. I love seeing the back and forth. So We have another pre-recorded video, and this one, since I had messed it up last time, I'm going to let you kind of take the introduction to this video because I borked it last time.
This one is super interesting, Ray. I was reading a little bit about DOE's EERE team, which is the video, which is the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. And this group's super interesting because, you know, their mission is to make sure that not only that we have a clean energy economy, which to me is super important because it's self-sustaining. An economy is where folks are actually making money on it. They specifically say that they want to address environmental injustices that affect, you know, communities of color, low income, indigenous communities. They talk about fostering a STEM workforce. Again, super important in this era when we see folks, as you talked about, struggling between getting the experience and needing a job to get the experience. So that's really great. And developing a really robust training program for the workforce. And also that final part that we were talking about earlier in the panel, which is about, you know, passing on learnings from state to state, local governments, is how do we share information, you know, about this. So I'm really curious to see what this video is about and learn a little bit more about the EERE.
Alejandro Moreno, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Renewable Power from DOE's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. I'm excited to have the opportunity to speak to you today about the importance of cybersecurity in the energy sector and how my office plays a role in improving energy security throughout the country. For more than a decade, our office, EERE, has sought to bring cybersecurity into early stage technology R&D for renewable energy. The North American energy system is huge and very complex, and the system is constantly changing with more natural gas, more renewable energy, and other power generation, distribution, and transmission components being built and integrated into the system all the time. And the system will have to change even more if we're going to achieve a power system that is 100% clean by 2035. This means we're likely to see major increases in the amount of renewable energy like wind and solar power on the grid, new types of batteries and storage, and that for existing plants we have on the system that are flexible and dispatchable, like hydropower, which you're focused on in this year's competition, as well as nuclear and coal or gas with CCUS, it becomes even more important to know that they're there to do exactly what you need when you need it, whether it's surging to meet demand or ramping down quickly as the wind picks up. And at the same time, advances in power electronics will allow the US electric grid to become more decentralized, more distributed, to connect more internet-connected controls and sensors at demand centers, think of your Nest thermostat, and allow centralized plants to rely more and more on remote operations. This latter is particularly true for hydropower, where many plants no longer need to have anyone full-time on site. Both more renewables and more sophisticated real-time operation have many benefits, but they also have the potential to introduce new cybersecurity risks, risks that it's critical we understand and proactively mitigate. And that's where you come in. You can become part of the cyber defense workforce of the future. CyberSeek, a project from the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education, logged 464,000 online job listings for cybersecurity-related positions last year. Workforce development programs such as CyberForce are designed to help you develop your skills and gain expertise so you can confidently apply to cybersecurity job opportunities and excel at them once you're there. The CyberForce competition provides hands-on, realistic experience managing physical and cyber threats to the energy sector. With this year's scenario focused on hydropower, you can employ innovative defense strategies and techniques while dealing with real-world conditions, including known and unknown vulnerabilities, added challenges from company acquisitions, and limited time and resources to improve the system's security. What makes this competition so unique is the focus on system continuity, or the end user's ability to continue operations. Each team will be scored today on your innovative ideas and your ability to avoid service disruptions. So thank you for competing today. I hope that you learn a lot from the experience and you choose to pursue a future career in the nation's cyber workforce so that our energy sector can benefit from your innovative strategies and ideas. Best of luck to each of you.
Hi, everyone. We are back, and the next segment is going to be on hydropower outlook with, I'm a little afraid I'm going to butcher her name, Linda Coachi?
Chiachi.
Thank you, Linda. So, yes, as you can imagine, my name is often mispronounced, so I feel
That's
bad when I
okay.
do it.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, thank you for joining us today.
Howard, I'm delighted to be here. Both Bree Mellon and myself are delighted to be here on behalf of the Hydropower Foundation.
Great.
So
maybe you
we're
could
going to talk a little
bit maybe you could tell us a little bit about the Hydropower Foundation.
Sure, we'll talk a little bit about the Hydropower Foundation, but I just wanted to quickly jump back to some of that earlier discussion on policy, if I could, before we dive into this.
Yeah,
I've spent almost 50 years in Washington on policy work. Before coming to the Hydropower Foundation, I worked for the National Hydropower Association. I was their CEO for 30 years, and so primary job was lobbying, obviously on behalf of the hydro industry. But before that, I spent 18 years lobbying on behalf of the counties and towns and townships. So it's really, I thought it was a fascinating discussion that you had on policy and how we move policy going forward. And I just wanted to offer a few things. The gentleman who was speaking in response absolutely is correct in terms of politics, which has gotten far worse in Washington, to try to really move policy forward. It's become so partisan that it's almost impossible. So I leave you with a few tips on this. It really comes down to what industry is doing and focusing on the actions at the industry level and the actions at state level. Don't overlook the states. You can't move the national government that easily anymore. It's very slow. But states are the incubators for a lot of innovation, and they see problems first. And so I wouldn't overlook the fact that you have all the various states. You don't want a patchwork of policy, certainly across the nation, but it bubbles up. So when the states begin to work on something, the national government follows. It takes a while because there's so much inertia. But I just wanted to offer that tip. It's certainly something that we saw at the National Association, and I think it's still true today.
Wow, that's a really great point, Linda. Thank you. And maybe you could also introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself again. As we've talked about today, the importance of inclusion is important. So seeing someone, like yourself, a woman like yourself in this industry and with this influence, we'd love to hear a little bit about you and how you got started, as well as Bree, and then a bit more about the foundation.
Sure. Well, I've been with the Hydro Foundation for the last 2 years when I stepped down from my CEO position at the National Hydropower Association. And there is a relationship. The National Hydropower Association in the early 1990s, while I was the CEO, actually created the Hydropower Foundation. We did it as an opportunity to accept and be a conduit for funds. So I spent 30 years at NHA, actually as their CEO, running the organization, primarily working policy, but also building the organization. When I started out, the organization was very small, and I was probably the only woman always in the room, which is very interesting, working with an all-male board and working with an all-male industry. Men always don't listen when you're a woman, I found, so you have to find ways, obviously, to get their attention and to get them to follow you. But I also worked very, very closely in those years with the other renewable associations. We were all very small back in those days, back in the early 1990s. We all co-located, and so wind, solar, hydro, biomass, geothermal, we were all in the same space for a while, which helped us to collaborate and work together. But before I went to NHA, I worked for 2 years with the American Public Power Association, and that's where I was introduced to hydropower. I was helping the organization lobby on some issues, and I was hired as a tax lobbyist. That's what I had done prior to that. And I fell in love with hydro, as everybody does when they get into the hydro industry. And so I ended up moving over to take over the Hydropower Association, which is a primary lobby trade association in, I guess it was the late 1990, 1991 timeframe. But before that, in American Public Power Association, I said I spent 13 years lobbying. mostly tax issues and economic development work at the National Association of Counties and the National Association of Towns and Townships. So that's my story.
That's great. That's a great story, and thanks for sharing it, Linda. I understand that you have a presentation. Maybe we go into the
you can pull it up
and then take some questions on the end. How does that sound?
Sure. And I'll have Bree give it just a few moments. Maybe we can start off with Bree talking a little bit about her background. We didn't get to talk to her. Bree.
That sounds great.
Sure. Yeah, hi, thanks for having me. I'm Bree Menlin, Program Director with the Hydropower Foundation. And I didn't set out to actually work in hydropower. I kind of ended up there, and as Linda said, I kind of fell in love, and here I am 8 years later. But I started out working in hydropower as an event planner. Brenna Vaughn, who used to work for the foundation, she's now the executive director at the Northwest Hydroelectric Association. She, in a pinch, needed an event planner for a Turbine Runner 5K. And it was the very first one that we did alongside a Hydrovision National Conference. And I planned that event along with a celebration dinner that we did. And I never left. I just kept doing more events, and now the Turbine Runner, we just had our 7th one last year virtually, and which is a little bit different to do a 5K virtually, but we did it. And then now we've grown to not only do fundraising events, but we also have a lot of workforce programs, and so I have the pleasure of leading those and spreading the good word of hydropower. And fun fact, my husband works in hydropower, and if you would have ever told us that we would work in the same industry, that we would have never thought that.
That's great, Bree. Maybe we could we've got Linda muted because there was some echo on her side, but maybe we can transition to the presentation and learn a little bit more about hydropower. You might have to unmute yourself, Linda, if you're talking.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I see. Well, I think we can move on to the next slide. As Bree said, we're delighted to be here today to talk to you a little bit about hydropower. So we're going to offer you a little bit of background on the Hydropower Foundation, on hydropower itself, its current status, some challenges. Obviously, your topic for this webinar, webcast on cybersecurity and how that affords a lot of great opportunity within the hydro industry today. And just give you a little bit of a glimpse of workforce in general and the opportunities that are within the industry and some of the work we're doing to help promote the next generation and train the next generation of hydropower. So we can go to the next slide quickly. And I will go through these slides quickly so that we have an opportunity to talk a little bit of, answer questions. Our mission is pretty simple. It's to increase water power communities' opportunity to contribute to society and the environment. This is a fairly new mission statement that came out about a year ago. We had a lot of discussion about our role. Obviously, we're not a trade association. We're a 501c3 nonprofit created in 1994 as a conduit to receive funds for research to develop the first fish-friendly turbine. And it was a challenge to the Department of Energy to work with us. So that was some time ago, obviously, but since then our programs have expanded. And you can see where our area of focus includes environmental conservation, water management. A lot of our work is in workforce development. We are particularly focused today on diversity, equity, and justice issues. And we also have our original mission of research focused on the hydropower industry itself and its operations. So we can do the next slide, and we'll talk a few facts here to talk a little bit about an overview on hydro. Hydro counts for 5 to 7% of the U.S. generation. It's stayed pretty constant over the last 5 to 8 years. It's dropped, obviously, as other technologies have expanded, particularly wind and solar. Our capacity today is 102 gigawatts, and 23 gigawatts of that is in the form of pump storage. And pump storage is the nation's largest storage battery right now in terms of grid scale or utility scale storage. So it plays an incredibly important role in terms of securing our grid system because it provides the grid resiliency, and it certainly enables other renewables as we see more wind and solar growing. It's 45% energy, and again, it's dropped. I think when I first went to NHA, it was something like 70%. So you can see this quick growth of renewables, and then hydro's portion of that has decreased over time. And unique to hydropower, unlike any other renewable, 51% of its generation is federally owned between the Corps of Engineers, the Bureau of Reclamation, and TVA. Other owners include states like NYPA, the New York Power Authority, local governments. We certainly see that particularly out in the Northwest where there's a lot of public power, co-ops, and then there's of course the large investor-owned private owners and IPPs. It's a hugely diverse industry as a result in terms of ownership, and also I'll talk a little bit about in terms of size. But the fact that the ownership is so varied makes it extremely hard to unify it on particularly on policy issues and addressing some of its challenges, because all of its challenges are unique to those particular types of owners. So we can go to the next slide. Just quickly, I put this in here because a lot of people think that hydropower is primarily only in the Northwest. So they think of Hoover Dam, or they think of some of the large projects in the Northwest, which are federally owned. But it's not. It's a resource that is spread across the United States, extremely important. And again, going back to Hoover, people think that's what hydropower is, that it's these large projects. But in reality, the average project is extremely small and medium-sized. Those are an anomaly, and again, it's because they're federally owned. We can move to the next slide. So just quickly, hydropower is a multi-purpose resource. It was built or offers a number of benefits we call social benefits for the industry. It provides for water supply, flood control, and recreation. I wonder if you think about hydropower, one of the largest reasons why hydropower is built. A lot of people think it was energy. Energy only provided the revenue in order for to pay for the cost of the projects themselves. But the largest number one reason why hydropower was built is recreation. It surprised me when I first started working through the industry. And then you look at water supply and flood control. It has significant growth potential. That's because there's more than 80,000 dams in the United States, and only 3% of those projects currently are powered. So there's tremendous opportunity to power on these dams that don't currently have power and were built again for other purposes. It's an aging industry. We're the first renewable resource. In fact, Mr. Ford actually started his Ford industry in the early days through hydropower. It powered his first plants. So it's been around for a long time. It has been reinvested over time, but because of the fact that it is the oldest and first renewable within the US, 50% of our hydroturbines today are either 60 years or older. Tremendously large challenge for the industry in terms of addressing its aging factor. And aging isn't just generally, and Bree will talk about this later, not just in the facilities themselves. We're an aging industry when it comes to workforce as well. So there's lots of challenges as a result of that. There's tremendous opportunities for reinvestment and modernization to meet new demands. And obviously one of the areas that is moving forward in terms of reinvestment is the whole area of digitalization, which relates to your cybersecurity issue for this webcast. So we can go to the next slide real quick. We'll move along. This comes out of the hydropower vision. When I was still at NHA, worked hard and lobbied hard with the Department of Energy for many years to develop a vision for hydropower. And finally, in 2016, we published through a broad stakeholder community the first real hydropower vision. And in that, one of the main reasons we wanted to do that was to show that hydro is not dead, that it has tremendous growth opportunity, that it is a resource for the future, as well as having powered and had an amazing past. And so we did issue it in 2016. And out of that came recognition that there's another 50 gigawatts of hydro that can be built here in the United States. And we set a goal looking at it by building it by 2050. So that's why you see 50 by 2050. The largest area for growth is still in the storage area, pump storage. And a lot of that's being driven by the growth of wind and solar. then developing on non-power dams, and with upgrading the existing hydro facility. That's 6.3%. It's because, again, the system's aged and requires and needs a lot of reinvestment. We can go to the next slide. This again comes out of the vision and just shows you where that growth, it stacks where that growth is and the opportunities. But what I really wanted to draw your attention to is at the bottom, where it has the lines, describes what the lines mean on the charts to the right of the bar chart. And that's the business as usual, what will happen if we don't do anything. Then there's the whole category of advanced technology, low-cost finance, and then a combination. So what we determined, or we figured out when we worked on the vision, was we had focused a lot first on policy issues, thinking we needed better tax policy that would help grow the industry. But what we learned as we modeled and began to look at what really moved the needle for growth, that it was much broader and larger than just tax policy. So without advanced technology, without looking at the low-cost finance, and that is reducing some of the costs of the development of hydro, as well as tax policies that make a difference and RPS policies that can make a difference. Unless you have that, along with the environmental considerations of how you site these projects and how you address the environmental issues, you're not going to see growth. So when you look and see that yellow line, it's pretty amazing when you combine all of these specific requirements or needs, and you see how it jumps. But without that, you can see how it lags in terms of its growth opportunities. So we can move on to the next slide. So one of the reasons why the hydropower industry really needs to grow is because of this particular slide, and you see how the electric system itself, the whole electricity sector is changing. I have never seen such significant, I would say, unpredictability in terms of what's going to happen in regard to the future. When you look at these charts and you see the tremendous growth of wind, in terms of offshore wind and solar, in terms of both utility grade and solar rooftop, it's pretty significant how we are going to see our electricity system change. So what does that mean in terms of the rest of the energy mix? You can see that hydropower has dropped a little bit. And again, because this chart doesn't take into effect that we've actually addressed those areas that I had mentioned in that earlier slide. It's assuming that policy and energy costs and finance all will stay about where they are or create more challenges for hydro. And as a result, you're seeing significant growth in wind and solar, where there's been an awful lot of policy to promote it over these last decade. And that obviously creates some significant issues for hydro. But most importantly, it's a chart that shows that hydro is becoming critically more important for our electric system as we move forward and as we move toward a carbon-free or clean energy economy. So you can move to the next slide, and that's because of these reasons. Hydropower has tremendous electricity benefits. In fact, MISO several years ago put out a chart, and it had 13 characteristics that were required to secure the grid and bring the resiliency to the grid is necessary when you see that tremendous anticipated growth of wind and solar. And what it determined, out of the 13 characteristics, hydro had 12. It was the only resource that provided 12 of those characteristics to secure our grid. And that's because of some of these electricity benefits that hydro has. Black spark, spinning reserve, frequency regulation, inertia, reactive power. All of these provide for a secure and extremely flexible grid system, which is where we're headed and what we need in terms of the electricity changes that are happening today. So if you move on to the next slide. Hydro has other benefits, obviously, besides its electricity benefits. Its electricity benefits, as I mentioned, is critically important today and will grow more important as we move forward. But it also has other benefits. Certainly, as we can talk about climate change today, I've been watching what's been going on at COP26. There's obvious interest in continuing to move the global community and trying to find solutions to reduce greenhouse gases. We're running out of time in terms of addressing this as a critical issue. And hydropower has a tremendous role to play, particularly as we grow it and we grow the other renewables in reducing carbon in our electric system. It provides air pollution benefits. It has a significant benefit in terms of water reduction and saving water. Obviously, that's another critical issue with regard to the climate. And most particularly, it provides tremendous new job opportunities for the industry. And those job opportunities are in a hugely diverse area. Unlike a lot of the other energy resources that you see, hydropower has significant variety, but we also have the same challenge as the electricity system in terms of diversity. So we move to the next slide. So there are challenges to growth, and those challenges are specifically the cost to build. Hydropower is hugely expensive. The capital intensive costs are significant, and they're growing. Obviously, as you look at some of the inflation issues that we've seen in terms of concrete and other expenses, it's even becoming more expensive as time goes on. So that capital intensive cost is certainly a hindrance. It has a long lead time in development, and that's both for construction as well as its licensing system. And it has a very long and unpredictable licensing period. It can go anywhere from 10 to 20 years to license a project. And that's true of our relicensing too. We have about a fourth of the hydro system today that's coming up for relicensing. We anticipate that a lot of those projects will be decommissioned because they can't get through the long lead time to develop them and to relicense those projects and the cost involved in that, particularly when we're in a mode of low energy costs. And then there's the difficulty in attracting investment. Investors look for a return in a period of 3 years or so, 3 to 5, really beyond that. If you're looking at a construction period, licensing period of anywhere from 10 to 20 years, you're going to have most of the investment community walk away. They're looking for that return far more immediate than waiting for that project to finally turn some revenue. And so those are all the major challenges we have. Obviously, environmental issues are large. They loom large within the industry. We've done a good job in learning to steward the resource, but there's still work that needs to be done. So the next slide, please. So cybersecurity, obviously you have a significant interest in this issue today. And, it's obviously a very, very important issue, and it's growing in importance. So the industry has worked over the last, I'd say, several decades to modernize its operations. And as it modernized, it really looked to remote operations. So a lot of our projects, which are in remote areas, are actually managed from headquartered areas in urban centers. So there is this opportunity, obviously, for a challenge with concern for keeping their systems, their SCADA systems, secure. And so that's a growing issue with regard to the industry. Now, when we talk a little bit about, where the industry is in terms of cybersecurity and security in general, when 9/11 happened, I was still at the NHA, and there was significant concern, obviously, right after the incident that how do we secure our dams? How do we secure our private property areas and the facilities of these projects? There's tremendous amount of recreation that's offered. You don't recreate in a wind farm, but you do recreate on a hydro facility. And so there's all these picnic areas and trails and obviously the boating that takes place on the reservoirs. How do you prevent the opportunity that would allow people to become so close to your facilities that they could somehow endanger it? So that became one of the largest focuses. And what we saw at that time was a real interest in taking physical security actions. So they closed down their recreation centers. They closed down their visitor centers. There are some cases where we have projects where the road is actually on the dam. They shut those roads down. They took down information that was on the websites with regard to their facilities and where their facilities were. At the time, we were looking at the categorization, FERC had put out a new policy on the categorization of high hazard versus low hazard dams. We were all working to provide instruction on that and comment. All that was taken down off of the internet systems. When a hydro project is licensed or relicensed, they provide a lot of maps and information about their facilities. We were asked to remove those from the internet system. So you couldn't go into the FERC system and see an actual scheme of the hydro facility itself. So it was really all focused on location, where these projects are, and how do you secure them from a physical standpoint. As time went on, however, particularly as they began to see some real attempts to hack into their SCADA systems and impact their gates and their projects themselves in terms of their operation, became a huge issue for the industry. But I can tell you, this is particularly true because most of them are trying to modernize in order to get into the grid system. I mean, the way we call projects up now in the grid system is all done through digitalization in internet. And so the concern has become extremely large as they look to enter into markets and play in those markets. They have the double challenge now of ensuring that they're secure in doing that. And the industry is not really ready. And this isn't something that is just within the domestic industry. We've had a lot of discussions over the years globally that this is a problem. I know DOE has looked at this and is interested in this. There are others, obviously. You had some earlier discussions there at the government and how the government's trying to come together to address this problem. But the industry itself does not have, I think, the wherewithal and the ability to address this alone. And so what we're seeing is a huge number of consultants that have come forward and providing their expertise in working with the industry. So the industry is aware that this is a huge challenge, and it is now reaching out and working with various consultants to help them. And there's great career opportunities for getting into cybersecurity for the industry, because they know this is a problem and they know they don't have that expertise in-house for the most part. They look to the outside. So with that, I'm done with my portion, and I'm going to turn this over to Bree and let her talk a little bit about the workforce.
Sounds great. We have about a few minutes left for our next session, so Bree, love to hear from you.
Yeah, absolutely. If you'll go to the next slide, please. Yeah, right there. That's perfect. So yeah, just like Linda said, there are definitely opportunities in hydro. Cybersecurity is one of them. A lot of people think of engineers immediately when they think of hydro, and while we do need all types of engineers, we also need project managers. We need fish biologists. We need project managers for water, land management, and what we're really an overwhelming need is for trades. We need welders and machinists that work there on site at our projects to help work on those. So there's definitely a variety. We need executive management. We need communication majors. We need people of all diverse backgrounds in order to continue to build up the industry. If you'll go to the next slide, please. And with that diverse background is not just the actual education, but obviously, like Linda touched on, you know, she used to be the only woman in a room full of men. And while we've come a long way with that, and I've noticed it even in 8 years, I've noticed going to conferences, there's more women now than there were even when I first started. However, we still have some room to grow. We have 68% male-dominated industry with only 32% women. So come on, women, we need more. We only have 16% Hispanics, 11% African American, 6% Asian, and 1% Native American. So we need to build diversity. We need to be inclusive, which leads me into the next slide. One of the things that the Hydropower Foundation is known for is our Research Awards program, which without trying, we've always just been inclusive of all universities. We've managed to gain a pretty diverse group of students through our programs. The Research Awards Program was started in 1994 and funded by the Water Power Technologies Office. And we had 77 students go through that program over 8 years, all from about 26 different universities that provided research on hydropower. They were all graduate students and really excited about working in hydro, learned a lot about hydro, and then we would take them to conferences to touch on their projects. And then a year later, they would come back to that same conference and get to shine on all the things that they learned through their research, which provided them a tremendous opportunity to network within the industry and for the industry to learn all about them and get a glimpse as to whether they're ready for the workforce or not. So while that was a very successful program, it did end in 2018, which the foundation moved on to another program called Hiring for Hydro. We actually started this in 2017 before the Research Awards program ended, and this program was created for both graduate students and undergraduate students. However, it seemed to be more popular amongst undergraduate students and even community colleges. If you'll go to the next slide, I'll touch more on that. We started it in the Pacific Northwest co-located with the Northwest Hydroelectric Association's annual conference. And the goal really was to recruit new bright talent into the industry. We have an aging workforce, as we've talked about. The aging workforce is not just a problem with replacing the folks are retiring, and we're trying to replace them with quality candidates, but we're also trying to provide a knowledge transfer, which is a very difficult challenge. Once that person's already retired, it's really hard to gain the knowledge that they had. So ultimately, we need to create programs by the numbers, which is what our goal was with the Hiring for Hydro program, was that we could get quite a few students, 20 to 40 students, attend these conferences. And we could teach them about hydro. We would teach them about building their resume out. We would network with them, give them presentation skills, and just work with them on meeting the people that they wanted to meet. Some of these students were already interested in hydro before attending the conference. Sometimes they weren't. Sometimes they were kind of like, oh, this is a neat opportunity. Let's go, and they just showed up. And so it gave us an opportunity to expand our reach and be able to share hydro with students that may not learn about it otherwise. Next slide, please. So since 2017, we've had 4 Hiring for Hydros. We've reached about 200 plus students. And we have partnered with organizations in the Pacific Northwest, as well as universities, and really started building these relationships so that we can continue these programs, not only in the Pacific Northwest, but we're starting to branch out and share it with other universities throughout the US. And then I wanted to talk a little bit more about our think tank program, which was the next slide, I believe. So in addition to Hiring for Hydro, we created a hydro think tank. We did our pilot project in 2018 in the Southeast. We did it at Logan Martin Dam, and it was supported by Southern Company and Alabama Power. And the idea behind this was to create, a little friendly competition among students, and at the same time teach them a little bit about hydro and the opportunities that exist. And so this one did take place at one of the larger dams, although it was a really fun time for students to be able to see firsthand a hydropower plant. One of the things I've noticed in my time in the industry is that there's just nothing like seeing a power plant in person. Having students be able to go through and see what it takes to actually produce energy from the water is just an amazing opportunity, not only for the students, but for those of us who get to watch their eyes just light up at what they're seeing. It's really a cool opportunity. So we gave them, touring opportunities. We also did a scavenger hunt where they had to go through the facility and kind of learn more, about where things are. And then we put them in teams. They had to work together with other university students that might not actually be students that they knew at the beginning of the week. And we gave them a problem, and they had to work together in teams to solve that problem. By the end of the week, you really got to see these students evolve. So they got to meet new people, network with industry, learn about the opportunities in hydro, and also we gave them, I think it's on the next slide, we gave them opportunities to do, networking and whatnot. I lost my train of thought. We gave them opportunities to see industry, but also have those industry leaders come in and actually work with them on their projects so that they could get some insider knowledge and get some details on how they could perfect their presentations towards the end of that week. That was something we did in the Southeast. We did another one in the Pacific Northwest in 2019 with plans to do another one in 2020. And just like everybody else, we've had to pivot a little bit over the last year and a half. And so we modified our think tank and learned that we can host a think tank at a conference. So this is actually just a month ago. We converted our hydro think tank into a one-day hydro think tank unplugged, where we got to have students come. They presented their own projects individually. Instead of working in teams, we had them work individually to create their own renewable energy city of the future. So we worked with them a little bit virtually beforehand, gave them the opportunity to present their cities virtually to our judges and meet our judges, and then get some feedback from those judges so that they could then come to the live event at Clean Currents in Atlanta. That was hosted by the National Hydropower Association. And then we got to see them actually present their cities live at the conference. Sorry.
Yeah.
So that was really a fun opportunity. It was neat to be in person again. The students seemed to really enjoy it and just shined as they networked with people. Is a tremendous opportunity for them, as they are also hungry for jobs. So
yeah,
super cool.
Ladies, we're running a little behind, but there is question. Yeah, there is one question.
Yeah.
Actually, a couple of questions that I'm going to combine from the Q&A. There's a question here about, and I think you can broaden it to all of climate change. There's a question here of how will the Western drought affect the future of hydropower? And I think that the natural extension of that is, how do you see climate change affecting hydropower generation? Oh,
you're on mute, Linda.
Unmute myself there.
Yep.
I mean, obviously it is a challenge. We're seeing drought certainly in the West. We're seeing way too much water in the East. So climate is providing some significant challenges in hydropower projects across the United States. And so the real issue for the West is, how water is coming. We used to have snowpack, and it used to melt at the right time of the year, obviously, and fill the reservoirs and fill the rivers. And obviously that's not happening now. When we do get water, it comes all at one time, and it's usually in the form of rain. It's a lot. The snowpack problems have been really significant. So the industry is aware of this. Now, does it mean that hydropower generation in the West is going to decrease? There'll be some projects that we'll see that they'll surrender them rather than relicense them as they come up because of the water issue. So we could see a reduction. But also, they're really focused on modernizing their plants. I mean, if you look at Hoover, yes, you've seen these photographs of how Hoover, the lake reservoir is significantly decreased. But they modernized that plant some time ago with more variable speed turbines. And as a result, they've been able to operate beyond what the original water levels of the reservoir were supposed to be. So there's a lot of innovation that is happening within the hydropower industry to address climate. Does it mitigate all of it? Probably not. There's a real effort and discussion about building new dams in the West as a result to store water so that when it comes in those large, torrential rainstorms at the wrong time of the year, generally, they can store that water. The reservoirs are great for that. But it's a huge problem, and it's a huge lift to build a dam today. And so I know California proposed several, and the former governor proposed funding for them. And it's just been caught up in their legislature without the ability really to move forward. So I think what you'll see is more innovation, more of an interest in ways to provide some adaptability, maybe in working, certainly for greater concentrations of saving water through various types of new technologies. You'll see across the board industry working with other water users. We've talked about doing a national summit on this issue, where we can actually bring water users together to talk. I mean, I don't know how often you have everybody who does irrigation, recreation, public water supply, energy, to bring them together. So yes, it's a concern. Does that mean that hydropower is going to go away? No. It's still a hugely important technology for climate in terms of trying to address the climate issues and go toward a carbon-free economy.
That's great. Linda Bree, thank you so much for spending time this morning. It was really great education. And so I'm really glad to have you today. We're going to switch over now to Ray, who's going to bring us an update on the competition and scoring, and then kick us off in our new panel. Thanks, ladies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. All right, I'm back. Oh, I have a full belly. I'm happy. I had some lunch. I need to get some sustenance in here. Barry, our AV guy, is trolling me, which is great. Wondering if he's going to put me back on. What is this? I leave for half an hour and that's it. I get kicked off the show. Clearly, I am doing something wrong here. I don't even know what to say. But Kira, thank you for running the show. You are awesome. You are the awesome Kira Richardson. You're just fantastic. I love.
I'm merely moderate. I'm the moderate Kira Richardson. I'm not sure. I can't steal your moniker, Ray.
The fabulous Ray Bang was unique. I will say that, but you are the amazing, incredible, astounding Kira Richardson. There you go. So I'm adding all three there. That's going to be the front of it. It's going to be one long like banner line, like the stock tickers. They go. Anyways, all right. We got an update.
Boring.
Wait. Drum roll. We got an update. Sorry, that was a really cheesy drum roll. All right, so UCF continues to lead here. UCF is up. Oh my God, they are doing great. And then we got Lewis right there. We got the University of Alabama in Huntsville and UC Berkeley. These are the top four. These teams are still plowing through. Of course, even my dog in the background is happy. They're like, yeah. All right. Some other highlights that are really important. Brigham Young, which is currently number 8, is leading in the green team score, which is basically usability. Xavier University, not Professor Xavier, but the university itself. Number 98 got some of their services running. So, all right, that's a start. That's how you got to get the stuff going. And then Montreal College is it's one of the 2 university teams this year that it's a brand new school to the event, and so we're giving a shout out to them. Keep going, keep pushing, and we're wishing you the best of luck in the event. So this is an exciting time. There's a lot of schools. I was watching the I'm going to call it the scoreboard ticker that goes down. It's an auto scroll ticker. And it was awesome to see the scores and see how these teams are doing. So keep going, everybody. There's still a lot of time in this competition, and you can dethrone some of these folks who are sitting up there, except for the UCF Knights. Don't dethrone them. Okay. Yeah. I'm just biased. I'm just so biased. But here's the thing, I'm the MC, so I'm allowed to be biased. I'm not part of the competition. I don't control any levers. All I do is I'm a talking head here. I'm like, bah, 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 bah. All right. So, let's go. Nice. All right. Anyways, back to the show. So in the next panel, we're going to be talking about something that is kind of, I guess, very close to the type of work that I do, which is DevOps, and it's DevOps as a job. And we have some great panelists on here. We have Pat Turner from Vermeer. We have Paula Martinez Garcia from Northern Trust, and we have Daniel Harkness from Cyber Federated Model Lead. So thank you very much, panelists, for joining us. Really appreciate it. So we'll kick it off with the usual intros. Tell us about yourselves. We'll start it off with, let's start it off with Pat Turner.
Yeah, thank you. Can you guys all hear me okay?
Hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. My name is Patrick Turner. I'm a project engineer for embedded systems at Vermeer Corporation. We design industrial equipment as well as agricultural equipment. So I lead a team of software engineers to develop the control systems for our horizontal directional drills.
Nice. Paula?
Hi, everybody. I'm Paula. I am a recent graduate from UChicago, graduated this year, a few months ago, where I studied computer science. During my college years, I held various internships, a few in the cybersecurity areas, but now I'm doing front-end development, web development at Northern Trust.
Nice. Awesome. And last but not least, Daniel. Dan?
Hi. I am the group lead for our Cyber Operations Research and Situational Awareness group here at Argonne. And in that role, I'm also the Cyber Fed model. Nate always likes to throw in that federated Cyber Fed model CFM program, which does information sharing historically across the DOE, currently across the energy sector, and throughout our time having done some exchange as well with DHS and some other federal government entities. I've been doing that since I started at Argonne about 12 years ago.
Fantastic. And Patrick, I was thinking when you were introducing yourself, I was thinking about a conversation I had with Justin Ells. He's the CTO over at consultancy TrustedSec. He was talking about how farms are basically they're SMBs, and they can be multi-million-dollar small and medium-sized businesses. And I wasn't aware of the security implications of SMBs. So it was kind of timely that when you were talking about agriculture and you're building these systems to build resiliency for the agricultural industry. So we could touch on that later, but it just came to my mind. I was like, yeah, I had a conversation about that and how these small farms are being ransomwared and held for large amounts of money. So there's definitely issues there. But the topic is definitely about DevOps, and that's an interesting topic. Kira, you want to drive us into the next question?
Yeah, I think, the question we've asked everyone, and I think is important given our focus on building a pipeline, is how you got started.
Yep.
What inspired you to start in this field, and what keeps you going? Paula, do you want to lead us off?
Sure. So I had the opportunity of being an intern at Argonne National Lab, with Nate Evans. And the reason that I had reached out to him was because prior to that, I took a course on computer security at UChicago. And I was just really inspired by the fact that there can be so many security vulnerabilities within so many systems, and that it's, technology is being used in every aspect of life now. So it's really important to consider that and work on that. So I reached out to Nate, seeing if he would have any work available for me to be a part of, and he did, and it was great. After that, I reached out to another professor at UChicago, Dr. Blaise and saw if I could work with him on some other research in computer security areas. So I think that I kind of it all got started with networking and reaching out to professors and researchers that I was interested in their work and were willing to collaborate with me and teach me.
That's great. Well, what about you, Dan?
So I'll try to keep it quick because this is one that I can get off on a tangent on. But for myself, it goes back to, I would say, middle school, high school time frame. The movie Hackers. Which anybody who's watched it knows that it's very in some ways it's very unrealistic, but interestingly enough, a lot of the things that they were doing, how they do them is unrealistic. But a lot of the threats and the things that they were doing, messing with infrastructure and controlling signals and all these different things, are so relevant today. But anyways, that was probably one of my early interests, along with I had seen, I swear there was an MTV special where they interviewed some folks that were hackers. And this would have been like in the late 90s. I've never been able to find a reference to it, but I swear I remember watching this. But one of the big at that time, right, they were interviewing these people who were all people who had ended up getting in some legal trouble, and now they were, doing some more defensive approaches and whatnot. And so I had this view in mind that, yeah, that would be really cool to get into that kind of a job, but I really don't like the idea of spending time in jail first. So I actually went to college with the idea of going into hardware development. I was like, it'd be cool to design CPUs and whatnot. And then once I got there at Iowa State, I quickly realized that that was not for me, hardware design. But also right at that time was around the time that Iowa State was starting up one of the very early information assurance graduate programs. And so I ended up sticking around at Iowa State doing a double degree in computer engineering and science to get, as broad of a base as I could, and then sticking around for that information assurance program. And then in terms of like DevOps and such, when I started at Argonne, I started on this CyberFed model program, going by a different name at that time. And I started essentially in a development role. And I would say that, we were a small team, and we were responsible for both our development and our operations side of our systems. So, we started employing at least the concept of DevOps before that was a popular term per se, but we were certainly doing that from the beginning.
That's great. Thanks, Dan. Patrick, how did you get inspired? What brought you here?
Yeah, so I went to Iowa State University computer engineering actually with Dan and Nate, and participated in some of the earliest cyber defense competitions that we had there. And then after graduation, I went into the aerospace industry, worked on some military programs for a while, and then I joined Premier 7 years ago. So yeah.
That's great. It's like there's 6 degrees of Nate.
Yeah.
You beat me to it. Oh my God. Yeah, 6 degrees of Nate. That's hilarious. Oh my God. Love it.
Your turn, Fabulous Ray.
Fabulous Ray Bang. Okay, so I work for a vendor who actually sells security solutions that tie into DevOps pipelines. That's where DevSecOps comes in. And so as we start looking at the evolution of DevOps, obviously we want to streamline the process. We want to make the development efforts more agile. It's putting more responsibility on developers too, because now developers are not only having to be the builders and write this beautiful code and focus on the technology, but they also have to now focus on the infrastructure side of things and CI/CD pipelines, deployment, infrastructure, Terraform, all these fun things. Where have you seen kind of DevOps evolving? What's the evolution in terms of security, and how do you all think about security when you're building out these new systems? I'll give it to Dan. How about that one? I heard silence there. I was like, all right. Everybody's like, oh.
Yeah. For me, it's just, to me, automation is, from a business perspective, right? The goals tend to be to get your updates and your feature updates and things out there as quickly as possible. That's how you make money. As well as, in today's world where so much stuff is as a service, right? There's that requirement to keep things available and up and running. And so for me, I would say what I've seen over the years is the amount of automation increasing in terms of that whole pipeline. And the more that you can automate and keep things going, make sure that your code is getting tested as it gets checked in, make sure that you have all your ducks in a row, gives you the best chance of getting that process to run smoothly and keeping it up so that you can continue to do what your business does and make money.
Yeah, I love that because the one thing I always hear from developers, and I don't want to generalize to every developer, but developers always tell me, yeah, I'm lazy. I just want things to work. I don't, I just want to go. And it's not, I'm not generalizing. Please don't throw things at me and stuff. All right, not every developer, but a lot of developers say they just want things to work. And the one thing they don't want is friction. They want as little friction as possible so they can focus on the code. They can build really compelling experiences. They can light up the user. and then move forward. And breaking the build is that's something that's like, oh my God, you broke the build. And then Friday night you're coding away and stuff like that. So that's tough. So Paula, what do you think about this?
Yeah, so as I said, I just started as a front-end developer a few months ago. So still new to this process, but it's been interesting to see how security plays a role in kind of every step of the way of the code development. So once I submit my code, it goes through, the code reviewers first, and then also quality assurance, so that they can seek out any security vulnerabilities. And if there are any problems with that, it goes right back to me. So I am always trying to develop high quality and consistent code that is like up to the standards in order to ensure that, no problems trickle along down the line, because it'll eventually have to come back to me anyways. So definitely, yeah. And even as a front-end developer, you do have to think of things like the security vulnerabilities, whether that be in, the styling, the inline styling or anything. So it's definitely an important process right now of code development.
It sounds like you think of security issues as like QA bugs, almost like this is the normal part of your development process. You're going to have a security issue. It needs to be fixed. Right. Is that kind of the way you think about that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I know it sounds like a loaded question, but it's a question I've been trying to rationalize myself. So I have like this captive audience of professionals now that I can ask this question. Is like, do you see security issues when they come up, and whether you're doing static analysis or software composition analysis, and they come in through, let's say, I don't know, you get a Jira ticket, and that Jira ticket says, hey, guess what? Here's an issue. Yeah. For me, I try to see it as this is a QA, part of a QA cycle that you're going to go, and it's going to be iterative, and you're going to say, okay, there's the scanner found something. Let me go and fix it, and let me remediate it, do a merge request again, and boom, it goes through the same process. So that's why I'm trying to get opinions as well. I figured it's perfect timing for that.
Yeah, no, that's definitely. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Paula.
I was just going to say that's how I see it, at least.
Okay.
As the developer, I definitely try to mitigate all of those problems from the start, but quality assurance is there to kind of catch those bugs and bring them back to me to fix.
Nice. Awesome. All right. And Dan, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that's a fair characterization. As a security professional, it sort of pains me a little bit to say that. And if you asked me a decade ago, I probably would have said, no, security is not just a bug. You should be writing secure code. And but you quickly realize as you start to work in the field that, just as humans are imperfect, that means we're going to have imperfections in our stuff. And the idea of, something being secure at all times in all ways just is not realistic. And so, I would like to say it's a very, it should be a high priority, critical bug, if you will, when you come across something security related. But at the end of the day, right, I think that's a fair characterization that it does come down to a QA thing.
Listen, I don't know what type of code you're writing, but I never write buggy code. Okay, all my code
I'm sure.
one first time, boom, it's out the door. That's why my managers all love me. They're like, "Yeah, Ray, you're that 10-time unicorn. Just code goes out, boom, out the door."
And then actually, before we move on to another question, you had mentioned about what do we see with the future in terms of DevOps, and I was thinking about that while Paula was talking, and I kind of wanted to circle back on that one a bit. And I think one of the big things, to me, in terms of the future, I guess I would say the future benefits of DevOps, or maybe more specifically DevSecOps, is supply chain. So, you think about all of the libraries that you use during development and all of the things that are outside of your control, right? And if we don't have security integrated into there, even something as simple as, we all say for security, right, you got to patch, keep your stuff up to date. Well, you think about, some underlying library changes and the developer has no idea because security is not integrated, that can cause significant problems, and that continues then to create this sort of friction, if you will, between development, security, and operations all. And so I think that that the DevSecOps and the automation and continuous testing and all of those things, I think that as we get more of that automation and such built into there, we have an ability to pay more attention to those kind of, what I would view as supply chain issues, whether you're commercially buying those libraries or not. It lets you get those changes in the pipeline, get them tested, and make sure that those deployments go smoothly.
Absolutely. I love everything you're saying. And the reason is because I think a lot about supply chain attacks. I think about like the package managers that are out there nowadays. And you think about whether you're using Python, whether you're using .NET or you're using Node.js or whatever, it's there's this consumption of third-party code that in many cases it's going to be fantastic code. And then I think there was an analysis that said something like 80% of new projects are being built leveraging open source in some fashion. And so clearly at that point, you're introducing now a new possibility for a threat to come in. And we've seen that when we've had packages in PyPy and NPM and Ruby Gems, and even the .NET, dependency confusion issues that happened earlier this year. All these things come in, and it's because we're consuming this third-party code that makes our life easier, but then we're also opening up. So in fact, one of the questions I'm going to ask you later on is specifically about your thoughts on open source code and how you manage that. But I want to get Pat a chance to talk also about kind of the evolution of DevOps and how he thinks about security in the process of DevOps, where it sits in the pipeline, and also how he thinks about software quality assurance.
Sure. Thank you, Ray. Yeah, so my industry is kind of unique. I'd say 10 years ago, most of our machines were all mechanical hydraulic machines. 5 years ago, we were, embedded systems, and now most of our machines are connected to the internet in some ways. And I think going forward, we're going to have, machines will be more connected. You'll be able to command the machines over the internet. We'll have autonomous machines. And so that's really where DevOps intersects with the work that I do. And so we're always worried about, usually it was just physical security, if they don't have access to the machine, you don't have to worry about it. But now it is possible for them to access the machine remotely. And so we just have to protect against that.
Of course. And even with autonomous machines, I mean, there's the concept of air gapping, of course. And I've talked to companies who have systems that can't be patched. They are critical systems. They're on manufacturing floors. They can't be patched. The OS can't be updated. And there's consequences to that. So having a good strategy for, I guess, building code quality and ensuring that your apps can be resilient and reliable and maintainable over a long period of time, there's something to be said for that. So that goes into the next question, which is, I think it's perfect for you all because you all are doing this work day in and day out. What are some of the core skills that DevOps professionals generally have? And how does someone think about DevOps as a future job opportunity? What are the things that they need to think about? And we'll start with Paula on this one.
Sure. So, yeah, I guess one of the most important qualities would definitely be striving for that quality code. So once you're, again, as front-end developer who's writing that code and from the start. So you just want to make sure that you're writing quality code, quality testing, because, it does go to quality assurance, but it's also your responsibility to do tests yourself and make sure that you're catching as many bugs as you can from the start. Also, more of a soft skill is the collaboration with your team, because you're in communication with everybody from the designers to the code reviewers to the quality assurance to the clients and everything. So, making sure you're able to collaborate with others well and keep up to everybody's standards is really important.
One thing that stood out in what you were saying is the communication skills, the ability to have those conversations with different groups and different stakeholders, because developers and security folks speak different languages, and even though they're shooting for similar goals, building really good systems that service their customers, they have different goals, and so bridging that communication gap and being able to articulate what are your business needs and why we have to do something in a specific way from both sides. That's what I've seen is that's where security champions come in, and they almost like self-select. You start seeing that evolution where you have folks who start saying, I'm a developer, I kind of like security. I'm a security professional, I kind of like talking with developers, and they meet in the middle. And then you have these great advocates for both sides that can have, they help to blend the communication so that the groups just kind of move forward.
Yeah, exactly. Blend and also just help prevent any problems in the long run, because I've just kind of learned that miscommunication can be one of the biggest problems to having other problems long term, because if you're not kind of set on the same standards that you want or the same needs, then in the long run you're going to have to kind of basically redo everything. So you just want to make sure that you're communicating well with everybody.
Good point. Patrick, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with Paula on teamwork. It takes multiple people in order to develop our systems. So them collaborating and communicating together. And then just make sure we're unit testing and testing on machine.
Awesome. But there's different stakeholders that you have to work with. That maybe that communication component is a little bit much more, or let me say, it's a little bit more important to have because their needs are so unique.
We interface with a lot of different groups. Our mechanical team's obviously building the hardware and everything, so that's a very different field from software development. So interfacing with them, and then also we have a group that tests our machines in real world situations and stuff, and so we interface with them a lot.
Got it. And Dan, what are your thoughts? I mean, I love what Paula was saying. I love what Patrick's saying. It sounds like communication seems to be a central theme of that.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with what they both said. I would agree that communication is key. I guess I'll maybe to try to throw something else out there. Kind of two areas that I would say are important is, for me, especially from a cybersecurity perspective, I think about that idea of how do you break things? How can I break something, or how can I misuse something? If you can think about things in that way, I think it gives you a significant jump, if you will, on trying to anticipate how an adversary might go after something, or trying to anticipate odd edge cases to be able to test against, etc. And then the other area that I would say is, I think all too often and this is really across all technical fields, but it certainly applies here. I think all too often we tend to, think of the technical skills and focus on, what you need to be technically successful. But I think that having some amount of business acumen, or being able to think about what matters to the business units that your code is supporting, whatever software it is that you're writing, whatever you're doing, what's important to the end users and to that business unit, and that way you can focus your efforts more on the changes that are the most relevant to them, and understanding why, if something goes wrong, how do you prioritize, what things you fix first.
That's such a great, that's great. Go ahead, Paula. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
I can see you shaking your head. Yeah. So I was like, yeah, go, Paula.
I just have I can definitely relate to that, because I think, you kind of need a holistic view on every aspect that goes into what you're developing. And one example is when I was interning at Argonne, at the end of the project, we realized that, yes, we were able to have more security and resilience in the project that we were working on, but efficiency went down a lot. So we were like, okay, now we have to, think about that. And it just made me realize that you really have to think holistically about every aspect that is going into whatever you're developing. You don't want to lose efficiency, but increase security. You kind of want to have both. And like Dan said, think about what the end user wants and what their priorities are.
Exactly. No, that's great. I love exactly what you said. And I think it is important to have an understanding of the business requirements to fully grok where you need to prioritize your development efforts and everything from what are the bugs we need to fix? I mean, obviously we're talking about Pri 0 bugs, Pri 1, Pri 2, and then figuring out what's the business impact on that and what are the resource management capabilities that we have to fix those things and how do we deploy systems that will solve them. But everything you said, all three of you said makes total sense. And so what we'll do is we'll close out on one last question. And I'm going to touch on that open source one, the one that I think it's on the minds of so many people because open source it's taking over the world. It's there's really great projects out there. And a lot of those projects start off as labors of love for a lot of people, but then eventually they might blossom into something really, really powerful and a full-blown project with proper support and corporate sponsorship and the whole thing. So has the adoption of open source affected the security posture of your development efforts and the way you think about how you consume these open source components? And anybody want to take a shot? Patrick, you want to go?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, that's a tough one for us. We don't use a ton of open source. There's been we're slowly getting in there. We started using Qt recently for our display application development, and they have an open source platform and stuff for that. But it's still tricky. Something that it comes up a lot in discussion, but we haven't really decided to pull the trigger yet on that and use major open source projects yet.
Has it been primarily a reliability consideration or a security consideration or just institutional knowledge consideration?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of just it's a security thing and also looking at it from a knowledge issue, not having enough understanding of the full system to be able to integrate it with ours.
Yep, that makes sense. I get it. Paula?
Yeah, so I think there are pros and cons to open source code when it comes to security. Because on one hand, there could be a lot of vulnerabilities in that open source code that you don't know of. But on the other hand, there are so many people who can collaborate on those projects and look for those vulnerabilities. But for the work that I'm doing, I think we stray away from open source. But if I do want to use some kind of library within my code, there needs to be some kind of approval first from the code reviewers. And they kind of ask, is there like some way that we can build this on our own first? And if not, if they check that is okay, then usually we can use it. But it kind of depends, I guess.
That sounds like a very common process, and then it has to go through a formal code review. It has to go from a legal and compliance review. There's licensing issues, so I understand, and that's where tools like software composition analysis are trying to streamline some of those decision-making efforts for companies to help them kind of have more active decision-making capabilities from a threat database type of scenario. Dan, did you have some thoughts on this?
I would say I don't see it as something that, as a general rule of thumb, we should necessarily shy away from just on the basis of, the risks, because we have risks either way, right? If you're, there's the risk obviously of your own, any mistakes in your own development. But as a general rule of thumb, right, most of us are not going to be writing software applications that we're going to write every single piece of entirely on our own. Whether we're relying on commercial libraries that are part of the underlying platform that we're using, or whatever, you're going to be I'd say most likely, I think in most cases, relying on some amount of third party. And so then it comes down to, do you trust the commercial side? Do you trust the open source side? And I think you have risks with, either way. If you're doing fully commercial, right, you don't see the code, you can't necessarily, vet it yourself, and you're trusting them to do it right. You potentially have some ability to vet more using open source. So, I mean, I think you really have to take it on a case by case basis. But I think to me, it just comes down to that, whether it's open source or closed source, the use of third party libraries, I think, is part of what gives us, I think, the power to innovate. Yeah, I think if everybody had to write everything from scratch and do things their own way, the amount of innovation that we would have would be majorly stifled. And so I sort of see it as a necessary thing. And so then it just comes down to, doing due diligence to, evaluate whether the specific thing you're wanting to integrate, does it provide significant value? Can you have confidence in its security? How do you manage the life cycle? Are you grabbing every single update to the code that comes through, or are you picking and choosing when you update the copy that you're relying on? Are you embedding of specific version in with your stuff, or are you relying on what's installed on your host machine, wherever it's being hosted?
Well, you have a fan in Kira, because I see her here saying, "Rock on, Dan! Love the pragmatism." So clearly, Kira's your fan. I'm glad she saw that. And Patrick, I will say that I did love you getting that order there. That was awesome. I saw your tail go up. The tail go up. I'm like, oh, interesting. And then I saw it. Yeah. Yeah, so and you were smirking. That was the best part. You were like, "Oh God, what timing?" And I know in your head you're going, "What timing?" And so I loved it. That was funny. Thank you very much to all three of you. This has been a great discussion. I truly appreciate your time, especially on a Saturday. Thank you for coming out and spending some time and helping these students get familiar with DevOps and some of the challenges they face, but also, more importantly, some of the opportunities that they can find in these types of roles. So truly appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. All right. And is Kira back, or am I still on my own? I think
I'm back. No, I'm here with you. And I love that conversation, and I had to have lunch too, but I love that conversation, and I'm such a big fan of everyone there. But that whole notion of how do you qualify open source, when I think about the amazing things like you saw in the community around Node.js, right? There's only so much. If I have a dev team of 10 people, but I'm leveraging code that was developed by hundreds of people. And we saw this, you and I saw this during the IE days, right?
That's right. Yeah.
We have an internal team, but you have a community of folks that can really build and accomplish amazing things together. So I think if we can use pragmatic sort of principles and good judgment around incorporating open source, it's really going to help us all and really support communities that are being thoughtful around security.
I agree. I think about Linux, and Linux started as a PhD thesis, and which turned out into this amazing operating system that now powers servers worldwide. It's pervasive, and it is reliable and resilient, and it has an ever-growing community. I mean, I don't know how many distributions there are anymore, but it feels like there's a new flavor every day coming out. So
and not just in servers. I mean, if you look in a lot of devices, most devices today are running either a real-time operating system or Linux.
Okay. Well, they need Ray Bangle Butter to be running that, buddy.
Right on.
All right. Now on the next one, we're gonna dive right into the next topic, and that's we're gonna talk about past CyberForce competition students, and that's really cool, because if we get perspective from the past, it kind of helps to shape the future. And so it's always nice to get feedback from past students. And so I think we're going to shift right into that new video. Barry, take it away.
what things do you feel like you did well to prepare yourself for your current career that you're in today? And we'll start with Justin.
So that's a great question. I would say, honestly, one of the best things that I did to prepare for a career was to participate in cybersecurity competitions. I had the opportunity to participate in several, I think 5 total, one of which was CyberForce. And you know, it's kind of like being thrown into the fire. You really don't know what you're doing the first time. Everything's brand new and you feel lost, but it was the most awesome learning experience. I'd say I learned as much, maybe even more, from participating in cybersecurity competitions as I did from my classes during college. So just getting out there, jumping in with both feet, getting involved, and getting involved in some of these competitions was, I think, the best thing that I could have done.
Yeah, and for me, it would be kind of echoing what Justin said, cyber defense competitions like CyberForce, and then taking, you know, what I learned from CyberForce and, you know, trying to grow my knowledge, looking at, you know, what we did well and what didn't go so well, and then trying to expand upon that, and then trying to get internships, even starting as a freshman. And I use those internships to, you know, network with people in my field and to just, you know, learn even more and practice, you know, real world security.
I agree with Justin, Michael there. Doing cybersecurity competitions is really what helped me a lot, aside from CyberForce, CCDC, National Cyber League, and Palo Alto Secure the Future competition, or other ones I participated in as well. I would also say that studying for certifications like CCNA and Security Plus also helped pad my resume a lot.
What drove you to cybersecurity in the first place? And maybe we'll start this go around with, we'll start with Sarah, and then we'll work our way around. We'll give Justin a break from being the first person.
Yeah, I think what appealed to me the most is that I'm the kind of person that just always loves to learn something new. And you're always going to have that with cybersecurity. You know, technology and the attacks are always changing. There's always going to be something new to learn. I just really think it's a field that's never going to get stale. So if you just love to learn constantly, it's the perfect field for you.
Cody?
Sorry, I didn't catch up on the order.
You're all good.
Yeah, what drove me to choose cybersecurity? Well, I kind of got involved in the open source community, and that the computer security is obviously very closely related to that. And so I had heard about it and learned about it. And one summer I attended with my friend, I attended DEF CON. And so I was very kind of dazzled by that community and culture. So that drove me more to explore security as an interest.
I really got pulled in. There was a cybersecurity club when I first came back to my university, and I went to one of their meetings just to check out what they were about. And the first meeting was really cool, and I enjoyed it, and I just kind of stuck around, and that's kind of the story.
Go ahead, Maddie.
Okay, sorry. When I was working for the help desk, you know, you triage tickets around to different departments within IT. And it was always really scary to send tickets to security, and they were always spooky and suspicious, and they didn't really explain what they were doing because they couldn't really talk about it. And I thought, wow, that's so cool. And the opportunity came up to be a student employee there, and people that had been in that position before, I asked him about it, and he was like, oh yeah, no, you'd probably be fine there. So interviewed, and it was really fun. It was a great experience. And then, you know, working in a security office for university, then joining the cybersecurity club, which similar to as Todd said, like the first meeting was like super cool. And then kind of also what Cody was talking about, like then I went to DEF CON and I was like, yep, this is what I'm doing. Definitely doing this. It's super cool, super spooky, always learning new things. Super, yeah, no, it definitely got me with the spooky part.
Go ahead, Justin.
All right. Yeah, so I think it was kind of a long time coming for me. I've always enjoyed computers. I've always loved tinkering with things, taking things apart, putting them back together, breaking them, figuring out how things work, and just really kind of getting into the nuts and bolts of things. I remember back when I was maybe 11 years old, my dad would bring home these old computers from work and give them to me, and I would take them apart and put them back together and just figure out how they worked, you know, install Windows 95 on them, whatever we had. And then as a teenager, I was kind of enamored by the hacker scene, you know, these guys who can just kind of break into anything and do whatever they want. I was like, oh, wow, that's so cool. But, you know, I'm not smart enough for that. And I doubted myself. And when I got into college, I got involved with the cybersecurity club right away, and realized that well, it was through some hands-on exercises like competitions that I was able to prove to myself that, oh, hey, I actually can do this, and I'm actually pretty good at it. And just being able to kind of prove to myself that I could do this thing that I thought was really cool. It's a lot of problem solving, it's a lot of investigating, it's a lot of trial and error, a lot of figuring out how things work, like exactly how things work. If you're trying to break into something, you got to know sometimes exactly what has to happen to get in there. And on the blue team side, you've got to be able to understand those logs and be able to pick apart what happened and determine what happened after an incident. So I think just the level of being able to delve into things and tinker is really what landed me in cybersecurity.
And for me, it was pretty much all about cybersecurity competitions. I had no idea that, you know, it was a career area or it wasn't something I was particularly interested in until I heard, you know, about some people doing, you know, a competition, and I was interested, and, you know, I went to a couple meetings, and, you know, I was immediately drawn in by the, you know, competitive nature and just the continual learning, as some people mentioned, and just, you know, what I could get out of it and how much fun I was having doing it.
If you were to give yourself or others here on this call, you know, advice in thinking about their education, what would you give them? And assuming they're starting as a freshman, we'll say that. If you were starting your education back over as a freshman, what would you give?
So, I mean, it's been mentioned a couple times, but it's not all about the classes. It's not like you will learn everything you need to do a job by just going to your classes and, you know, doing your assignments and then, you know, calling it quits. You need to, you know, do self-study, you know, read up on it, you know, try to get internships, do competitions, stuff like that. It requires more than just classes to get into the field.
I would say, in a nutshell, try all the things. If there are things that you think sound maybe like they might be interesting to you, then try them. I didn't really settle on cybersecurity until maybe over halfway through my college career. I kind of bounced back and forth between maybe wanting to be a general IT guy to a software developer to maybe being a DBA, database administrator. And I took all these different kinds of classes. Absolutely loved networking too. But cybersecurity is really what resonated with me the most. So I would say just try lots of different things, get lots of different exposure, and then just follow what interests you the most.
Yeah, just absolutely seconding what Justin said. You know, I think when you start college, there's a lot of pressure to know what you want to do for the rest of your life. I remember I was that way. A lot of my friends were stressed about that as well. The reality is you never know what you like until you try it. So, as you're taking more classes, attending clubs, just really try to branch out, be part of different activities, meet different people, and that's how you're going to figure out what you enjoy doing, because otherwise you don't know what you like until you try it.
Mine was, how has CyberForce impacted you, your career, your thoughts on cybersecurity, and or we can take Devin's question as well of, has CyberForce taught you anything other competitions hasn't or haven't? And so I know a lot of you started, so either you can read your feedback that you provided in the chat, or you can, add to that. So Michael, you unmuted, so do you want to go first?
Sure, I will definitely go first. So I've done quite a few competitions, but CyberForce is definitely the one that tries to emulate a real world scenario the most, and actually teaches me, tools and techniques that, I use in my day-to-day job. And CyberForce, unlike other competitions, gives you, access to, cloud infrastructure. It's machines running in Azure usually, and that's something that isn't traditionally taught at the university level, but definitely should be more. And CyberForce is, just taught me, various tools and stuff that I need to use in my day-to-day job.
Yeah, I've only ever been in individual coding competitions, so this was really my only experience with this sort of competition. But I really appreciated how you are not just simulated, but an actual team situation where you have to learn how to interact with your team, how to make sure they know what you're doing, but also what they're doing. I was a bit of a coordinator for my team, since everyone else kind of had more of a technical expertise in the parts they were working on. So I think that was really helpful, that social, interpersonal aspect.
Yeah, I think CyberForce was just really great in the aspect that you get kind of the full package experience with it. To what Michael said, you get this emulated network that you have to set up as a blue team, and you're defending against, real red team attacks. And it's also unique in the sense that you're dealing with this OT network, which I don't think is focused on a lot. At least in my classes, we didn't learn very much about like ICS or SCADA systems. So being able to learn about that terminology and getting familiar with that kind of network really helped me a lot with my current job in the energy sector. And again, you just really get the benefit of being able to work in a team. A lot of these cyber competitions are individualized, and so just being able to work together on a team in this emulated network, I think, is maybe one of the closest things you can get to a real work situation.
Oh, go ahead, Todd.
So one of the things that I talk about a lot, I've been the president of my cyber club at South for the last few years. And one of the things I talk about when I talk about CyberForce is that it's a great learning opportunity for everybody, just because, for one thing, it's usually a team of 6 people, and they get the systems ahead of time. And I'm just going to reiterate that. In a lot of these competitions, most of the competitions that I've been to, CCDC, the collegiate penetration testing competition, you get access to the systems and everything the day of the competition. They might give you like a network map or some information about the network ahead of time. It's not always accurate, and that's a lot of times intentional on their part to make your job even harder to a degree. But with CyberForce, it feels like a real opportunity, because you get these systems ahead of time, you have to set them up, you have to defend them, you have to implement logging measures and all sorts of other stuff. It's just a great way to get your feet wet with this program. And the other great thing is that even if you don't do well, you still spent 2 or 3 weeks with these systems, and you've gained I gained more knowledge my first CyberForce than I did from probably my first semester at college. So.
Yep, and I definitely echo what Todd said. Having that, 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever, to have access to the competition environment beforehand. That's something very unique to CyberForce. I've never participated in another competition that lets you do that. It gives you a lot of time to really become a lot more intimate with the infrastructure that you're defending, which for me was a huge learning opportunity. I was able to really take the time to do some investigating and to do some learning and to do some trial and error, as opposed to some of the other competitions where, like Todd said, you're just kind of thrown in there and it's do this, do that, and you don't have a lot of time or opportunity to really prepare and spend time learning ahead of the competition itself.
Yeah, I would say, I forget what the original question was, but everything everyone has said so far is, I agree with. I don't remember the question, but one thing I would recommend is if you're interested in leadership, being a team captain for CyberForce would be a great opportunity, because they put you in a room where, well, not just the competition room, but as the leader or the team captain, there was like a CISO talk. CISO is the Chief Information Security Officer, and you're supposed to present on the incident that is occurring in your environment. And you are sweating buckets the entire time because they are asking you questions that you've not had time to catch up to. So you need to either BS some answers pretty quickly, or, face what you'll have to do as a professional and tell a very high executive level person, I don't know the answer to that, I'll have to get back to you, and then have them be disappointed. So I would say that if you're interested in that kind of thing, or you're not sure if you're interested in leadership, it would be a great way to confirm it. And running a team is always really interesting. Getting to know all of the people on your team as well during those preparation days. It's really fun, really interesting. 10 out of 10. Definitely recommend being a captain for a competition team.
What is your favorite part of CyberForce? And be honest, what is your least favorite part in CyberForce that we ask you guys to do? And I really hope it's not documentation, because you know how much we all love documentation. It is a requirement in our lives, but who wants to take the first stab at it? Best favorite, or your favorite thing and your least favorite thing?
My favorite thing is Amanda. I love Amanda, the best. No, talking to the organizers is always really fun. The Slack channel is just pure chaos. I love it the entire time. This is not just, you can't pick just one. And then also when people get compromised, they put on the projectors. Red team just shames you in front of everyone. I will never forget the time where it was the badger mushroom video, and I was like, that's totally us. And I the squint, and it's totally my team number, and I'm just like, oh great, here we are. This is awesome. That was one of my favorite parts. Least favorite part, I would say, is that part of the competition where you just feel extremely downtrodden, and then red team just kicks your stuff in, and they just open the door and let hell loose, and that part really sucks, because the red team here is really great. You don't get the same level of red team in other competitions. So also a good part of it, I guess.
I'd say my favorite parts, like Maddie said, there are many, but one of my favorite parts was getting to talk to red team afterward. So red team is attacking you for the whole second day. It hits 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, whatever, and bam, they're on you. And being able to talk to them afterwards was so much fun, because we were able to kind of compare our experiences, and I was able to say, well, I noticed this user logged on with this funny name, and he was like, yeah, that wasn't me, you kicked me off, I watched you kick me off, and stuff like that. And it was just so fun being able to talk to the red team, and even just interacting with them a little bit during the competition. You're kicking each other out of machines and stuff. It's like playing King of the Hill, so you can keep control of the machine the longest. So red team and being able to talk with them afterwards and have a debriefing was really awesome. Least favorite part, feeling frustrated when I can't figure something out, but that's all part of the learning experience, so that's okay.
For my favorite part, I would absolutely say that CyberForce and all the staff around it genuinely care about you learning from the event. It's not just you're there to compete or you're there to get your test done and then it's over. They actually care about you learning from the event. Before, during, after the event. I got to participate in DOE's like cyberfire training 1 year, and I learned a lot from that. And I always learned a lot before the events. And I just think they genuinely care more than any other competition about you actually getting something from the event. And for my bad part, it was very difficult for me to think of something, but anomalies are not my favorite because just as Justin mentioned, the struggle for red team area and stuff like that, for me they would be anomalies where you're so close and you think you're about to get the flag and then you just can't get that final answer. So that would be just for me personally the only negative I could think of.
Just seconding what everyone else has said, the sense of community in CyberForce is really awesome. It's a kind of competition where even after you graduate, you still want to participate in it, and you guys make it super easy too. You can be red team, you can be green team after you graduate. It's just, it's something that you want to stay a part of even after you finish school, and I think that's super awesome. As for my least favorite part, I'm gonna have to say when we would get our green team survey reviews, I remember my team and I would get so upset. We would see the green team users say something like, "Oh, your website wasn't up," or "We couldn't access this link," and then we'd just be like, "What are you talking about? The website is perfectly functional." We didn't understand what those green team users were doing half the time. It's like they didn't even know how to use a computer. Okay, anyway, off my soapbox.
I think my favorite part was specifically the simulation part. In 2017, it was 2017. It was like an extractor. They had this physical extractor little machine on our desk that we watch, go up and down as we're in this competition, which was a lot of fun. And then at the end, everybody who got hacked, they burnt out the little engines of those things, and it was fun. It wasn't great for the people that lost, but and I think the thing that I didn't like wasn't necessarily about CyberForce, but mostly about the late night culture in computer science. I go to bed at 10 o'clock, so it's too late for me.
So just to reiterate what Justin said, my favorite thing was meeting the red team after the fact. The first year I competed, our red team members came in, and the first guy walked up to me and goes "You're from the University of South Alabama?" He shook my hand and he looked me straight in the eye and told me he hated me. Just in jest, because I'd made his life boring because we'd locked down our system so well. We did really well that year, and it was just really interesting to hear him talk about how miserable we had made his day. To a degree, but he was really glad that he was "I'm really impressed with you because your team did better than some professional organizations that I've done penetration testing against. And it really gives me hope that, the future of cyber is in good hands." My least favorite thing, I'm going to have to echo Michael here. I'm really not a big fan of anomalies. There have been some issues. One of my team members got his computer bricked a couple years ago by an anomaly. That was interesting, having to help him go through that process. They did a really good job with the anomalies this past year. They were pretty fantastic, I thought. I do always enjoy the crypto challenge. So.
There we go.
And we're back.
Those were pretty good. Those are great stories.
They were wonderful stories. I think the one thing that I got out of every one of those stories is that having the experience in the competition gives them that real world experience that they need in the job force. And that was something that stood out to me.
And the other one that I loved was the try different things. I think in cybersecurity in particular, having experience in multiple areas really helps you to have context.
Yep, absolutely. Agreed. So
it looks like we have a scoring update. A couple of really good things. It looks like the YouTube channel's back up, so we're able to see the scoring. Looks like UMass Dartmouth has made it so far without a single anomaly, which is really pretty good.
They're currently sitting at 37th too, so that's amazing.
Yeah. UCF is number 1, Brigham Young is number 2, and Huntsville, Pennsylvania is number 6. So we're doing pretty good. A bunch of additions to the top 10, which is really great.
There we go. We keep the teams keep plugging away, and I'm gonna hold off on my cheerleading. I think I'm gonna have pitchforks coming after me pretty soon. So yeah. So let's not cheerlead too much. All right.
A little hateration, holleration going on.
Yeah. Those people in Orlando are, they're pretty good over there. They're doing really good. So I'll leave it at that. That team from Orlando is doing good. All right. So let's see. So good news. The folks in the red team panel are here. So we're gonna dive into our next panel, and that's penetration testing as a job. And so we'll have folks from the red team. We're gonna have Candy Fan, Leon Trappett, and Dan Fettel. And these are all part of the CyberForce red team. And they all come, I believe you all are also part of some form of the DOE in some fashion. From what I remember, Candy, when we talked, it's you bring in folks from all over the Department of Energy, across different labs, across different organizations, to try to supplement the red teams and bring that real world experience in. So let's dive into this. So why don't you guys do an intro of yourselves so everybody gets to know you?
Okay, I'll start. My name's Candy Fawn. I've been working for over a decade at Sandia National Labs, Department of Energy Laboratory, working predominantly in red teaming and also cybersecurity research. So I do a lot of work besides IT networks. Also, I do a lot of assessment work on ICS systems.
I'll go next. My name is Dan Fedeli. I've been working at Brookhaven National Laboratory on Long Island for about 15 years as of this December, which is crazy. I've been in cybersecurity for about 10 years, and this will be my 4th year as a red teamer on CyberForce.
And Dan, you really have the setup, because as soon as you started talking, I can hear that. Yeah, and then you have the gamer. Yeah, that's a total gamer chair there. I know. Oh my God!
You got me pinned. You got me pinned. That's exactly me.
Gamer headset, gamer chair, gamer mic. You know how that goes. You know how he rolls.
I go hard. What can I say?
So quick comment, right? So to do our prep, we take like a whole month to get our red teamers up to speed so they can emulate a very high skill adversaries. And so one of the ways we do that is we get our experts to do tutorial videos. And Dan has created these tutorial videos. And one of the first comments people say is like, your sound quality is so amazing. The gear you have, it's like out of the world. And I'm a huge fan of IPSec, someone who's very famous in the cybersecurity industry. And I feel, Dan, one of his tutorial videos, it was like IPSec quality. So I was really impressed.
That is a huge compliment.
I'm going to have to watch some of those. Leon, tell us about yourself.
I'm Leon Trappett. I do not work for the Department of Energy. I've been a volunteer for this competition for the last 3 years. I work in the financial industry.
Okay.
So
awesome. Gary, you want to take it off? Want to kick it off?
I had a question that I asked Candy during our prep that I'd love to lead off on, because we heard it in the panels earlier today where we heard a little bit about folks being unwilling to share information because they're worried that the information they share can be vectors for targets. And we've talked about red team and blue team and purple team mentality. And so, one of the questions I asked you, Candy, was how do you prevent this training ground from becoming a training ground for attackers?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I feel like that's one of the reasons I'm a big fan of the CyberForce competition. So I've been at a lot of different events, and I feel the organizers of the CyberForce, they're really about being positive, right? And being a good force for the world in cybersecurity, and specifically in the energy sector, right? So when I saw that, that really resonated with me, because the sad reality is, in our industry of cybersecurity, there are some really dark places there, right? Where there's a lot of posturing, a lot of egotism, right? A lot of judgment. And I feel with the CyberForce competition, it was about being welcoming, being inclusive, and just really enjoying the passion that we have for cybersecurity. So that's what really got me wanting to help and contribute to the CyberForce competition. And your question about, we're learning some very important knowledge and skill that if you don't give the people who get this skill the right guidance, they could use it for wrong means, right? And luckily, I feel like that's a responsibility for some of us who feel like we should, contribute and be a positive change in cybersecurity, so we can help mold the minds of these young students that are coming up, and if they don't have other people to guide them in terms of how to use the skills, right? We can help and step in there and says, hey, okay, we're showing you some really good stuff, but you can follow our path and use it to help other people. And I think when they hear that and it kind of resonates with them, it gives them sort of a purpose, and then they can feel, hey, I can use this for positive versus for negative means, right? So it's more of an educational and many aspects, right? Not only for the knowledge, but them for their character and as a person. So that what I can say about that, and I can have the other panelists throw in their 2 cents.
Well, I mean, I like how the just in general the competition is very student first. There was a lot of in my experience, again, 4 years doing this, there was always kind of a lot of fear for the red team. The red team is going to come in and just wipe the floor with everybody and take everybody out. But it's really not like that at all. It's very much red team is here to just perform actions and see exactly how you are, how you react to those actions. So I feel like that offers a lot of educational input for students.
And it's great watching the teams as they develop these skills, because some of these students come into these competitions not even knowing what an adversary looks like on a computer or on a device. So when we emulate it and let them know, hey, this is occurring, do you see it? They enjoy that and they learn from that.
And I love you just said that, Leon. And this is a very unique scenario, because you have red teaming, and again, a lot of people perceive red teaming as, hey, I'm just attacking this network and I'm going to get, I want to get to the domain controller, I want to get access to this, but this is different. You're attacking industrial control systems, and that's a whole different world. And I remember speaking to Candy, and I was like, well, do you all have like a Cobalt Strike that you use there? And he's like, no, we don't have a Cobalt Strike. This is a unique use case. Tell us about that. Tell us about some of the uniqueness and challenges that you're facing going in there and trying to attack a hydroelectric dam.
I can start with some of that. So we don't rely on Cobalt Strike, but we do bring it in as well. We have a specialized C2 team, and in the past we've used Cobalt Strike and others, but that is just sort of to capture that aspect of what you need from an adversary to create that initial access, right, and help you keep that persistence. But we don't focus there, because for the whole attack chain, there's so many more steps there. And in the ICS world, what we care about is when the adversary is really deep in your network, they've passed your perimeter, your DMZ, and now they're in your physical plane, right? Your ICS plane, where there's like a really close alignment with the physical process itself. And when we're talking about physical process, that's where you have to be worried about loss of life, right? Loss of energy, and some really real world kinetic effects. That's what we have to be concerned about. So we do use the common tools for the enterprise IT stuff, your Nmap and your Metasploit. But once you get to the power stuff, to be able to do to simulate the real world stuff that real world adversaries do, you're gonna have to really know that and create custom stuff. So that's why we have amazing people like Dan. Last year, I think he helped do some Modbus PLC scripts, and this year Leon did the equivalent of some very realistic Stuxnet attack and other ICS attacks, where we're modifying the firmware And but we're not just doing it to cause damage and then laugh at the blue team. After all of our plays, we pause and then we evaluate the blue team. Like, hey, the red team did something here with this very unique protocol with ICS. Can you understand it? Can you break it down, right? So we stop there. And then we also have questions in terms of, okay, you see these register values, these coil values, these ones and zeros. How does that map to the actual physical effect? And in this case, it's hydroplanes with generators and floodgates, right? So they have to sort of really think about it, right? And we allow them, because the way we do our competition is we'll do an event and then we pause and then we evaluate them, versus other competitions where they'll just bulldoze over the blue team, unfortunately, and they don't know what up and down, right? For us, we do our play and then we stop and then we evaluate them. And then we test their knowledge. And we also have the option of educating after each of the play as well, in terms of, you don't get that, you didn't really understand it, let me educate you in terms of what is the mapping of this physical process with this protocol. And with that, I'll let the other folks chime in.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of just the communication with the blue team as well. This year we have a particularly interesting way of communicating with them through some sort of a channel bridge, so they don't know exactly who's communicating with them. So that allows red teamers to jump on and off, and we're able to actually shift red teamers around pretty easily.
Oh, I've been cheating. I've been telling you. I've been on your Discord and telling him, giving him clues and saying, hey. No, I'm joking with you guys. I'm
No cheating. But yeah, I mean, it's just been very, I don't know, the back and forth that, at least that I've had with the blue teamers, have been very helpful. A lot of times, the blue teams that I've had have been very good, and they've been pretty much catching most of the attacks that I've been giving them. But every now and again, if they come across something, we do kind of nudge them along as a result. So like I said before, this is all about educating the blue team. So there you go.
And another thing that we are trying to convey to the students is an ICS system is sensitive. You can't just knock it down with a vulnerability, or if you scan it with, or do a vulnerability scan, you're going to knock it down and you could cause more damage than what you're being paid for to do the assessment. The other thing, one of the scenarios that we pitched with them was we wanted them to refer to their documentation and understand, hey, if this temperature level gets too high, is there a danger to human life? Is there a danger to the reservoir? And hopefully they respond correctly.
Hey, I just wanted to do a follow-up question on that with the crew here. In terms of penetration testing as a job, like what you just talked about here is really great in terms of, how you teach students, because I do think a lot of it correlates to how do you train teams within a company. So can you guys, Leon, can you talk a little bit about what that's like?
Yeah, I can. So an organization's maturity occurs over time. And you start with doing penetration tests. And then the blue teams and other teams start figuring out, hey, we can block these penetration testers really easily. Then an organization matures to red teaming. And then with the red teams, you're not prioritizing the vulnerabilities to quickly get in and get to your objectives. You're actually executing the MITRE attack framework. And you're executing each of those plays to identify and strategically harden defenses so that you are hardened against the adversaries. After red teaming, a company matures to purple teaming. And that's where you're really working together and saying, hey, you're blocking my malware from making this persistence. How are you blocking it? And if you remove that defense, what's the second layer of defense that's going to catch that?
Yeah, those are the tabletop exercises that you see a lot in military, and this is, it's great. It's purple team's awesome. Sorry.
Yeah, to kind of expand on what Leon was saying about company maturity, especially when it comes to red teaming. Red teaming, or just general penetration testing, is paramount to kind of explaining or showing proof that what we're saying is something to be concerned about, because a lot of people, I mean, maybe this was more the case, 10 years ago or so, but a lot of people think like, well, if we just follow these standard practices, then we're safe. And in most cases, yeah, they would be if they follow it to a T. But what about this one guy who forgot to delete this backup file? And the red teams or penetration testers, these are the ones who were going to use real world attacks, are going to look for these misconfigurations, these weaknesses in your network, and say, look, this is something you should have caught. But because of this lapse of judgment or whatever, the red team is a fantastic approach for most companies to kind of show, look, here's proof of why you can't do it like this. So
yeah, I think there's something to be said for being able to validate the blue team's responses to real threats, and that's the power of a red team, being able to go in there and kind of validate that and say, and go into leadership and have an assessment and just evaluate it as a partnership, not as adversarials. It's like, we did this is how they responded. Did they catch something that we did, yay or nay? And if they did, great, you celebrate it. And if they didn't, you help them so that the next time they can catch it. That's the premise of red teaming. It's going out there and helping them just test their preparedness. So I love it.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of companies tend to point blame whenever something like that happens, and they tend to say like, "Oh, it was Lewis and over in system administration. That's why we got popped." And no, it's not Lewis. It's the policies that you have in place. So, yeah.
No, definitely. Now, obviously, red teaming is a very specialized skill, and there's a progression, I think, to get into red teaming. It's not like let me just go take a couple courses and then all of a sudden I'm a red teamer. There's a whole process to get to that. There's a learning curve because it is very involved. Can each of you talk about how you went through getting into red teaming at some point? Because I'm sure a lot of the folks here would like to better understand what the differences are between something like pen testing to going from pen testing to red teaming to anything else in there.
Sure, I can go first if you don't mind, guys. So I started 20 years ago as a web developer, and I had that programming background, and I made I learned a lot about web development, and then I made a lateral move towards system administration. So now I had the capability of developing as well as building infrastructure and whatnot. When I joined cybersecurity, I kind of, in a weird way, I kind of made like a 180. And it's like, now instead of building infrastructure, I'm learning how to tear it down piece by piece. Because if you have that capability of learning how all of these applications are set up in place, how O365 works, or how Apache serves any of the weaknesses that any of these large scale applications have. If you have that knowledge of building it up, you generally understand about certain specific things that you can exploit. And that just kind of leads you, it also takes a certain type of mentality to want to do that too. I mean, you have to be a little bit crazy to do it, but for the most part, it starts from building up, in my experience, so that you can learn how to tear it down and think like an adversary.
Okay, I can jump in and let me try to make this quick. So I think, going through my teenage year, I was always really curious about technology. And, once I got a computer, and then once I heard about things such as Linux operating system, like, okay, what's this about? And I started playing around with it, and it's like, wow. And then that community was all about, you need to have complete control and know all about your software and how it works. And there's this thing called a kernel and a graphical user interface, and how do you get it all working? And so for me, it's just like this huge puzzle that I can just get obsessed about and immerse myself in, right? So first you get started as a love of technology, but then once I stumbled into sort of the capture the flag community and sort of some of the information that was available in like Frack magazines, where they were sharing, wow, you can do these crazy things with buffer overflows in software. And I was like, wait a minute, that's not how software is supposed to work, that can't be possible. So my curiosity, and so I started jumping in and started playing around with something that's like, wow, this stuff works and it seems pretty cool and fun. And so that was the rabbit hole that got me into it, right? But it's always sort of this mystery about when I'm learning about this new technique and how it's sort of mind-boggling in terms of what people assume, the developers, like, they say, wait a minute, that can't be possible. But then these other people, these hackers, prove it is possible. So that's the interest about it, and sort of the uniqueness of it that really got me hooked. And for me, I feel to be good at it, it's really about building a really solid foundation of how systems really work, and sort of really having a lot of experience, hands-on experience, and knowing that. And that's what makes you a really good hacker, versus I feel like in our industry, there's this movement where people just want to get results really quickly. They want to take the quick path. So they'll have really powerful tools such as Metasploit and Cobalt Strike, but they don't really know how it works underneath, right? So when something doesn't work, they're kind of like stuck. So they get into this script kiddie mentality. And I feel like that's a blockage. So if you sort of put that aside and sort of think about the long term and just enjoy the journey, you're going to have a much better likelihood of having a really successful career and being really, really good in this industry.
I also want to echo Candy. It's very valuable to have that system administration experience. For example, in an organization, if you have your red team and then your blue team, and you're always throwing cats over the wall and they're catching the cats, they're getting injured. Well, a good red teamer puts themselves on the other side of the wall and catches those cats and helps them to understand how to mitigate those vulnerabilities, how to mitigate. And it's a very complex environment in some of these financial institutions and ICS areas that you have to pay attention to how it's developed to help them fix what needs to be fixed.
Now, what happens if the red teamer's allergic to cats?
Impossible. I don't make the rules. I'm sorry. To expand upon what Candy and Leon were saying, yeah, I think a lot of it also has to do with just a willingness to find out how something works as well. You know, I mean, Candy mentioned the script kiddie mentality, and no, we're not making fun of Metasploit. Metasploit's a fantastic tool, but the script kiddie mentality is you download a script that's supposed to exploit one thing, and you run it, and okay, you got a shell, and you don't think anything of it. Well, what you really should do is you find, if you know something is exploitable and you know that it can be exploitable with this script that you downloaded, what you should do, the proper mentality, is to find out how it's exploitable. Exactly what is it that it's doing that's actually allowing this to drop a shell, or to, you know, view a file that you wouldn't ordinarily be able to do that. So yeah, it's the idea of learning from what you've done.
Yeah, and I would like to make some quick comments about Metasploit. And it's a really interesting topic, because I think 10 years ago, and I think it's very common in our community, that, you know, if you say, oh, I use Metasploit, then some of the hipster red teamers like, what? You're a noob, right? You use Metasploit. Everyone's cool rolls their own. They're writing their own C#. What, you don't write your own malware? What kind of noob are you? But for me, for a lot of these tools, it depends on how you're using it. With a tool like Nmap, you could use it in a noob manner, but you could use it in a very advanced manner too. Similarly with Metasploit. With Metasploit, if you're just, okay, cutting, pasting the commands, then you're a noob. But if you actually like edit and create your own modules for Metasploit, and you understand some of the modules such as get system, if you really know how get system works, you'll be really impressed. And all this functionality is how it does is tunneling and it's multi-staging, right? If you really dig into the internals of it, it's like, wow, it can be as elite as any of the other tools. So that's my quick spiel. But unfortunately, I was influenced by the hipster. So 10 years ago, I was like, yeah, Metasploit, I'm better than that. I write my own scripts. But now Metasploit is my favorite tool. So it's kind of funny how I grow and I have new opinions.
That's the Metasploit curve, right? When you first start Metasploit, it's like, oh, how amazing is this? And then you're just like, oh, wait a minute, all you have to do is type this to, you know, press enter to pwn. Yeah, forget that. And then later on, you're just like, I know how it works. I'll just use Metasploit, and you're in. So
I love the fact that I'm in the chat and I'm just trolling Candy as he's going along. I'm saying Metasploit is God's.
Oh, funny enough, you're talking about Evil WinRM in our, because we're doing screen share because we're all doing red teaming together, right? We're like nerding out about Evil WinRM and just like educating the other people who aren't used to it. So yeah, good times. You're a red team. Oh, and then FY Ray, you gave us a link for a very cutting edge red teaming technique, right? That it's like used by all the advanced APT right now. I kind of like, hey guys, anyone willing to take up this challenge? And then we got some of our young guys who are really sharp. They took the challenge, and that's one of our plays. One of these very advanced
Awesome.
APT persistence plays. And so the students gets to experience this year. So
that's very cool. Awesome. Yeah. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm flexing my red team love here a little bit, So woo-hoo. All right. So first, remember UCF Go Knights, and then red team. Yeah. So I'm telling you, pitchforks are coming for me sooner or later. All right, Kira, you got the next question.
Well, it seems like curiosity is an important skill here. Certainly, I think some of us are old enough to have watched the industry mature from very tiny machines to big machines. It feels like there's been a renaissance around that, especially with IoT. These IoT devices are small and tiny, and so there's a renaissance of, sort of Linux-based machines. And so how do you guys keep your skills sharp? How do you, other than learning how some of these new platforms work, what communities do you hang out in, and how do you learn, and how do you share, and how do you, again, back to my earlier question of how do you share in a responsible way?
I would be remiss if I didn't mention Hack the Box. That is a fantastic resource. I think everyone who's in InfoSec knows that site. It's just a really great way to kind of keep up with everything. But if I were to say, like, if you go back 15 years, the amount of resources that are available to you for an information security professional is paled in comparison to what it's like now. Nowadays, there's so many blogs and websites that just help you kind of handhold you through ways of exploiting things, and some not so much. Hack the Box doesn't handhold you. It's very much exploratory learning. But there's a lot of resources that are out there nowadays, especially, which is nice to hear. Finally, it's a lot easier to learn than it was 15 years ago, at least in my experience.
And you mentioned Hack the Box, and what I love about it is the fact that it allows people to scratch that itch without landing them in legal trouble.
Yeah.
That's a huge component of that.
Absolutely. You do feel pretty elite, so that's pretty neat.
And Kyra, going back to the curiosity piece, if I can find someone who is curious enough about running a vulnerability and they stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning, those are the people I want to hire. Now, going back to the resources, there's the Financial Services Information Sharing and Analysis Center, or the ISACs. They're great to belong to, especially for companies. There are also private groups that you can belong to. Shout out to the Miscreant Punchers that have been around for multiple years. It's a private group that you can belong to learn about financial services, malware, and exploits that are occurring. And there's also local groups that you can belong to. So thank you. And go BYU.
So
there you go.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I'll try to make this quick. One of the realities you have to face is you can't know everything. That's a reality. So I would recommend to pick and choose areas that you seem to be interested in and want to sort of put some time in and focus in those areas. So that's number one. And be okay with saying you don't know something, and be really okay with making mistakes, because that's how you get really good. You make mistakes over and over, and that's how you learn, right? So there's those kind of things you have to do for a mindset. And also you have to be concerned about burnout, because that's a really common thing in our industry, because there's so much thing to do, because like a lot of us, we do stay up really late, 3 a.m.s, just like pounding away at all these cool stuff. There's always like hundreds of different cool stuff that we can never get to, and we have to pace ourselves, where it's like, man, I feel like I've been on the computer too long. I need to turn off the computer and go do other stuff to pace yourself, right? So those are really good things. And I think you should also come up with a plan, and it's more important to sort of just do something. Like you're like, oh, I read a blog, let me just try to do it. Because I think because we have so many options, in a lot of cases, people are just worried about making the wrong decision. I have to get the perfect reference, otherwise I'm not going to try to learn this web exploitation. Like, no, just find whatever you think is cool and just do. Most important is doing. And I think those are the big tips I have had. And then one of the really cool things that we're trying to do here with the red team is that, unfortunately, in earlier years, what we do for the CyberForce red team, we get together, we hack, we go against the blue team, and then we disperse. last year we kind of got together, and I think we did way more collaboration in terms of, hey, we shared a lot of information. This year it was through the roof. There was so much information sharing. People like Dan and Leon are just like mentoring a lot of, because our skill set here at CyberForce Red, it's all over the place. And so we're really helping, and we're sort of finding the right people who have the same interests as we are. For me, it's really rare to find someone who I can nerd out about WinRM. But here in our red team community here for CFC, I could meet those people like, whoa, you do that? Oh, how do you do this? And so with our red team community this year, we're trying to keep this going on year round so we can prepare for next year. And hopefully we can help each other grow and just learn from each other. So that's what we're trying to do with the CFC red team community. I think one of the messages you're getting from a lot of your students is this sense of community and belonging. And we're trying to have that with our red team as well.
You mentioned burnout. Don't forget imposter syndrome. That's that's something that I've definitely come across many times personally. And a lot of people get it. And you just have to kind of power through it. Just got to learn as much as you possibly can, because you can't expect to know everything. You think you do, and you get slapped right in the face that, oh, wow, I guess I don't know enough about that particular thing. So, yeah, I mean, don't forget the imposter syndrome, definitely.
I give the analogy of it's like standing on an iceberg of knowledge. What you know is above the water, but 80% of the iceberg is below the water.
That's awesome. That's a great segue to something I was going to ask. And so in mature red teams, an operator is not somebody who knows every aspect of the red team assessment. So what are the different types of operators that actually might be on a red team? Because that ties into exactly what all of you have said so far. So you have application security experts. I know that. You have infrastructure experts. You have folks who know how to scaffold up the ops infrastructure. You have folks who know how to create malware or reverse engineer. Talk about all these different roles that are part of a mature red team.
I can sort of jump in on that a little bit. So that's one of the big things I want to distinguish, because it gets mixed in together a lot. Pen testing, which is just a very broad, you're just trying to find vulnerabilities, right? There's no defenders here. You're just looking at systems and targets, and you're trying to find the vulnerabilities, right? With red teaming, there's a lot of different flavors. And I think the one I'm going to touch with your question, there's many ways of sort of answering it, but the one I'm going to touch is the adversarial emulation aspect of it, right? Where, hey, we see real cyber criminals. They have a way of working, and their way of working is very different from pen testing and very different from many flavors of red teaming that most people in industry provide. So with a flavor that is done by the nation state and the cyber criminals, they follow a certain cyber kill chain. And unless you as a red team that replicates that, unless you sort of bring equivalent type of capabilities to the fore, you're not giving that same simulation environment, right? So like you're saying, in terms of, in a really good mature place, you'll have people with the right expertise. Like this person, he's really good at doing OSN and doing that first phishing to get that initial access, right? This other person, he's really good with a lateral movement. And then the reality is they're supposed to have a specialized group that are really good with doing the research of creating your malware themselves. In an ideal place, they're not going to be the operator. They're just back in the labs. They're creating the tools that you're going to use for your red team operation, right? But the reality is in industry, because of tight budgets, of limited resources, we have to wear a lot of hats. So a lot of people in our industry, we're like the operator, we're the developer, we're like the IT guy that creates the infrastructure, right? But in a really good mature program, that will be a specialist would have all those different roles. So yeah, as Ray, you're sort of kind of pointing out, right? There's all these different roles, and so there's a lot of different opportunities. So you might be really good in terms of being really stealthy and being on keyboard and creating persistence, but that's a different skill set from like, oh, you have to sort of analyze this web application and find, hey, where is the LFI and where is the misconfiguration here that we can possibly use to get on this box through a web vector. So with that, I can open up to the other panels.
That was great. Leon, you want to go?
Sure. I think a big challenge is companies finding the right skill set to bring in people. Oftentimes, well, all of the time, I've outsourced to an outside group, and finding that outside group that will emulate the adversary is very important. You have to find those groups that are building the tools, that are researching the adversaries and bring them in. And a company may not understand, hey, why are you paying $30,000 for this assessment when I can turn around and do it for $5,000? You really have to work with the organization to say, we are emulating the adversary, and we need this specific group to come in and do that for us.
Carrie, you want to close it out? On last, we have 5 minutes, so we can ask one more question.
You know, the selecting, and I'm in the situation you're talking about, Leon, is how do you select that external org? And it's hard. You know, there are a lot of people, as soon as you go on LinkedIn and they find out you're CTO or something like that, you get 100 messages from folks offering to do pen testing. Can you just say a little bit more about that last comment? How should we be thinking about picking those orgs? How do we identify the right culture?
That's a great question. And the best recommendation I would have is it starts with your red teamer. It starts with the training that they're seeking after. If they're going to training from SANS, they're learning about tools that have been created to detect these adversaries. And then from there, you move on. Quick example, I was a mentor for a team, and this red team just obliterated us on a competition not related to CyberForce. I reached out to the organizers and said, I want to know who that red team is because I want them on my next engagement. And it was awesome.
Great. Dan, Candy, any related advice to that?
Yeah, that is a very tricky subject, being able to sort of evaluate and pick the right red team for your needs, right? Definitely, hopefully you'll have a way of evaluating them based on what kind of processes they're using. If they seem to sort of be about trying to understand what your needs are and applying real sort of tactics that will find threats that are relevant to your specific system, those are good signs, right? If they have demonstrated that they're able to do equivalent tactics and processes that you see real world adversaries do, and they can competently communicate that's a good sign. And then one of the other reality of this, so that makes it very challenging, is that companies, similar to most places, they have their A team and they have their B team. So, you know, hopefully if you're hiring them, you're getting their A team versus their, you know, not so skilled team, right? So again, hopefully you'll be able to sort of evaluate them and sort of ask them the right questions to see, hey, do they really know their chops, or are they what I think Ed Skodas would call a pen testing puppy mill, right? Where all they do is run Nessus, run Nmap, and then they slap it to a nice automatic report like, hey, you're good to go. Checkbox for your, you know, NIS 853. You're good for the year, right? That's horrible, and we don't need that. And so maybe you could ask them for previous representative results, right, to see what kind of results they give, to see are those the kind of results that you're looking for.
That's great, Dan. What
yeah, and it might have to do. It also has to do with the industry that you would be attacking as well. Like if you're mostly into software development, maybe you'd want someone who specializes in binary exploitation or web development, web application pen testing. Are you more of a Windows focus? Are you more Linux or Unix or what have you? So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to consider, a lot of moving parts there.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, all of you, for being on the panel. This has been great, very informative information, and it's been wonderful to have you all. And so we're gonna move on to the next, and I think we have a scoring update, don't we? Vera?
I think we do. Yeah.
All right.
It looks like we've got UCF, University of California, Santa Cruz, number 2. University of Wyoming did a big jump. And then University of Denver went from 25 to 10. Wyoming went from 20 to 3. and Tennessee Tech went from 40 to 26. So that's those are some really great highlights. And for me, it's watching folks move up, watching folks improve their game throughout this process that is really pretty gratifying.
Indeed, indeed. Now, up next is going to be our next video, and on there we're going to have Ben Brown, who is the head of user facilities at the Department of Energy Office of Science. And one of the cool things about Ben is that he helps to manage the Aurora supercomputer at Argonne, and it's and I can't even imagine this. No, I know what it is. I know how to pronounce it. I'm just like, I can't even imagine exascale. I just think, look, just give me my PC and I'm okay and I'm happy. I'm thinking exascale now, and it's like, it's the first computer that's can do 1 billion calculation, or is it 1 billion billion?
1 billion billion.
That's it. Oh my God, that's wild.
We need Carl Sagan in here to sort of explain that.
Nate just sent me a message that says that's enough connections to simulate the human brain. Oh my God, finally. Okay, that's it. Where's Skynet? Oh, looking up, all right. All right. So with that, Barry, roll the video.
Hello, my name is Ben Brown, and I'm the director of the Facilities Division in the Office of Advanced Scientific Computing Research in DOE's Office of Science, where we build the world's fastest supercomputers and fastest networks to accelerate scientific discoveries. It's a privilege to welcome you to this year's CyberForce competition. The DOE Office of Science has a long history of sponsoring scientific research and building major research infrastructure that has helped transform our nation's understanding of nature and advance the energy, economic, and national security of the United States. We support the CyberForce competition because we depend on cybersecurity professionals day in and day out. Many think of cybersecurity professionals first as defenders, and that's true. But in the world of DOE science at the national laboratories, they are also architects, creators, inventors, devising new ways for us and our scientists to get to yes with pretty crazy new research endeavors while protecting sensitive systems and data. Today, we are standing on the threshold of achieving exascale supercomputing. We're bringing the power of AI to new research questions. We're investing in research in quantum information science to move us beyond Moore's law. Cybersecurity underpins all of this work and more. Competitors, good luck. Remember, to make the most of this experience, your team must function at a high level with respect for each other and an opportunity for each member to contribute ideas and be heard. The hallmark of DOE science is teams of diverse groups of scientists, engineers, technicians, and yes, cybersecurity professionals who join forces to tackle the nation's hardest challenges. We look forward to you joining us someday. So I encourage you to reach out to my Office of Science team and learn more about career opportunities in DOE. Thanks for your attention, and now get after it.
I love that energy you had. It's like, I love that, especially at the end, get after it. So clearly.
Yeah, get after it. That's like what, every Star Trek captain has their own thing, like engage. And my favorite so far is from Discovery, and it's, let's fly. But get after it's pretty good too.
Yeah, I like it. Make it so.
Make it so is all right. Yeah,
I like pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. You want to introduce our next panelist?
So it sounds like we have in our next panel, we've got some really great folks that are mentors for education. And, it's just great. I'm a big believer in education. I think both of us had a lot of opportunities because of the education we got when we were young and the educational opportunities that folks made for us. So I'm really excited to hear from the panel.
Fantastic. And so with that, we have Tom. And Tom, I'm going to do my best to pronounce your last name, Nadoris of the University of Central Florida. Did I do a good job?
Pretty close, Ray. It's Netarost.
Netarost. Awesome. And by the way, go Knights.
Thank you.
What do you have to say? Go Knights. Charge
on.
There you go. All right. Kenneth Atkinson from Baldwin Wallace University. Hey, Kenneth, how are you? And Paulo Regis of Southeastern University. And I hope I said Paulo correctly.
Close enough. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So,
yeah.
Thank you for joining us, all three of you. So tell us a little bit more about some of the educational aspects that you're seeing in the cybersecurity world. some of the challenges you're seeing in the industry and how it relates to the educational space. I think that's a good way to start off. And of course, we can also start with an intro. That's probably a good place to start too. So, Kenneth, you want to start it off?
Sure. So my name is Kenneth Atchison. I'm at Baldwin Wallace University. I teach cybersecurity courses in the Department of Computer Science. I've been teaching for 22 years, haha. And as far as the cybersecurity program, we've been doing this since 2010 per se, and we became an official program in 2012. So that's about me. Let's get the other guys in.
All right, I can go next. My name is Paulo Regis. I'm a faculty in the computer science department here at Southeastern Louisiana University. I don't have 23 years of experience. I only have a couple. So I'm the newcomer here. I teach cybersecurity and computer networking courses.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tom Netterost. I'm an instructor in the Department of Computer Science at the University of Central Florida. This is my 10th year at the University of Central Florida. Prior to that, I did work in industry. Initially started as a consultant with Anderson Consulting, which then became Accenture, and then moved on to Hewlett Packard Company. Then I moved to Florida to work for the Walt Disney World Company for several years. And while I was there, went back to school, finished another master's and a doctorate degree, and started teaching at a community college in Orlando. And then in 2012, I started teaching at the University of Central Florida. So cyber wasn't my initial background, but it came and found me.
Kira, you want to take the next question?
Sure. I think all of us are interested in how you got started. What inspired you to teach in this space?
I'll go ahead and start with that one. A student. I initially started at the University of Central Florida. I was interviewing for a full-time job, and they offered me an adjunct position the semester before while they went through the hiring process. I accepted the offer, but one of the students I had that very first semester, and Ray knows the student, his name is Jonathan Singer, came up to me with his laptop, and he said, "Dr. Netterost, I want to do this." And he showed me the website for the Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition. And I'm like, okay. I had not even heard of that competition at that point. So reading through it, I noticed that we had to have at least 8 people on the team, maximum of 12. And I turned around to John and said, "Do you have 7 other friends?" And he said, "I think we can probably find some folks." And he sent out an email to our students in our computer science and information technology program, and said, "Hey, I want to do this competition." It was a really short email. I was like, "I want to do this competition. Here's the link. Come to the meeting this Friday." This is like 3 days beforehand. And I'm like, "Well, I hope we get like 7 people to show up." I walked into the room, and it was like packed. We had like 86 students sitting there. And so what we found out was there was a lot of interest in cybersecurity at the University of Central Florida. We still don't have an undergraduate major in cybersecurity. Our students are computer science or IT. And then they take a minor in secure computing, or networking, or cyber operations as a certificate that they add on to that. And that kind of gives them the background in cyber that they currently have right now. So basically, it started with a student asking to do a competition, and that's led to UCF now having a master's in cybersecurity, a cybersecurity research cluster for some of our tenured faculty members as well. And it all started back in 2012 with one student.
That's a great story.
That's
what about
amazing.
you, Kenneth?
Oh, me? Okay. So my different path. So I was teaching basically computer science courses, the traditional computer science stuff, and then every now and then I would do an information systems course. We started then branching into more of networking types of deal, particularly network administration. So I fell into those courses because I was previous to teaching, I was a system administrator, mainly Unix at various places. So that's how I got that. I happened upon a program from CASIA, which is the Center for Information Security, Cybersecurity. I'm really butchering this, and they're going to kill me for it. But CSSIA up in Moraine Valley. So I started attending some training programs there, and then that's when I heard about CCDC. So I said we should try that. So about the second year of us trying, we actually had a team and competed. And since then, that was 2009. Since then, we've been competing in CCDC. So pretty much that. We've had some good teams. We've had interesting teams. We all learn, and that's basically what we try to do. We try to learn.
Great story. Great. Paolo, what about you?
Well, mine is a little bit different as well. Everybody has a different path, but it was really awesome to hear Tom and Kenneth's story, because I think I'm at the beginning of that path. This is the first time that we have a team competing in the CyberForce competition. And the way that it happened, it was just I saw an advertisement, email marketing, I think. And I just suggested to my class, hey, you guys want to do it? Want to do this? And they said yes. And here we are. This is the first time we are participating. Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully, maybe in 10 years, we're going to have our own program here.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, Tom. Awesome. Tom, by the way, I sent the message to Jonathan. I go, "Are your ears ringing?" and he goes, "No, man, what's going on?" And then I sent him a screenshot of all of us. And he goes, "Oh, it's Tom." So, yeah. So no, definitely, it's really cool, and you know, it kind of ties into my next question, which is perfect. And I'll ask this of Kenneth. And so, cybersecurity clubs seem to be the way that many students are actually getting involved in cybersecurity, because we don't have many universities and many colleges don't have the formal cybersecurity programs in place yet, and they're working on it. I have a friend of mine up in Tufts. His name is Ming Chow, who is a big advocate for cybersecurity programs in the university level. And so, how should somebody think about either building a new cybersecurity club if their university doesn't have that, and then getting involved in these competitions, or joining an existing club and getting more involved and hands-on? Let's start the conversation with that, and then we'll go to each one of you about that.
Well, I think the idea is you get the students involved in some kind of competition. That's usually what gets them excited about competing. In hindsight, we went the CCDC route. That was really the main competition that's there. But today, there's lots of great competitions. I would suggest any school wanting to get involved with cybersecurity, go out for NCL, National Cyber League. You don't need a big team. You don't need a team with really deep talent or that sort of deal. You can have people in niche markets here and there doing things. And so I think that would, and then they get great success in it. Plus they learn a lot. I think doing that, once you get some wins or some momentum behind you on that, then almost they will come. We get students now coming to BW and have read about our team and say, hey, I want to be part of it. So it kind of goes with that.
Great. Tom, you want to jump in?
Certainly. I'd agree with everything Kenneth just said. Additionally to and National Cyber League is kind of a starter competition that he mentioned. It's great for students who want to try but are scared, or they don't have, where you don't have students to build a talented team out with multiple skill sets, because it's individual competition up front, and then it involves some small team competition towards the end of the MCL League, and it runs each semester. So If you can get students in a class that are interested, signing up for that is a great place to start. Also, there is the NSA has the Center of Academic Excellence program, and they are starting a competition this year also based on beginners. So there's going to be some training involved in that. And I believe they're calling it the NCAE Cyber Games. And I think if you go to ncaecybergames.org, they have a website set up. So again, that's a free competition for beginning students. So they're going to actually give some training involved as to how to answer some of these questions. And we'll see where it goes from there. But again, yes, I think student clubs are where students, can start if you don't already have an established cybersecurity program.
That's awesome. I just pasted that link into the Twitch stream chat, so that way anybody listening in can go ahead and jump on that and get more familiar with it. Awesome. And Paolo, do you want to jump in and talk about your club?
Well, there's not. We don't have a club yet, but I do agree with the suggestions, with the game plan to get this kick-started. Student organizations is a key.
Yep.
But we don't have one, so having this, having them participating here, maybe will tickle that itch, and we can get this going.
No, that's awesome. And I think getting students hyped up and getting them pumped up by participating in something like this is where you get the motivation, get that light, that fire that gets that first leader who's going to say, I'm going to help drive this and I'm going to help build the program out, because you do need that, because, as an educator, you'll be that mentor, that sponsor, that person going to kind of help to lift them up. But you need that student leader who steps up and self-selects and says, I want to do this. I want to get the program going. So totally understand what you're saying.
I want to give props to the organization of the event, because it's fantastic. It's phenomenal. It's a real world situation, and the kids are like really pumped up about it. And I haven't seen this anywhere else.
And I just want to ask a follow-up question here for this team of educators. How do you guys network? How do you support each other as educators in this space? We talked a little bit earlier about communities for cybersecurity itself, but I'd imagine that as educators, you're also sort of pooling ideas and talent. How do you guys do that? Where do you do it? Yeah, go for it, Ken.
I'll speak up. I'm a Tom fan. I follow his team on LinkedIn, and they have a great program, great group of students, and that Cyber Nights group is really good. So I follow him on that. I usually collaborate with some of my local peers up here in Cleveland. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. So Cleveland State, University Akron, and as far east as Mount Union, I will collaborate with those guys. We're trying to probably do local competitions and then support each other that way.
That's great. That's great. What about you, Tom? Other than having a fan base, what do you do to nurture the community?
Well, I guess one thing I should explain is we have our student club, which is actually here, Hack at UCF.
Yeah.
And they compete in a lot of capture the flag type competitions and some other ones that are open to literally everybody under the name NightSec. So that's our club's team. And since the club is run by officers, they want it to be a very inclusive organization, so anyone can compete in these competitions. There's no selection or tryout process. From the club, then I pick our C3 or our collegiate cybersecurity competition team that does things like CyberForce. They'll do CCDC. They'll do the collegiate pen testing competition, where we can only put one team. Let's say it has 6 or 8 people on it. And we actually go through a selection process for that, from applications, resumes, interviews, tryouts in that area. As far as networking with other people, it does seem like each school that is active in this has one particular faculty member. That's why I know Kenneth really well from a lot of different competitions already. that's the champion for that club and that team. And we get to know each other from competitions, from conferences. There's a couple, the NICE conference or the CISI conference that a lot of cyber educators and researchers go to. I'll see the same coaches from different teams there. In CCDC, we'll get our regional areas together because there's regional competition you have to win to get to the national level. So I'll know the coaches in that area. One of our private employers here in Florida recruits from a lot of the Florida schools, and they have a competition as well that's local. So I get to know like who's the advisor for these clubs at many of the other schools around here. And we keep in contact. And I'll send a list out of like what I know about competitions coming up. And we kind of check notes on what we're doing and how we're doing training and selection for teams and stuff like that.
That's great. Paulo, this is the first time. Do you feel like it's a welcoming community? Are you getting
yeah,
welcomed and
definitely.
support?
I'm definitely gonna add those two to my contact list for sure. Other than that, just keeping in touch with my peers from grad school, and because everybody kind of has the same background as me, the same program. So just keeping in touch with the people you know, and helping each other. Everybody's like scattered around the country now, so that's what I've been doing.
That's great. Hey, one more follow-up question, Ray, before you chime in.
Yeah, go for it.
We've talked a lot regionally about regional relationships. When I was at Microsoft, I had the good fortune to start up labs in Europe, a couple of labs in Europe, one in Kenya, one in Johannesburg, Shenzhen. And what I noticed was that there's very different security postures, perceptions in each of these regions. I talked to one CEO in China about hacking for one of their IoT devices. And at first, he didn't know what the word meant. He asked me, well, what does this mean? And I explained to him what it meant. And he said, oh, well, no one does that here because if you get caught, you go to jail or you go to work for the government. And so I'm super curious about your take on, collaboration with other regions, outside of the U.S., collaboration with South America, Africa, Europe, with some of these sort of security issues. Are you doing any of that?
I'll start out. I myself am not. I honestly don't know if some of our research faculty are working in that area. In the competition space, most of them have been U.S.-based competitions. There is one, the Global Collegiate Pen Testing Competition, that is worldwide. But from what I've seen in the last 2 years that it's been a global competition, they're approaching pen testing in the same way that we do here in the U.S. So I really haven't noticed a difference there. And I know Kenneth has a team that's involved in that as well as some of his alumni, I think, that are working in putting on that competition. He may be able to have a bigger perspective on the international side.
No comment.
Well,
but I will say also, we also get international students. I'm sure UCF gets international students as well as Paulo. So you have to also wonder about that too. But as far as collaboration with other outside entities, I don't. I'm too busy with these guys here having fun.
Great.
Yeah, same thing here. It's hard to collaborate when you have so much to do here.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
I was going to say there was another competition that hasn't run since the pandemic called Global Cyber Olympics, and it did a continental-wide competition. So one year, our team did win the North American competition, so it's U.S. and Canada, and our team got to go to the Netherlands for the international event. It was more than CTF-type challenges. It involved a lot of physical challenges as well, like breaking into a safe to get the password that you needed to even log into your system to begin with. And then a lot of like what you normally see. So our team did well. I think we came in third place. The teams above us were teams of professionals from Deloitte and one other company that was in Europe. I don't remember that. But I mean, we were able to compete at that international level in that type of competition. And the challenges seemed to our students to be similar to what they see in any of the US competitions.
Great. Thank you.
Awesome. So, Kenneth, I think you're holding your cards very close to your vest. You didn't want to pass that along to Tom over there, huh? Give him another advantage. Yeah, I see what was going on here.
No. Tom is good. I love
Tom. Yeah.
We play against each other. It's always good.
No, that's good. That's good. That's like Kira and I troll Kira sometimes, and like she's then she just smacks me back. She was my former manager at Microsoft, so it's like I'm just used to her smack me. So. You have an interesting job, obviously, because you're educators and then you're also mentors. I mean, what are some of the things that you love about the work that you do, and then what are some of the challenges that you experience and in working with cyber students?
I enjoy watching them grow. Every class I teach, and I teach the lion's share of the cybersecurity program. So. And at one time, everything from TCP/IP all the way to pen testing. I always tell them, I can only teach you this amount. There's way more stuff out there than I could teach you. So for the regular student per se, the one that just wants to grade, get the degree and stuff like that, they just mush on. But for the others who go into the competitions, they wow me after a while because I'm like, wait a minute, I never showed you that. And they're just I learn from them in a lot of cases of how to do things. So that, and then see them progress in their career, going to various places. I'm sure Tom, his team do really well, and the students do really well, go to great places. So I see that. That's where I get enjoyment from.
That comes from a great place, Kenneth. It takes some humility to take those lessons from the folks you're teaching. So right on.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, definitely seeing the students having those aha moments in front of us, that's like awesome. It's priceless. That's what motivates me, because like even prepping for the CyberForce, their background, we have a lot of web development here, and because they had that background, they were able to solve some issues with the competition, like during the prep work, that I had no idea what was going on, right? Mm-hmm. And that's what keeps me going.
What's interesting what you said is that actually ties really nicely into the red team discussion we had, Kira. Remember when Candy was saying that you have these red teams that have diverse sets of skills, and they complement each other because they're going and they're trying to solve really complex issues, and you need to have that diversity of skill sets to actually solve these problems. So it ties really nicely into what you're saying. Yeah, web developers who solve something that needed to be solved, and they complemented your skill set, which is great.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'll chime in quickly as well. UCF is a very large school. We've got almost 72,000 students in Orlando, 12,000 just within the College of Engineering and Computer Science. So the classes I teach are large, and usually they're either online courses or auditorium type courses. And I did come from a community college, so I know that feeling is very different when you have 25 students and you know everyone by name and you know who turned in their homework and who didn't, versus having an auditorium with 250 people or an online section with 600. So the club and the team are kind of like my life. Those are the students I know really well. I know them. I'm going to have them for multiple years, in different competitions, and I keep in touch with the alumni that have left as well. As Kenneth mentioned, a lot of them do get offers, and prior to the pandemic, a lot of them were getting sent out to the West Coast, anywhere from San Diego all the way up to Seattle, and a few up in the DC area. since the pandemic and everybody else is working remotely, a lot of those companies have allowed the students to live wherever they want, which many of them are staying here. I'm kind of actually excited due to the pandemic because two of my students, I have now, they're working for a West Coast company, different companies on the West Coast. They're living here in Orlando, and I have now them hired as adjunct instructors. So I now have two assistant team coaches who have actually been competitors in all the competitions that we're doing. So I'm very excited for that happening.
You know, one of the things I'm hearing that, you know, just really warms my heart, because I had teachers and instructors and professors that have the care, and I'd go so far as to say the love that you guys are all talking about for your students. And it's really rare to have those kinds of folks in your life, but the kind of folks that you are really help prepare and propel students in their career. So thank you guys for being really caring educators.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What say you, Ray? How are you going to ruin the mood?
No, I see. You got the next question. So, are you going to ruin the mood? We take turns, so I think she's teed up. Let's see how Kira handles this one.
Well, you know, I'm really concerned about education recruiting folks back in education. My sister teaches at University of Pennsylvania. She teaches psychology at UPenn, and she keeps trying to get me to come back. And I said, well, you know, I'm not ready to do that yet. I'd love to hear about how you guys are recruiting other sort of passionate educators like you back into, you know, the system, because we do need more folks like you.
Well, I'll start off. It's a labor of love, and it is hard to find cybersecurity professionals or instructors. I'm fortunate, very similar to Tom. One of my alumni on one of the teams is now teaching in our department as an adjunct, but we've had searches and come up dry. It's a known issue per se, but it's, like I said, because it's a labor of love. You know, people want to teach because they love it and they like cybersecurity, and it's a fast-moving field.
That's great. Tom, other than being a great example, what are you doing to recruit?
Exactly what Kenneth just mentioned. It's been very difficult for us as a school to recruit, especially in that area. There's such a shortage of cybersecurity professionals in industry that's very difficult to recruit people, possibly as they retire. And we do have someone who actually ran his own cybersecurity company, and he had been an adjunct for us for a while. He is more or less kind of selling off or getting less involved with his business, and has joined us as a full-time lecturer this year. This year is also the first year I was able to actually bring two alumni back as instructors. So hopefully things will get a little more, a little better in the future. But right now it's very difficult. If you post for a cybersecurity position, even if you list, some topics that you're looking for, you get a handful of resumes, and a lot of those folks are like nowhere near any of the skills that you're looking for when you actually interview them. So it's been difficult for us.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'll add with Tom, because one of the times, I think the first time I met Tom, we were all talking about hiring people. It was that conversation up in at Argonne, actually. That's when I first met Tom. And it's like everybody was like, yeah, it's hard to find instructors and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, I thought it was just us in Cleveland.
Well, I will say Cleveland's very cold, though.
It is.
It is very cold. It's like bone-chilling cold. I've heard about that. So, but Cleveland is beautiful in the spring and summer, though.
Yeah,
It
for
is
4 days.
gorgeous. 4 days.
4 days.
I wasn't going to say that. Oh my God. Here I am trying to prop it up. Come
No,
on.
it's fine. It's fine. No, we're good. It's
We've tried really hard in Florida too. We'll invite people for the interviews like in February when our weather is very nice. And it's not so nice every place else, but it doesn't always mean they end up taking the offer when we make it.
So you invite them in February so they don't come in during the sauna type of the year, basically.
Right. No, they come when it's like 72 and very nice and comfortable outside.
Oh, this is beautiful weather. Wow, this is amazing. Oh, yeah. And then all of a sudden, 6 months later, they're like drenched in sweat. I totally understand what you're talking about. Well, I know we're almost at time here, so I'm gonna close it off with one more question. If you wanted to get students excited, if you wanted to get them more involved, and taking aside recruiting or anything like that, just thinking about getting these students involved in cybersecurity as a general topic, because we obviously do have a need for them. What's the feedback and what's the advice you would give them?
Well, I would say that breaking that entry barrier, that they don't have to be the specialist and know everything to get started, right? The skills that they have is enough to do something. Can be soft skills, communication skills. I've been watching the webcast all day, so I know this topic came before, but like the soft skills and the communication skills is very important. And if they have that's enough to get something. Learning is I would say it's an individual process. We try to help them, but just removing the barriers, the entry barriers.
I think educators in general can do more in promoting all the different areas of cybersecurity, because when you say that to a student, they're thinking that elite hacker kid that they know about in the hoodie and you probably can't see his face or anything like that. That's what they think it is. They're like, they're nowhere at that level. I'm never going to get at that level. You don't have to. There's many other positions in cybersecurity that can use your background and your interests. And much earlier today, Amanda mentioned the communication skills, interpersonal skills. I guess one of the things is that the strong students I have that have good, let's say, hacking skills or can do things independently, oh man, put them together on a team and it's a nightmare. So I have to do a lot of teaching teamwork skills and getting along with each other and recognizing each other for who has the best skills in certain areas. And you have to rely on each other. And that's, I think a lot of true hackers are very independent thinkers and they want to do it all themselves and not necessarily give trust to their fellow hacker. They like to show off what they can do, but they don't necessarily want to put their, if winning a competition or, doing something is on the line, they don't want to rely on someone else. And they have to rely on the whole team in a lot of these competitions.
And it's really interesting that you mentioned that, Tom. Of many years ago, maybe not that many years ago, the MMORPG games became really popular, and I would lose my son for what felt like months at a time. But one of the things that I remember that impressed me was I actually had him sit me down and show me what they were doing. And I was really impressed at how this group of independent players, like you're talking about, there were folks that could come and lead them on a campaign to work together. And so those leaders who were doing it without command and control, but through influence and woo and inspiration, is also a critical part to that hacking team.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much to our panelists for joining us. This has been great. Thank you for being great educators and mentors and helping us build the next set of cybersecurity professionals. I know it's a challenging job. And I remember speaking to one of my mentors, Ann Johnson, and she kept talking about the fact that there's a need for 3 million cyber defenders in some fashion in the industry. And it's not just somebody who's going to go ahead and say, let's be a blue teamer, or let's be a red teamer, let's be incident responder. It's everything across the board. It's everybody from the people who roll up their sleeves and get into the tech to folks who are helping set policy, handle compliance, licensing, sell solutions, everything you can imagine. The roles span the security industry, so I appreciate all of you going out there and helping mentor these folks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us today.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Hey, it looks like we got a score update.
We do, and
right?
it looks. Is this another change in the scores? I think it is, right?
Yeah, it looks like, and we have a big jumper here. Southern Illinois University, Carbondale went from 39 to 20.
Jesus.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Let's see, we had that. The top 15 teams now look all really balanced across services, anomalies, and green team scores. So that's really great to see.
Yep.
I know that Ray's doing his Bengal Butter dance for UCF. UCal Santa Cruz is still doing great. Wyoming is still doing great. Again, as we mentioned, Southern Illinois made a big jump. So it's great to see these teams really starting to excel.
Exactly, and so this is great. I mean, it's again what I love, and I can't stress it enough. It's the back and forth, and UCF has done really well, but there's still these other teams that are making massive jumps. So the competition is still there, the fever's still there. These students want to win, they want to get in there. So I love it. I love to just the competitive juices are going. So fantastic work, everybody. So our next topic, we're going to dive into audit and regulation as a job, and we're going to discuss what it's like in the energy sector that's to have a job in audit in the energy sector that's heavily regulated. And so before that, we are going to have a word by Congressman Bill Foster. So take it away.
Take it away, Congressman Foster.
Dun, 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 dun.
So much for being here, albeit virtually today. For those of you who might not know me, I'm Congressman Bill Foster. I'm a scientist and businessman, and I'm proud to represent the 11th Congressional District of Illinois in the U.S. House of Representatives. And I'd like to start by thanking Argonne National Lab for inviting me to give remarks today and for hosting the CyberForce competition. This is an incredible way to get engaged and gain experience in the cybersecurity field. As our economy becomes increasingly STEM-based, it has never been more important to ensure that our workforce has the necessary technical education and training to meet growing cybersecurity needs. Careers in STEM fields are expanding, and the need for qualified candidates to enter these fields is growing every day. Over the past decade, STEM jobs have grown 3 times faster than non-STEM jobs. And though students are becoming increasingly interested in STEM fields, we are still in need of hundreds of thousands of qualified professionals to fill critical roles: scientists, engineers, and students who are ready to take on the cybersecurity problems of tomorrow. The Department of Energy's commitment to ensuring that we are prepared for future cybersecurity threats is essential to the protection of our technology and our economy. A prepared scientific workforce will help America continue to compete in a changing global economy where STEM is and will continue to be a priority. You know, before I came to Congress, I worked for more than 20 years as a physicist at Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory. So I have a unique appreciation of the importance of STEM education and the DOE National Labs. And prior to that, when I was 19 years old, my younger brother and I started a company in our basement with $500 from my parents to use the newly invented microprocessor to control theatrical stage lighting. And that company now employs over 1,300 people and manufactures the majority of stage lighting equipment in the United States. So I know firsthand just how valuable STEM skills are. They helped me build a career and become who I am today. We need to provide our scientists and engineers with the opportunities to explore this increasingly important field. And today's CyberForce competition is a fun and interactive way to get started. So thank you to the Department of Energy and the National Labs for organizing this incredible event and equipping our workforce with the tools that they will need to prepare them for the future. Thank you all, and good luck.
Wow, that's amazing. Did you notice that awesome tie, Ray?
It was amazing. That was great.
For folks who didn't notice, he
Periodic
had
table.
the periodic table tie. That was amazing.
That was great. I love that type of stuff. My goodness. All right. Well, we have a wonderful guest now for our audit and regulation as a job panel. And we have Kevin Salisbury joining us from NV Energy. Can we bring Kevin in?
Hey, there we go.
Hey, Kevin. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you two doing?
Thanks for joining us. We're doing good. It's been a wonderful day. It's been long, but thankfully I've had Kira here to keep me busy and keep me honest.
And give you a bathroom break or two.
Yes. Oh my God. Well, here's the thing though. I have a trough here. It's a trough of water. And so, I drink a lot of water and a coffee cup. So yeah, sooner or later I'm going to have a bio break because it is what it is.
Yeah, I can see the clock in the corner, right? 6.5 hours. So
yeah. What's been going on? Oh my God. So Kevin, tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us about audit and regulation as a job, because I think this is an interesting field. I don't know much about it, and I'm looking forward to this talk.
Sure. So first off, I appreciate the opportunity to do this. I was unfamiliar with the competition, so once I got to see the tech specs on this and what you all are doing here, this is amazing. Like the fact that you're putting in real time or real life situations for individuals and teams to work through. And what I have to deal with on a day-to-day or hear about after the fact. So my name is Kevin Salisbury, 39, married, girl dad, based out of Vegas. I work for NV Energy, which is a Berkshire Hathaway Energy subsidiary. My title is the Director of FERC NERC Compliance. My background, EE, MBA, all the necessary requirements to get to this stage, I guess, in my career. I'm responsible for the oversight, monitoring, and support of NV Energy's FERC and NERC compliance programs. Primary point of contact for any engagements with federal regulators and our regional regulators.
And can you tell us what FERC and NERC means?
So the Federal Energy Regulating Commission.
Okay.
So basically, and then NERC is the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. So FERC is basically right. So
no, I'm sorry. I think now it's in my head. It's what's stuck in my head? Phineas and Ferb.
Yeah,
Phineas,
there you go.
You're right. I'm a dad too, so Phineas and Ferb is stuck in my head. So FERC and NERC, Phineas and Ferb now. So.
Yep. Sometimes those engagements do actually look like that between the two. So I will have to admit that. But yeah, so how do I apply to the cybersecurity and physical security front? So I'm responsible primarily for managing the procedural controls as it relates to our SIP program. So critical infrastructure protection, the reliability standards that dictate to regulated entities on how they manage security controls related to critical facilities. I'm oversee a department of 15 individuals, grouped by particular functions. I have a staff dedicated to FERC responsibilities. So I look at that side of the house, right? You're basically looking at the marketing side of power of the industry. And then a NERC monitoring staff. So I have a group that, right, if we put these regulations in place, these programs, procedures, I have a group that basically acts like an internal auditing department. And then finally, the key part of my team is our NERC support team. So I have engineers, analysts, the responsible for transmission, generation, substations, and SIP, which is our cyber and physical security team as well, supporting these groups and managing the needs of these reliability standards. So live in Las Vegas. So for me, it's 1 o'clock right now. But NV Energy is the single power provider for the state of Nevada. So I do have staff in Reno, Nevada, as well as Vegas. So
That's great, Kevin. Can you give us a little background? When I think about auditing, I think about looking at either business records, telemetry, device telemetry, operational telemetry, and measuring that against a benchmark over time. Is that how auditing works in this arena, and how does that relate to cybersecurity?
By the way, I think of the IRS when I think of auditing. You and I are in different planes here. Okay.
So that's my next thing. That's what I was got to lead with. So my background is as an EE. So my former life was in the operations side of the house. So So I don't have a CPA. I don't any of that. But when it comes to auditing in that fashion, right? So the NERC reliability standards, again, federal government pushes out a series of standards that lay the baseline for security controls that you need in. We'll deal with cybersecurity, right? So simplest way to put it is there's standards associated with you need to have training, background checks. You basically have to have information on individuals who are accessing your equipment. So we audit that. We audit records to ensure that the right people are accessing our critical equipment. And then some of the standards go further into the weeds of cybersecurity when you're talking about taking baselines of your systems. So existing OS, existing firmware, up-to-date security patches, and then they set the stage on, well, okay, you know what's out there. You need to have change management controls in place to ensure that everything is operating as it should be, that you're limiting any vulnerabilities on your equipment. So what my staff does is we use the standards as baseline. We're given an audit assessment approach by NERC. Basically says that, okay, if you need to prove that you're compliant with these requirements, you need to show X, Y, and Z. So we use that as our template. And then we engage with our IT and OT folks, our field personnel who are managing equipment at the substations, and request that they present us evidence that meets the needs of these requirements. So it's not strictly again, like I said, you have to be a CPA or an accountant to do this, is that there is a need for individuals with technical backgrounds to understand what they're reviewing. So that's one of the benefits I have with my background, is to actually to help support this effort, as well as some of the SIP specialists on my team who have IT backgrounds, field personnel, former field personnel, is that, if it's going to take some time to understand what's in an existing firewall policy, right? So to understand virtual environments as they continue to be used more regularly in the utility industry as we move forward. So that's a little bit about what we do there. So
that's challenging, though. That's a wide berth of information that you have to try to consolidate and digest and then keep business continuity, which is the other part of it. It's like, so what are the biggest challenges you face when you're talking with the different teams who have to adhere to some of the things that you are auditing and saying, we can do this, we can't do that, and then they're like saying, wait a minute, time out.
Yep. Well, all while doing their other job is the phrase I always get, right? So the difficulty is if you don't again, as an engineer, if you don't get to their level, right, and you're attempting to dictate to an individual who's presenting a product and doing their work and putting out a quality product just to keep the lights on, right? And then you have an outside party saying, well, you're not documenting it enough to show that you're doing what you say you're doing, right? So that's the biggest feedback we get is now I have to do some admin work associated with my my day-to-day. The way I always presented it took a while for me to even get to this point to say that, because in my former life and as a system protection and controls engineer, I was talking to folks like that. It was like, hey, I'm doing this. You see the light switch, you're turning it on, your lights are on. So me trying to document or track records, I don't understand the value in that. So so what I always do is I always try to flip it. And
I just want you to know I'm guilty.
Okay.
Guilty. Yes, guilty. It's like you're telling me about documentation. I'm like, oh my God, kill me now.
Yes.
Yes.
Especially with the SIP standards, we get that a lot from the IT folks. They have a lot of bulleted processes to follow, but it's I got to get the work done now. My customers need to be able to operate their equipment. I'll get to that later, right?
When Kira was my manager, by the way, she would tell me to do documentation, and I would just have a heart attack right there. It's like it was like a tantrum. I was like having a tantrum. Like, really, why do I have to do that? And she's looking at me like my parent and saying, "Can you just get up, please? Get up. You got to go to school. Let's go.
Okay.
It's okay. You'll get it done.
We'll get through this. I believe in you."
remember your review process is coming up. You know, I'm like, oh, okay, yes, okay, I'll get that documentation done for you.
Yeah. Yeah, the
But
annual
that brings up,
KPI reviews are always fun, right? To go over.
Exactly.
but that brings up a great topic, Ray, which is how do you help both parties? Because I think that you're not only representing the interests of the business, you're also representing the interests of these technical folks. And part of what we talked about earlier today is soft skills. So, you know, how do you use sort of influence tactics and techniques to get some of these jobs done?
So yeah, I mean that's a really good question. So it's I don't know if it's an actual term or not, but it is something that it's called. I call it social authority. I'm not responsible for these individuals. I don't have the authority to tell them, hey, you need to do this at this time. But so it does require building relationships with these teams, right? To say, hey, I know you don't want to do it, but let's walk through this. Let's try to understand the importance of why we're doing what we're doing. So one of the things that I've done in my career, now 17 years at a utility, and move to this position is you have to take the time to meet someone on their level, right? You have to. I can't, again, like I said, I can't tell. I mean, I guess I can. I could tell somebody they have to do this. We're going to get fined. You should do this, right? But it's not always going to get the best product. So I always attempt to, before any engagement, sit down with the individual, try to understand their business, right? And understand what they're doing, and make it about the individual as well. That, right? You want to know what is driving them. And then at that point, like I said, the soft skills, you have to have the ability to leverage that, right? So, and one of the big things I always try to leverage in this is you have to understand there's not a disconnect between the reliability and security of the grid, or the bulk electric system is the term we use, and compliance. Compliance is just an output, right? So the day-to-day actions you're doing are making us compliant. It's just ensuring that you build in processes to that yield evidence or documentation.
Yeah.
And then if that's painful enough, right, I also try to throw on the fact that as you already stated in this competition, we're short-staffed as an industry, right? So what about the next you? Do you believe that what you're doing, and by not creating evidence or documenting what you're doing, is going to make that next you successful, right? I mean, do you recall when you started the position? I always like that as well. Somebody's new and you didn't have a book to walk you through it. Do you want to do that to somebody else? So yeah, it's a game you have to play, and it definitely. I jumped on the back end of the last call, and somebody made it about discussed about the going through the education for this and trying to build those soft skills. It is very important, right? Because especially in IT or OT field, is you're going to engage with groups, so many different people that interact with your equipment or end users of your equipment, that you need to be able to have dialogues with them to say, hey, I'm going to do this here. How's this going to impact you? Let's see if we, again, collaborate, work together to make sure this is successful. So stuff like that.
And so it sounds like, Kevin, you know, part of this is the E word, empathy, right? You have enough empathy for the parties, you know, the technical parties, the management parties. Part of it is about the technical acumen in the space, and the business acumen in the space. But can you just talk for a second, and you hinted at it, can you talk a little bit about what happens if folks aren't compliant?
Oh, you stole my thunder, because I was going to say,
sorry.
No, I was going to say you talked about the E word or the E word, but I was going to say the A word, accountability. So how do you keep them accountable?
There you go.
So you know, this is Kira and me. Kira like reads my mind. She and I are in sync. I'm going to use a corporate speak. We have synergy.
Synergy.
Yeah, we have synergy.
You gotta throw out the buzzwords.
Yeah, we have synergy, and then we're gonna double tap on this topic in a second, right?
So yeah, I mean, I try to avoid throwing out the dollars, right? But it is a driver. So when it comes to getting fined, so you have two different levels. So NERC, is, again, they're the ones who develop reliability standards, develop the baselines that entities have to meet to be compliant. They have a particular table on how they can find an individual. Each standard has a inherent risk to the system that starts it at a level, and then based upon how bad you do or gaps in your evidence, that has different levels that increase the cost to an entity. And at the most, the violations by FERC, you can be approximately $1.4 million per day per violation. So, so you want to, again, I guess I'm on this, but you want to not let it get to the FERC level. You want to stay with NERC. If you get to a FERC level, yeah, you're dealing in 7 to 8 figure penalties. So, so that does help from a senior leadership position, right? So we are a business, we have revenues. You don't want to get hit with a $10 million penalty. That's sort of it's gonna cause a lot of issues. So yeah.
And are there before? I imagine there's a piece before just getting the original certification as well. That's part of auditing that requires you to present all of this initially, right? Before you generate, as you said, bulk energy.
Yeah. So that as far as if I understand the question right, so as a utility, if you're fit into certain buckets as a transmission provider, generation, distribution, to some extent, yeah, you have to become a NERC certified registered entity, and that's how you get to have the fun opportunity to be audited, depending upon what region you're in. I'm in the Western region in Las Vegas, so we fall under a regional regulator, so NERC's auditing hand, which is called WEC, so the Western Electricity Coordinating Council.
I'm sorry, NERC, FERC, WEC. It's like these acronyms.
Come on, man. We have the same weird terminology in software, Ray.
So
sorry, I just was not laughing at you. I promise, Kevin. It's just like every time I still think Phineas and Ferb. Every time you say NERC, FERC, and then now you sit through WEC, and I'm like, wow, man, it's a mouthful. It's like it's. But
so
then you said $1.7 million fine, and I'm like, yeah, now I got to take them seriously.
When I meet with our folks who are new to compliance, yeah, I literally have multiple decks of just slides of just acronyms that you're going to just live in acronyms. I mean, that's just how it is. So we exist in the WEC region, WCC. We're audited every 3 years. So that's where that certification or compliance. So they come in every 3 years, take a subset of all the standards we have to abide by. An entity of our size, again, facilitating power for the entire state of Nevada, we have to abide by over 400 requirements, right? So they take a small snippet of that, conduct an audit on site with us, and then at that point they determine if you have any violations, or at the time they call them potential. Again, here's another acronym of PNC, a potential non-compliance. It's potential until it's validated. So, and then you now collaborate or engage with WEC and an enforcement group and work through what that actually looks like at the end, and if you do have to have a monetary penalty imposed. So it's not they just hand it to you there on the day you say, hey, I missed this. No, it doesn't really work out that way. So you get a little bit of time. So.
Now, somebody in the chat actually said you're good as long as you stay away from ERCOT.
So ERCOT is the Texas regional entity. So
okay.
So ERCOT is again, I think it was the Electric Reliability Council of Texas.
Okay.
Again,
and just for folks that don't know, I believe there's like East, West, and Texas as energy regions. Is that right?
heard that,
or is it something like that?
So there's 5, and I'm wrong on ERCOT. So it's called Texas RE is their regional entity. I apologize. ERCOT, I believe, is their market operator out of there. So again, I'm going off book. I'm over in the West, but yes, Texas is its own beast, right? As the Texas freeze and all that occurred, and how that impacted everything, and how that's actually impacting cybersecurity and the requirements we have to put in place is already being discussed. So
interesting. Okay.
But yeah, there's different regions. So you have WEC, which pretty much is from the Rocky Mountains up to the west coast, to the Pacific Ocean, and even includes British Columbia. So even Canada can't escape NERC. So and then yeah, you have Texas RE, and then you have the Northwest.
SPP.
So yeah.
SPP, MRO, SR, SERC. I pasted the map in the chat.
Yeah.
FRCC, RFC, and NPCC. The northern. Wow.
Yep. So each of those little blocks, those are the auditing arms. So they're the ones conducting audits of the utilities within those regions. And in some cases you have, right, so that some entities go outside of that, right? They have transmission lines that connect outside, and you get to be audited by both. So it becomes a multi-regional audit. So yeah, it's we're only in one, so I have never had to experience that, so I can't say much to that. But yeah, there is that as well.
I'm just floored by the amount that you know, until you talk to an expert in it, you don't realize the complexities there are in all these regulations and adhering to the regulations, and having somebody who can keep you honest and basically keep you out of trouble. I'm still shocked by those penalties you were talking about. I'm like traumatized. I'm like, let me see my checkbook. No, I can't do that one. Okay, so let's say, like, you're my best friend now, Kevin. No matter what, if I go to work for MV Energy, you're gonna be my best friend. I promise you. Okay.
I've always said that you need your own auditor, Ray.
Yep.
I've heard that too. Yes. Somebody needs to keep me accountable.
So those expense reports, right? You got to watch the expense reports, all that stuff. So.
Oh God, I'm the worst for expense reports. That's just I don't even get it. That's horrible. Oh, our HR department, there's like, can you send that receipt, please? Because we kind of need it. You know, you're like 6 months late. Like, come on. Anyways, how does somebody actually get into this role? Because this doesn't seem like an easy role just to take on and walk into. I have to assume there's like special skills, special education you have to kind of be able to get in and start being effective in understanding all these things.
Well, especially because it seems multidisciplinary, right? It doesn't seem like it's just tech or just business. It seems like it's multidisciplinary.
Yeah, because you were talking about earlier, you had to touch on cybersecurity. You had to touch on different compliances, not only in cybersecurity compliance, but compliance in the energy sector and all these different things. So lots of different touch points.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could say I got like a degree in it or anything like that. I mean, like I said, when I was in college, I was in EE, took power concentration. There wasn't a compliance course. There wasn't anything where like they could teach you how to do it. I don't know. For me, how I got into it was, like I said, I started in the operations. I worked in a protection and controls group for years. But I eventually got to a certain level where I was the individual in our team responsible for managing our compliance program, right? So again, outside of cybersecurity, there are a bunch of operations and planning requirements that an entity has to abide by, and I saw the writing on the wall, to be perfectly honest. I saw that there's no steady state, that there's going to continue to be more and more requirements from the federal government on what we need to do just to operate as a regulated utility. And also that events are going to keep happening, that we're going, and the utility industry is always reactive, right? These standards are created by industry. And usually occur due to events that, okay, this happened. Okay, why did it happen? You do a root cause, and I'm like, well, if this entity would have done this, this, and this wouldn't have happened, or it would have mitigated it. So then, boom, here comes a standard that says, well, now everybody has to do it, right? So, so I saw that, and I proposed to my leadership at the time. I was like, I think we need a dedicated individual to do this, someone with the technical knowledge to know, okay, this is what the standard says I have to do. This is what we do internally to do this. But then, like, going back to that term, soft skills, I guess, to how to present it on paper, right? So, so I basically helped my company create a position for myself, which now exists, and now works for my position, and I just continue to grow that way, and just I don't believe there's any one specific track you can take to get to this role. I can readily admit that having a technical background in operations is helpful, or in some perspective, if not operations, in cybersecurity and in generation, transmission, anything like that at a utility, because it definitely helps, like I said, to have a dialogue with the individuals in the field who actually are doing the work and need to present this. So, and then, yeah, and just staying engaged. I mean, I'm an individual who likes to learn a lot about a little about a lot of things, right? So it definitely helps in this role. The more willing you are to try to understand what this group over here is doing, this group, you can wear many hats and have that dialogue with all these different groups, especially for standards that are that overarch different aspects of a utility. Like there are multiple standards that impact transmission groups and lines, as well as their generation fleet. So sometimes you got to be the middleman, herd the cats, do that. So yeah, I don't know if I directly answered it, but it does help.
I think you did. Yeah, I think you did. And I'm curious, Kevin, you talk, a lot of it is you're talking about managing these compliance issues internally.
Mm-hmm.
But it also seems like you can have an influence on some of these compliance bars, right? It seems like over time you might be participating in some of the regulatory development. Is that happening, or do you guys just try to focus internally?
I would love to say we participate. We have staff to participate in these standards development groups and stuff of that nature. But we don't. We do participate in our regional forums. There's a regional forum, North American Forum for Utilities that heavily influence the standards that are being developed by NERC and the federal government. So we do play a part in that. So we sit on those and have dialogues, and they usually set up a point person to be the talking head, I guess, on a development project. But yes, if there are opportunities for us in industry to guide where these standards are going. NERC allows these standards development teams, which are made up of industry personnel. So they'll sit in the room, and they're the ones who are taking what's existing or creating something new and using their background and experience and drafting language that they believe would be able to encompass all utilities that are held under the NERC umbrella. So, and then with that's also provided back to industry for comment. So we even get to see what they're proposing. So there's this back and forth that industry itself is ultimately regulating itself. That we have people drafting language and standards, comes back to us to provide comments on how we think it should be improved, or we don't like it, and we can provide feedback on what we don't like. They go back to the drawing board, and it's this cycle until something is approved, and we vote on it as industry members, and it gets pushed through, and FERC approves it, and then we have these long implementation timelines to ensure that we have programs in place to provide compliance evidence by the date it's enforceable. So,
and there's capital implications and changes in some of those, and related to that, I wonder, especially given some of the climate issues, we saw what happened in ERCOT. Are there additional, sort of auditing and compliance regulations that are coming down the pike in terms of, I was reading about, especially in terms of this infrastructure bill, about some of the age of some of our infrastructures. There sort of compliance issues coming up around updating some of that infrastructure.
Yes. So this is where we diverge on FERC and NERC. So FERC can push out orders to industry to do certain things, and then NERC establishes a standard for long-term compliance. Well, to touch on one point with Texas freeze, just recently approved for new standards. They call them the cold weather standards. They wanted to update emergency operation plans of utilities to address issues that were found when they investigated the freeze in February. Ensuring that not only transmission operators, the ones deciding where the power flow goes, and the generation plants are building in within their operating plans how regular maintenance testing to ensure that it can operate under certain temperatures, that operators are in active communication not only with the facility generation plants but also pipelines as well. Right, there was an issue with gas delivery during that freeze, but NERC does not create standards for the gas industry. We're just talking about the electric industry, but so they take it where they can. It's like you should engage with them. So, and then from a FERC perspective, there is an order on that. Yeah, we have old infrastructure. Entities are operating with thousands of miles of transmission lines. They're wood pole structures and old equipment that the federal government is looking for incentives to provide to entities to start building this out. And I don't know if the competition plays on this, but as I was reviewing what it's about, but something to always think about is that for an entity to do that, right, to put in money to install that, we have to go to our customers and say, hey, we're going to put this in. It's going to cost us this much. So we're going to have to raise your rates. So that's the fun game a utility has to play with local utility commissions, is that, right, as customers, we want certain things. We want fast response times. We want outage information quickly. But we want all of this without raising our bills. So that's the difficulty, right? Is that
why is that so difficult?
Yeah, I mean, so
Kevin, I was looking online and I was looking at this one conversation about what it would cost to upgrade our national grid. And I think the number they've been throwing out is around $5 trillion. So to your point, no one is going to approve that kind of rate hike, as individuals. So it's really, I think you're right. It's compliance. Like, how do we meet the right level of safety and resiliency, but staying within the constraints of a price envelope that we can manage? Yeah, it's a really complicated job.
Yep, for sure. Well, Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. This has been great. I like I mentioned earlier, I had no awareness of this, and so I knew there were folks. No, I knew there were folks that had to manage compliance, but I think of it. I think of it very much in my own world of like IT and tech and some of the folks. But then you start seeing the scale of what you have to deal with, and I'm like, I'm glad you're there and holding these folks accountable, because it helps me sleep at night that somebody's doing this and making sure that my lights are turned on. And even though you don't work in my area, it's good because there's a Kevin probably in South Florida.
Yes, there's a Kevin in Washington State.
Yeah, there's a Kevin over at Florida Power and Light thinking about these things and saying, yeah, we got to keep these things rolling. Otherwise, Ray's not going to be able to turn on his lights. And of course, they think only about the fabulous Ray Bango. It's like, he's not going to be able to turn on his lights. So, but thank you so much for joining us. This has been really great. And thanks for having a good time with us too. I mean, Kira and I tend to have this banter going back and forth. So,
I definitely appreciate the opportunity, and it's been great speaking with you. And when I was asked to do this from Nate and through our Berkshire Hathaway family, I said it's going to be odd to try to drive the fun that is compliance and try to So that was something I was trying to work through when I was going through notes on what to talk about. And if you don't mind, just one last thing for the individuals on the,
of course,
attending this, and I. Right, like you said, you didn't really aware of the audit side of the House of Compliances, that there are multiple opportunities outside of just, and I think it was touched on the last call, I think on the back end is not just working for an IT firm or in an IT group or an OT group. And that groups like my team and having to audit this, like I said, we need that background as well. Like we're short staffed when it comes to having folks with the skill sets to be able to understand the evidence that's being provided from the field folks, talk that same language, and collaborate with these teams to drive down costs. We're always looking to automate processes, to to improve existing processes. So having individuals with that skill set outside of just, again, like your IT groups is extremely value added for any utility as well. So
absolutely awesome. Well, Kevin, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
This has been great. Definitely informative. So we're going to move on, and we have a scoring update. Things are going nuts here. I mean, the students are like, they're really going at it. So UCF is still number one, okay, and we have UC Santa Cruz in second place, but Lewis University has come back to third place. Now Lewis was in the top 5 at the beginning and then dropped down to like below 10, and now they're back at number 3. It's like, what is going on in like these short spurts? Everybody's going nuts. It's like
there's a lot of drama in here. It's almost like, you know, if we could have our own little telenovela, you know, dramas that are happening here. We need video clips from some of this for next year, right?
They're stressing me out. Come on. Oh my God. And then here's the other thing. They wanted Nate wanted me to make sure I drop this. The current scores do not reflect the CISO panel, documentation, or red team numbers yet. The first round of red team scores will be added in soon, so the score might change a lot for all the teams.
Wow.
So yeah, so we could be seeing more drama unfolding here. So well, we're gonna have a video. So there's 2 things going on. So we have a great topic coming up on research as a job.
I'm looking forward to this one, Ray. I'm really because this is where all the juicy stuff happens. This is where all the fun happens. Yeah.
Oh, this is when I saw this research as a job, I'm like, oh, that's Kira's wheelhouse right here. This is where you live. This is where you live right here. This is where you live. This is where you live. All right. So so in the panel, we're going to have some great folks, and they're going to discuss what it's like in the cybersecurity research job role. And we have panelists from the Department of Energy National Labs and the Department of Defense, Navy Postgraduate School. So this is going to be really interesting. But before we do that, we are going to replay a video that we had some trouble with. Remember, it was kind of laggy.
Oh, yeah.
And so we're going to have James Wolf, who's the NNSA CIO, and he'll be giving us a talk now. So we'll bring on James onto the screen.
Hello. I'm James Wolf, the National Nuclear Security Administration, or NNSA, Associate Administrator for Information Management and Chief Information Officer. I'm happy to speak to you today about cybersecurity, its significance in the energy sector, and how NNSA contributes to increasing energy security throughout the country. For the past several years, the Department of Energy and NNSA have supported the CyberForce competition because we know that cybersecurity is a key component of our national security. It is essential in our work to maintain and enhance the safety and security of the U.S. nuclear weapons stockpile. My office is the principal organization for federal information management, information technology, and complex-wide cybersecurity for NNSA. We have the responsibility to ensure the availability of a secure infrastructure for mission support and information sharing for the nuclear security enterprise. As you all know, we have seen a rise in cyber threats these past few years. These cyber threats are rapidly changing, and as an organization, we must continue to remain apprised of the shifting cybersecurity landscape. We are on the front lines of protecting the information, systems, and networks NNSA depends on to execute its
Looks like we were having a little technical difficulty there, and I think my buddy Ray is taking a little bio break. So we're going to try to see if we can get that video together for later on in the session. I wonder if we're ready yet for our research panel. Nate, are we ready for our research panel yet? Okay. So we're going to jump into our research panel now. I think we have one member that may be a few minutes late, but let's start off, I hope, with Britta and John for intros. Britta, would you mind introducing yourself?
Certainly. So I'm Britta Hale. I'm with the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, California, and I work primarily in cryptography, in the design analysis of cryptographic protocols. And I also apply these widely to autonomous vehicles in that entire space, as well as other constrained environments. So it is a fun and exciting area. A lot changes very swiftly, and it definitely keeps me busy.
That sounds like fun. Thanks, Britta. John, would you mind introducing yourself?
Sure, and thanks for having me, and good luck to everybody competing right now. It's exciting to see the scoreboard. Just sad we can't do it in person. That's the only sadness. Anyways, John White. So I'm director of the cybersecurity research here at the National Renewable Energy Lab. Prior to this, I did nearly 10 years at Sandia Labs, and then during my graduate work, I also spent some time at Los Alamos Labs. So gradually moving my way through all the various national labs.
That's super interesting. And so let's talk a little bit about, I think Britta whet our appetite with some of the research topics. Talked a little bit about cryptography and a little bit about drones, two of my favorite areas. I'm a drone pilot too. I haven't got my pilot cert for it yet, but I'm super interested in it. Can you talk a little bit about your research? And I think, first of all, let's talk about the research for you and John, and then let's come back and talk a little bit about what inspired you to go into those areas.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll say this about cryptography first. It is a huge field. There are a number of different subspecialties one can work in. And there was a time many decades ago when you tried to pick one way of doing security, and if it was well approved for something, then everyone did the same thing. For example, SSH was applied widely to basically every circumstance you could imagine. Or TLS, so you use in your internet security, that form of crypto was applied to anything else that you need communications protocol security on. And things have changed. If you look at how cell phones have changed in the past, let's say 30 years, of where we are now versus where we were 30 years ago, that has been a considerable development in technology. And the same thing goes for crypto, which means these days we can customize the security guarantees that we can get to different situations. And obviously with autonomous vehicles, these are very not just lightweight devices, but they can operate in some very interesting environments. And they have different types of mesh networks with different communication patterns that require a little bit of customization, which presents both a challenge and a fun challenge, I should say, at that, to defining what we can get out of the cryptography and how we can suit that environment so that all of the features that are built into these devices, it can operate exactly as they are intended.
And Britta, just a little more background. When we talk about cryptography, I know most folks probably here understand, what it is, but cryptography is frequently trying to protect some set of information or communication. Can you talk a little bit about the things that, and you alluded to a few of them, in terms of transport level security. Can you talk a little bit about the kinds of things that you're trying to protect with crypto?
Oh, yes, certainly. So cryptography can be used a number of different ways. It can be about, for example, confidentiality of data. Encryption is a classic case that people often associate with cryptography. We also authenticate data so that you know where it comes from. There's also the entity authentication of who you're talking to and when you're talking to them. There's different types of access control. These days, we get into things like multi-party computation. How do you get multiple parties to compute on data that they don't really trust each other with, but they all need the same to get the answer out? So for example, if you get to think of like a bunch of banking entities that don't want to reveal their salaries, but they all want to know the average. That's a case that we can then apply to things like machine learning, because you really want to know combined weights, for example. You also have cases of homomorphic encryption, where how can I add things that are encrypted? Like I have 2 ciphertexts of encrypted data, but I want to add them without decrypting. And these days we can get into that. So it expands the space of all the different ways you protect things, but at a very fundamental level, that's what cryptography is about. It's about taking some small amount of secret information and protecting a lot more with it.
That's great. Thanks, Britta. John, can you talk a little bit about your research?
Sure. And so, like I said, here at the lab, we're very much focused on renewable energy. And so obviously we're very much in the ICS space of cybersecurity. I'd say, me personally, my journey into cybersecurity was, I think, like most people, a little bit non-traditional. So I earned graduate degrees from Purdue University in mechanical engineering and control systems, experimental dynamics, signal processing, data analysis, things of that nature, things not really related to cybersecurity. But I think as we're all trying to get our heads wrapped around ICS security and infrastructure security, it's great to see the information security community, really adapting to these control systems. But I would also highlight that there's another path that I think we need to be emphasizing, which is those folks that are, if you will, starting with the boom. They understand the failure and they're working back. They understand the control systems, the data, why the system is designed the way that it is. What are the things that you really have to worry about? Prioritization, consequence, things of that nature. And so that's really my journey. And so, again, unfortunately, right now, I don't do a lot of research directly myself. I oversee the portfolio of 40 or 50 researchers here at NREL doing research. I'm happy to highlight some of their work, but I don't want to give anybody the impression it's research that I'm personally doing. So,
but that's an important point there, John. In research, when I've worked with folks that were leading research at corporate entities, there's always this challenge of how do you find the right timing horizon or delivery horizon? And you typically want to have a portfolio of some things that, I think McKinsey talks about Horizon 1, which is our existing products, Horizon 2, which are just evolutionary, and then Horizon 3, which are disruptive. So how do you, when you talk about working with your researchers to plan a portfolio out, like how do you think about prioritizing some of that work and dividing the work up?
Sure. And I mean, that's to say that's not something we struggle with on a daily basis, right? We talk about this every single meeting. Priority, are we doing the right things? Of everything that we could do, are we focused on the right centrals? And so for us, what you just said, I wouldn't want people to kind of miss what you just said. I want to amplify what you just said. As a national lab, it's really important that we identify these different horizons, things that are in market, things that are coming to market. Again, that's not really the things that national labs do. We really work on that third horizon you were talking about, what we call that 3 to 5 year out timeline. And that's always tricky, because just imagine how quick this space is changing every day, every time there's attack, and we all pivot, right? And we malware is everything right now. What's next? And so how do we think 3 to 5 years in advance? And so again, my confidence, and why I raised my issue earlier as an engineer, is trying to really think through fundamental physical priorities, right? And so for the system we worry about, which is really the evolution of the grid, is we rather than doing everything we possibly could do, we try to focus on what are the major challenges that are coming, and then make sure that we are consistently and aggressively just continually going after projects and development and researchers and capabilities aligned with those challenges, which we think are of a scale that they won't just be incrementally solved. Products just won't evolve into. I'd be happy to highlight those, but I do want to pause. I see we have a guest that joined.
Yeah, Ben joined us just a couple minutes late, and we were just finishing up intros and areas of research. So Ben, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about the area that you're researching.
Yeah, happy to do so, and apologies for being a couple minutes late. Thank you for having me on. So yeah, my name is Ben Blakely. My role right now is kind of a unique, interesting hybrid role where I am doing research at Argonne. In one part of my role, I teach a course at Iowa State University, another part of my role. And then actually in my full-time role, I'm actually an ISO for a fintech software company here in central Iowa. So from a research perspective,
I've been working with Argonne for quite some time, and my primary research interests are at the intersection of cybersecurity and machine learning or data science more broadly. And so what my focus has been in the past is on how we can apply a lot of the data science algorithms we're seeing applied to a lot of other problem domains to problems like intrusion detection, anomaly detection, things like that. Where we're really starting to see this research become really interesting and start to take off with a lot of our partners and collaborators is in the area of applying those ideas to autonomous systems. So as you heard John just explain, at the labs are always trying to think a few years out. So right now, if we think about the fact that from a software I can go out and buy perspective, or the way data science is being implemented in a lot of companies in kind of a production capacity perspective today, there's already a lot of really neat stuff going on from the ability to detect attacks and things like that. Right? That's not necessarily novel anymore at this point. What we're really interested in is how can we now build those capabilities into software that's able to function autonomously and potentially even react in an offensive way or take some sort of proactive or responsive action defensively when it detects something about its environment has changed, or there's a potential attack or some other sort of threat that needs to be managed. So that's really the focus of my research right now.
That's great. That's great. And so I wanted to go next to what inspired you to join the area that you're in? In the case of Britt, I'd love to hear what inspired you about crypto in particular to go after research in that area.
Well, I would say there's so many inspirations. It's hard to pick one. It is a very lively field. I will say that one of the things that's attractive is both the changing landscape. That's something that probably everyone here would also attest to, and throughout security, it's a very changing landscape. And for example, in crypto, I'm seeing things develop in post-quantum security. We don't know whether a quantum computer will come into being. It might, and there's many people who do believe it. But if it did, it would have a catastrophic effect on certain types of current security algorithms. So how do we plan for that? And thankfully, that's precisely what we're doing at both a national and international level, working on standardization of post-quantum algorithms that will be secure and that we can implement now. So
that was going to be my next question after all of this. That was going to be my next question. So thank you.
Oh, okay, so jumped right into it.
Yeah.
So it has this ability both on dealing with algorithms and dealing with very technical ideas that has a profound effect on society. Because everything that you do these days, whether it's online banking or just accessing websites and not getting malware in your computer while you do that, or maybe even it's a connection of a pacemaker, everything relies very heavily on these small algorithms that operate quietly behind the scenes. And it is a wonderful thing to see your work come into being and affect people everywhere. And so I say that's a very attractive part of working in security.
That's great. That's a huge impact. John, same thing for you. I know that you're managing a portfolio of researchers. What inspired you to join this area?
So my career path has always been attached to renewable energy, decarbonization of the atmosphere, right? So that's been my arc, and I was more on the performance reliability side, particularly on wind energy systems. Became interested in cybersecurity, which is a different story. But I can say that, if you're passionate about serious climate change, decarbonization missions, and you think about really what does that mean? It's not just performance and reliability. It means that these systems have to perform every bit as well as our systems today do. They have to be just as rugged, if not more, really. I mean, the reality is the bar is actually higher. So we need to expect more out of these systems than what we do out of our systems today. And so to me, both if you're passionate about decarbonization and that mission, and you accept that renewable energies are going to play a piece of that, then clearly it's pretty easy to become passionate about cybersecurity, resilience, things of that nature, because it's inconceivable how those two are going to work, how we could have an insecure, decarbonized grid where we would usher in all kinds of other challenges. And so that's really what we focus on is is that path. But I think the piece beyond that, of course, is always, well, these systems are so different. You know, we don't have fences and perimeters like we do have coal stations and nuclear plants. So how could we possibly make these systems more secure? And the part that I get excited is that, one, you know, is the passion of, are you trying to do the right thing relative to decarbonization? The second part is just the scientific challenge and the opportunity, because when you think about a decarbonized grid, is ironically enough, just as the network is becoming more cloud-based, the grid has a parallel to that. It becomes this very separated, segmented system, very distributed system. And so it's not inherent that it's going to be less secure. In fact, there's many ways in which it could be more secure because it's highly distributed. So you have lots of distributed sensing. It makes it an incredibly difficult target to get into without being detected. And then go beyond that, we have a lot more control authority at the physical level that we didn't have before, right? A coal plant runs or it doesn't run, versus say, you know, you have a wind plant of 200 turbines. If one of them is attacked and you can identify and kind of cut that one off, you've lost 1 out of 200 turbines. You know, that's not that big of an impact. And so that's the piece. So one, obviously the passion around decarbonization, but the second piece around, from a technical challenge, there's some really unique opportunities in this change that we can leverage from a security posture to really elevate the bar without maybe a huge amount of added cost.
That's great. And you know, in a time of transformation, you know, that's really when you can inject some of these changes. Like if you look at automobiles, electrification has really created a new platform to enable, you know, automation. And so as we become potentially a more decentralized, you know, federated grid, you know, the importance of security and the importance and the opportunity to apply additional security and resiliency really is maybe a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Yeah, and in that, just to add just a couple of brief comments. One, we're really fortunate to partner with Idaho National Labs and Sandia National Labs on a variety of extreme fast charging projects. Also, I believe Argonne and Oak Ridge National Labs are also in this space. Really, I think most of the labs are working in this space. So we're lucky to partner on that and work on that specific issue. And then there's variations on this comment, but at the most resilient kind of like worst case scenario, it is intriguing that if you go to a massively electrified transportation system where, say, everybody has an EV in their home, even if they don't have necessarily storage on their home, but you had a blackout condition, there's these added ancillary benefits that may be coming along with the vehicle. For example, the ability to use that, you know, that vehicle's power to maybe charge your home in an emergency setting. There's variations on that model that I won't get into, but yeah, you're right. The transformation ushers in all kinds of new potentials if we think of how can we best leverage the change.
Yeah, those inflection points are really important to use to make the changes that you want to make. Yeah, thanks, John. Ben, the research area that you talked about is super exciting. What inspired you to get involved in autonomy?
Yeah, so since I have a lot of experience on the operational side, what I see is that, you know, a lot of the challenges we deal with in that area, they're not necessarily research challenges. They're challenges related to prioritization and organizational decisions and economics and things like that. But as we start to get better at that and organizations get more mature, we move into these spaces where, especially when there's very high stakes environments, where, you know, we still need to have humans in the loop, but there's inherent limits to how quickly humans can respond. And if we look at a lot of the reports that are out there, you know, the Verizon Data Breach Incident Report and Ponemon's report, a lot of these other breach reports, we can see that it's very often weeks, months, or even years in some cases until incidents tend to be detected, if they're detected at all. And it's still very common that the way companies find out they've been compromised is somebody outside the company tells them they've been compromised, right? Unfortunately. And so there's this real need to make our systems not only more resilient, which is hugely important as well, but also able to be more responsive and intelligent about what's going on. Of course, there's a lot of challenges in that, right? So the idea of, you know, what does a network attack look like? Or, you know, what do we even mean when we say network attack and things like that? Those get to be really complex. And that's where some of these challenges from that part come that are not that different from other intrusion detection lines of research.
But what helps is that there's a lot of similarities between different environments and the software and platforms and hardware that we use. Sometimes that hurts us as well in cases like Spectre and things like that. But that can actually help us. But then taking that even one step further, where it gets to be very interesting, is how can we now apply all the decision science ideas to these? So to build on all of these other kind of domains and integrate that to try to come up with systems that are able to, choose the best course of action in a given situation.
Yeah, and I frequently talk about machine people teams. Like when you think about, the things that machines are really great at, they're great at, having perfect attention. They don't get bored. They can pay attention to data over very short time periods, over very long time periods, like you pointed out, and they can pay perfect attention to a system. Whereas a person does get easily bored, but can be a great partner to a machine because a person can figure out what to do in an anomalous situation. If you're in a unique situation, having that partnership is really great. So it's exciting to see you doing some of this work.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's the thing is we're never going to replace humans in this, right? There are things that humans are really good at that, maybe 100 years from now, computers will be really good at, but it's a long way off, right? Humans have the sense of context and intuition and reasoning that are very, very hard to replicate in an artificial way. But to your point, yes, all of those things that become rote decisions, pattern recognition, yeah, that's exactly right. We can run the 24/7, 365, potentially at a very high level of accuracy.
Yeah, no, that's great. So let's talk a little bit about how you got started. Britta, I can easily imagine you might say, hey, you've got a ton of math background. I'd imagine that's sort of a requisite for crypto research, but how did you get started?
It is indeed true that I worked in pure mathematics in my former days. So I'm coming from the mathematics side. Many in crypto actually come from also the computer science side. It's a bridge field where people come from different directions. And honestly, it benefits from all of those different perspectives. That's where I think why it grows so quickly. So I worked in pure mathematics, and then I was looking at applying this and ended up through multiple changes. Actually, I've studied overseas a number of times and worked many years abroad, refining my skill sets and really benefiting from the wealth of knowledge that people have globally in different areas. We have pockets of research that need to be tapped. Honestly, to succeed, we need to tap the pockets of research and pockets of experience that people have. So that means going to where people have expertise and talking to them, honestly.
That's awesome. So if I wanted to get into cryptography, certainly having the math background is one piece of it. Mm-hmm. Computer science is also probably going to help, sounds like.
Yes, both sides do help. I would say for if someone was starting out now and really wanted to get into this field, go talk, first of all, to a cryptographer. It's a wide field. People come in, there's people who work in hardware and are probably solid engineering backgrounds, more so than I have, that work in how do I extract keys from hardware. And it also works in cryptography, but it's a different background, it's a different way of attack, and it's also a different look at the security thereof. So people can come from different directions. There isn't one way where if someone doesn't have the strong math background, they can't get into it. And if someone doesn't have the strong computer science background, they can't get into it. Everyone, there really is space for many backgrounds. What it requires, though, is curiosity and determination. You got to think like the attacker in order to defend. So it takes curiosity.
That's great. Yeah, I have friends who have been very interested in cryptocurrency, and only a small set have really started to look at, how the ledger works and, the process of handing off keys. And so, yeah, you're right. I think curiosity is a really important piece. John, what about you? And I'd love to hear a little bit from both places. I know you manage a portfolio, but, as you see some of the researchers that, are in your organization, what is their career path? How do they come to it? And then, in your role in particular, when you think about managing, a team of researchers? How does someone get into that position?
Yeah, I think I was reflecting on this, and I think Britta's comments were really spot on, and something to reflect on is that, as you want to get into the space of, let's say, cybersecurity or ICS cybersecurity or renewable cybersecurity, it's tempting to say, what's a degree that says renewable cybersecurity, right? And you could probably find that degree. But if you really think about, if I reflect on like my own path, if I think about the researchers that I'm fortunate to work with at my lab, at other national labs, very few of them would have a degree that looks like that. Most of them have a degree about something fairly specific that they were really passionate about. And I don't mean to say like it's not okay to be passionate about renewables or cyber, but you got to break it down, I think, into some topic, whether it's crypto or quantum or cloud-based or DevOps or systems engineering or power engineering or secure software or secure coding or networking or SDN, right? We need to go down that list. I can tell you that here we have a skills map, right, that we did internally. That map stretches over 10 pages. It's a brain map, 10 pages of different skills and different pathways that connect to be different pieces. And I can say that no two people on our team are the same. No two come from the same background. My only guidance in all of this is, by all means, have the passion to say, I want to do cybersecurity, or I want to work on energy systems or vehicles or whatever. But within that, you still got to find, I think, that focus that really switches on and it really turns you on. And so for me personally, right, I'm a mechanical engineer. And so, I really always want to know how things work. And then once you want to know how things work, then you want to see the data so that you can prove to yourself how it works and prove to others how it works. And if I make this change, and then you could just naturally see how that evolves to cybersecurity, that if you know data, you know how the system's supposed to be working, you're in an incredibly powerful position to know when it's not doing what it's supposed to be, or the data is not what it's supposed to be. That's my very narrow path. And that would be one small piece of the team. And so, yeah, to break up a question like you're asking, which is a very good question, but I'm thinking of the folks who are listening in, is that, again, I think figuring out what's that focus, what's that class that you take, that mathematics, that physics, that theory class that just really gets you going, and focus on that rather than maybe taking a very broad degree. Because as a researcher, I can't speak for industry as much, but within the research community, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for somebody like these folks here on the call. They're just incredibly passionate about what they do. And we're trying to stitch them together with all the other marbles, right, to make this collage that can do the research that we want to do.
And in a lot of cases, that's what getting a PhD is about having that focus, being able to learn, and focusing on one area. My sister's a PhD in psychology, and she really focuses on a very narrow portion of human behavior. She's not focusing on this very broad area. And so, I think the passion, interest, curiosity, like you said, are all really important components of that.
Yeah,
and then
I was just thinking, I didn't answer your other question, and this is something I think that's important, and I try to give this career advice to others, is that at a national lab, and I think really any research center, is that you have your individual contributor roles, you have your management roles, which can be line managers, program managers, but it's just you're managing something else. You're not doing the work. And I would say that those paths aren't permanent. They change over time. You can go in and out of this path. But the piece that I always give people is that there's times in your life that you're really passionate about the work you're doing, and you should do that. There's going to come other points in your time where you may become incredibly passionate about the people you work with and what they're doing. And that was the trigger for me, is when I became really passionate and I got excited about being around the other people and what could I do to help them, to get roadblocks out of the way, to help them be in a position to do the things they want to do. That really is my answer to your question of what's a manager versus a researcher, is once you become maybe not so much passionate about your topic, but you're really passionate about all of your teammates. That was my trigger. And I'm guessing others have probably had that experience.
Man, that's a great answer, John. And it really gets back to that message that Ben and I were talking about around teaming, right? You're teaming to help accelerate each of the folks that you're working with. So yeah, it's a different type of teaming. Really great to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Ben, what about you? What's the path here?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I have the perspective both on the operational side as well as on the research side, and in some ways they're very similar. In some ways they're very, very different, right? And I like, John, what you said about kind of doing the mind map of this area. And I actually, in one of the lectures that I give my students, I have this kind of, why do breaches happen diagram, right? Like why isn't software just perfect? And you can look at this, okay, let's talk about software validation and maintenance and operational monitoring, those types of things, and then zoom out and look at criminology, psychology, sociology, warfare, political science, like all of those other, economics, obviously, organizational psychology, all these other areas. And so I think what John said about finding that narrow focus is really important, because what can be very challenging to get into a research career in this area is, if you just say, I want to do cybersecurity research, boy, that's like saying I want to do medical research, right? Yeah, and it can take a while to figure out where are you going to focus. And it can be easy to fragment your attention over a lot of areas, especially because, like Britta said, like the people that are the best in this area are very curious and passionate and hungry to learn new things. And it can be easy to just, spread yourself too thin. So I think for me, working from the operational role into the research role, that's where I really realized that what for me was really interesting, really exciting, was blending some of the ideas. I was actually a psychology minor, political science minor, blending some of those ideas into cybersecurity and thinking about, well, how can we make machines think more like people? And, what are the ways that people don't think like machines? And how do those both contribute to kind of the cybersecurity problem? For me, I guess that was kind of my path into this. I did do a PhD. I'll say, I don't think that's necessarily mandatory, especially on the operational side, obviously, but in the research side, I wouldn't say it's just mandatory, but I would say if you haven't had that formal graduate training in this area, it requires a lot more, I would say, independent work to understand, what are these processes, the politics, some of the challenges, and not having the mentorship or kind of those connections to help, jumpstart some of those things can be very difficult. That isn't necessarily the path for everybody, but I think that's a pretty common path for that reason.
That's a great answer, Ben. And I think you made some really good points about, hey, you might come at this from a pure interest area that is a subcomponent of cybersecurity, like cryptography, math. You may also come from it from top down. Hey, I'm interested in cybersecurity and I want to advance it. What area matches the skill set that I have that can let me expand it? And so super exciting. We have just about 5 minutes left, and I want to ask each of you just super quickly, what's the next big thing that you're interested in? I think Britta talked a little bit about quantum. I know everyone's sort of waiting with bated breath. A lot of what I'm seeing around quantum right now is really focused on using more about quantum phenomena and matching it to problems rather than the other direction. So I'd love to hear what's next and what you're interested in.
Certainly. So there's two things I would say that I'm particularly focused on now. One is the post-quantum. So in crypto, there's the concept of the quantum computer, obviously, and how we can compute on that. That's quantum cryptography. But the bigger, more immediate threat at the moment is how do you protect against such an adversary that has one of these? Mm-hmm. And that is, how do we define post-quantum? And the development of algorithms and protocols, this is in the current competition. We're getting some baseline algorithms out to begin with that we can start using. And then it's how do we incorporate these well into protocols, into use cases, and so forth. On the other side is actually not far from what Ben is working on, actually. You mentioned autonomy and machine learning and software of how do you detect attacks. And I'm actually working on a similar area in cryptography, but at the cryptographic level. So how does the algorithm itself basically know, I'm going to use the term loosely here, but how does the algorithm know that a key has been leaked, that it is under his cyber attack, and that an attacker is actually reading your encrypted data? And how can it self-heal from that? Wow. So essentially limit out the attacker, and we can have a snapshot, quick healing from a cyber attack.
Wow, that's great. That's exciting. John, anything you're willing to share?
Yeah, and I'm also going to cheat because I have a feeling I know what I don't have to cover quantum, and I have a feeling I know what Ben's going to talk about, and so I'm going to say me too for both of those. So I'm going to cheat and pick a third one. I'd say the one in our space that's got me really spun up is the scaling of devices that will control the grid in the future. That's we all got that. That's not new. But really, if you think about the number of devices on the grid, multiply that number by maybe 1,000 to 100,000. Okay, that even isn't that surprising. We see scaling numbers, but really think through what that means. Revenue is not going to increase by 1,000. We'll try to grow the workforce. Thank goodness for this competition that we're trying to grow the workforce, and we'll grow it. But can we grow it by 1,000? Can we grow it by 100,000? Are there that many people out there? Let alone do we have revenue to pay for that kind of workforce? So it tells you that, yes, we need to do competition like this. We need to do workforce, but there's other things that we're going to have to do. And these aren't just, oh, maybe someday. I mean, this is what's happening. And so that's a whole different thing, is how do we do security at those kinds of scales of devices when those are controlling critical infrastructure?
Wow. Really? You just blew my mind, John. Ben, what about you? Will you want to leave us off with a final thought for what's next, what you're thinking about?
Sure, and I will say, by the way, Britta, that sounds like fascinating work. The self-healing quantum algorithms, that sounds pretty cool. So yeah, basically, when I look at the autonomous systems machine learning area, we're still kind of at the phase of machine learning where we're focusing so much on if we can, we're not asking if we should, and we're starting to ask those questions, right? And so a lot of interesting research problems are coming out of that. Things like, for example, federated machine learning, differential privacy, those types of things that we're starting to see operationalized now, where it may not be feasible to bring the data to the algorithm. We may need to find ways to take the algorithm to the data in some way, right? So when we think about from an autonomous systems perspective, we think about not just systems that are kind of independently running in an environment and looking at their own kind of context, but now collaborating in kind of a swarm intelligence type of way, sharing information, sharing and learning, but respecting the privacy aspects and making sure we have a very understandable, a very good understanding of what they're doing and some kind of guardrails around that. Because if we're going to deploy it in situations like what John is talking about, we've got to have a really good guarantee that we know exactly how they're going to behave.
Wow, that's great. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Britta. Thanks, John. Thanks, Ben. Really inspiring and thoughtful. And I'm really glad that you're all out there doing this research.
Yeah, I want to thank you and thank Nate and all the team at Argonne for putting on this competition. This is awesome. Big cheers out to all the teams. We're all rooting for you here in Golden, Colorado.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing the results. So keep up the good work.
I will echo that. Good luck, all.
That's awesome. So next we're going to have incident. We're going to have the fabulous Ray Bango back, and we also are going to cover. We're going to cover scores, and then we're going to do incident response as a job. Yeah. So Ray, you're back with us. How about sharing some of the score info?
Well, you're going to take a break soon because you are truly a machine. I don't know how you manage to do this. It's like you're just like wow.
Lots of caffeine, man. Lots of caffeine.
Clearly. Well, again, my trough of water is here, so I have to take my breaks, if you know what I mean. So, all right, scoring updates. UCF continues to be on top. That hasn't changed. I don't think that's changed in hours. It's like, all right, now it's kind of get boring on that. Come on, somebody. UCF is there, but you know what? Here's the one thing that's changed though. Third place is now Penn State. So that was Lewis. Third place was Lewis last time we talked. So this keeps changing back and forth. This is awesome. I like this. All right, things are changing. Things are going. And the other cool thing is that we have a new addition to the top 10 at number 6, and that's Embry-Riddle. And so it's a huge aeronautical school, and it's very similar to Lewis, who's at number 5 now. So these two schools are kind of. I think they're going to have this rivalry going on. Let's see. I want to see who.
This is awesome.
I want to see if Embry can take down Lewis or vice versa. So I don't know. It's like, let's see what happens on that. And then, the next topic is going to be great. So IR is really fun. Incident response. Well, I say it's fun. I think it's fun when you're neck deep in the work. Not fun for when you're a company having to go through an IR.
Yeah, but at the same time, one of the changes that I've seen and what I saw in I heard in your panel were, this DevOps thing and DevSecOps, as a discipline. And one of the things that, when you and I used to work together, software dev team would write some code, throw it over a wall. A bunch of folks would operate it. They'd get paged. And, so you would see high latency fixes. And, in my time at Amazon and in other parts of Microsoft business where we did move to DevSecOps, when the devs feel the pain of having poorly secured code or, or other sort of operational problems, and they're getting paged in real time, you really, as soon as devs go on that, you occasionally see devs leave, but you also see the incident response curve go down. So it's really interesting to think about how DevSecOps and incident response fit in with each other.
That's really interesting too. I agree with that, especially when you start thinking about supply chain attacks now and how supply chain attacks are affecting code bases, because we can certainly think of supply chain attacks in multiple ways, but I think of it in terms of code bases. And so when an incident is started because of an insecure piece of code, there's a whole different conversation that's being had, and no software developer that I know, first of all, ever wants to write bad code. And no software developer that I've ever met wants to be that person who wrote that bad piece of code or inserted that bad component that caused the breach. And so, but
think about it too, Ray, in terms of hardware. Like when we were talking earlier about the PLC controlling the generator that let it spin. The hardware, it's a combination of the firmware and the hardware working together, right? There should have never been a way for the hardware to spin out of kilter, right? So
that's a good
really
point.
Is the full stack. Yeah,
it is. That's such a good point, and it's amazing how as we think about everything being software, and I always use this, the phone. Okay, this little device has more power than the first computer ever built, right? And I remember when I started programming way back when it was the Commodore 64, actually the Commodore VIC-20, which was nothing. It was like this little thing, but it had a lot of power. Now these devices blow it away, and you think about our dependence on software in everything, and how now our incident response teams have to be so versatile in terms of how they address the issues. So we're fortunate we're going to have Amy Paradum from Lockheed Martin on here, along with Kim, and I'm going to do my best to pronounce your last name, Cassingham.
Perfect.
Yes, from Excel Energy. So thank you both for joining us. And incident response is something that I know is such a difficult profession. You're having to jump in last minute. And I've met IR folks who have go bags. They literally have go bags because they have to jump on a plane within at 24 hours notice. You have two of them? Okay.
Yeah. No, we used to have about 2 to 4 hours notice.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So when I worked at Microsoft,
Absolutely.
I knew some of the folks on their IR team, and they told me, yeah, we have go bags. We just grab it, go get on a plane, and wherever it takes them, overseas, whatever it is, and on a 2-week assignment. And I'm like, yeah, that's hard. That's really hard. So tell us about yourselves. Let's do a quick intro. I'll start with Amy. How about that?
Sure. Hi. So I'm Amy Party. As mentioned, I'm with Lockheed Martin. I'm the director of security infrastructure there now, which means I run a lot of the defensive stack, trying to make it so the attackers can't get in really across our landscape. But prior to that, I spent about a decade in incident response, protecting a number of highly targeted organizations, starting with the U.S. Senate, then the U.S. Treasury Department, and then lastly Sony, although not during their very famous issue that they had with Sony Pictures. It was a little bit after that one. But but over that career, had time to see and respond to some incredibly interesting attacks and defend many some very famous, very big organizations.
I bet that must have been a challenging job to protect any federal government organization. So that was challenging. And Kim, tell us about yourself.
So I may be one of the more non-technical people coming to this, but way back in the day, I spent, a quarter of a century, if you can believe it, with the FBI, and actually back in the day started up their computer intrusion task force out of Virginia. Did that for a number of years, then ended up going to headquarters and doing program management for the cyber program. and then spent the last decade or so in incident response, but from an all hazards approach, not necessarily from a cyber perspective, from an all hazards. Just retired and now working for Xcel Energy. So where I have a blending of, there are cyber responsibilities. There's a group that handles that. And then I've got the all hazard side. And a real quick shout out. I am a graduate of Embry-Riddle. So come on, let's go.
There you go. Awesome. So since you mentioned all hazards, I'm not familiar with that term. So I know the IR from the digital side of things, but what does all hazards mean?
So there is a whole nother world. If you mention incident response, and you mention incident response from an energy side of the house, we are looking at the storms that hit Texas last year, right, in the wintertime, the deep freeze. We're talking about hurricanes. We are talking about active shooters. We are talking about a variety of spectrums. So from an all hazards perspective, man-made or natural disasters that can take an entity down. When also we are pivoting now to look at not just from the IT perspective, but that in today's vernacular, you're hearing OT, right? The operational technology. I heard a little bit about talking about getting those turbines to spin, right? You hack, you get them to spin. The Bureau was very interested in that decades ago. We actually watched where you could come in, hack, get it to spin, and then with the lead times, you're talking months before you could get that replaced. Yeah. So from an emergency management and then continuity aspect, what I do is you look at doing those initial responses, but what if we lose a turbine, right? How does the business continue the operations of what it is to do to keep the lights on, not just for itself, but for customers in my sector now? What does that look like? So incident response for us is not just ones and zeros. It's what does it look like, kind of from a soup to nuts.
So you're touching a lot more on the physical side, and it's interesting because your background is the windmills, the wind farms, basically. So yeah. I can imagine what you're talking about there. And so Amy, you're on the digital side, from what I'm guessing. And so how did you? I guess the way I look at it is IR is such a specialized thing. Right. It's a hard profession. I envy and both sympathize for folks in IR because they do have one of the coolest jobs ever, getting in there and trying to understand what a threat actor did. And this is whether you're doing all hazards or digital, you're trying to figure out what is the root cause of something and how did it go from point A to point Z. And that's a hard job. But then it is incredibly stressful. So how did you end up in a role of doing digital IR?
Yeah, I think I was fortunate that when I first started at the Senate, when I came out of grad school, I had the opportunity to dabble in a little bit of everything. And it was at that time that what we now know as APT was really starting to be known in the government space. And so I just happened to be a newly out of school computer engineer in cyber that could learn things like malware analysis and really started diving into that and really kind of grew into that kind of role over time. I'll say in the federal government in particular, there's a huge community of cyber defenders. And to your point about IR being a hard job, it's a tight-knit community of people who feel those battle scars and know what it's like. And so there's a ton of collaboration. There's a ton of sharing that happens. And it really helped pull me in and grow me in those skills to stay and do that for about a decade.
Nice. And this is a question for both of you because it actually came from the Twitch stream here. And so if somebody wanted to get into incident response, and whether it's let's say on the physical side of things, or digital side of things, or both, what kind of entry level positions should be looked at for career progression? So how does somebody break into this field? I'll give it to Amy.
I'll say on the cyber side. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No problem. Go for it.
First of all, participating in things like this are fantastic. This competition is something that's already giving people some experience. We hire analysts right out of college. We are looking for entry-level roles in incident response, whether it's government, commercial, or any of us. Junior analysts are a core part of our workforce, and we focus a lot on growing them in the skills that they will need. So having some technical or cyber background is helpful, but more than anything, it's that problem solver, that person who will dig and pull threads and really learn what happened, more useful, I think, than any particular technical skill. We can teach, organizations can teach you that. It's that mindset about getting to the bottom of what happened, of being that sort of relentless problem solver, that is the core of what I think we look for.
You're not the first person who's told me that, definitely. And so Kim, I know it's a little bit different than the digital side, but that is equally challenging in so many different levels, because you have lives at stake. And I know that on the digital side that could be impacted as well, but you are talking about like the real physical stuff that we use day and we touch. We can't touch ones and zeros, but we can definitely touch, like, I don't know, a lamppost, for example.
So, as Amy was talking, one of the things that I wanted to make sure the audience understood is that competitions like this are great, and having this depth of knowledge, having this baseline is key. The ability to couple that, though, and move into a business organization and understand the business models, right? Understand what finance does, understand what business systems does, understand what the applications look like. But being able to speak to those non-technical components, like I get Amy, when she spoke about APT, right? Like I understood that, but most of my contemporaries that work in the physical world, right? If they're not sitting in that cyber watch, if they're not sitting in the IT department, you've got to have those capabilities. The Bureau actually approached it the very same way. We'll teach you the technical stuff. You have to have the ability to be able to hold conversations and dig for data. You had to have that drive to become the investigator, right? And want to follow that thread down to the end. But they could teach you the technical components of it, which is what they did from a cyber perspective. But I've been out of it, when you're out of it for 6 months, you're out of it for like decades. But that's key there is a lot of responsibility from the emergency management side. And actually one of the things that we're being faced with now, so that's even opening up new opportunities, is for those first responders or for those folks that are dealing with a critical incident, we've got to start looking at resiliency training, right? So dealing with our human resources that are dealing with a traumatic event. So, the spectrum is wide open. You have these technical skills that, the folks from these types of competition are coming away with. They can speak the language. Now it's just, where do they plug in and how do we stop bad things from happening?
Got it. No, that makes a lot of sense. And so this is an interesting point that you made, and it just prompted me, because a while back I was thinking about getting CERT training. And I live in Florida. So what do we deal with? We deal with hurricanes. And I've been through Andrew, and I've been through Wilma, and every other name in the book you can imagine. I think I've been through like 3 or 4 different hurricanes in my life. And so CERT programs are supposed to be that first line of defense, or that first line of response when you have these emergencies, so the community can get together. Is this something that maybe the community emergency response teams should start being a part of, so that they can help identify some of these things that you're talking about?
Absolutely. I'll jump in real quick. In fact, we're having those discussions now, internally, because when you respond to an incident, you've got to have that bag of skills, right? But you also have to understand how to respond in a regulatory environment and to a certain set of standards and protocols. That CCERT that you're talking about. There are NIST standards. So having that technical expertise, but then able to understand what the safety and security framework looks like, because there are incident response protocols built into that. How do we incorporate them and adopt them into ongoing enterprises today?
Understood. Now here's another question. This is definitely an interesting topic that's gotten a lot of interest. Your panel is definitely driving questions. So one of the questions I was asked here was, how much forensics is there in IR, both digital and physical? Is there a lot of investigation type work, or is it mostly protect and move on? So I'll ask this of Kim, and then we'll go on to Amy. So Kim?
So in my former BU career, forensics was a huge part, right? As part of one of the things that we brought to bear when we responded to an incident were those investigative resources, those evidence response resources, right? That was part of how we would set up a command post and get everything running and bring in these resources in. From the enterprise perspective, Now, it is still a large component. There are activities. It's just, where do we structure those activities? Where do they fall in that spectrum?
Got it. Amy.
Yeah, I'll say I've seen a lot of variance in how organizations I've been in handle this and across the industry. It sort of depends on the level of resourcing you have and how important maybe digging into something really is. So I'll say on a 24/7 basis, there were plenty of things that my staff did that was, this is routine. We saw it, we block this, we route whatever ticket, and we move on during the day. But when it mattered, and it was always evolving for us to define what mattered, that forensic investigation, either on the host or network forensics, led you down a path to learn more about the adversary you were working against. And that knowledge fed back into defense the next time. This threat-informed defense is a key cornerstone of what cyber really looks like today in these mature organizations. And so depending on what you mean by forensics, it doesn't always mean the legal sort of depth that you might go to if something's going to go to trial, for example, like they might have dealt with in the FBI, but enough digging into what can I learn from this so I know what to look for the next time. There's a lot of value in spending time in that. And so I had malware reversers, we had forensics folks in the certs that I've been a part of to really do that part of it.
That's great, and that sounds very much like what I was told with when I was at Microsoft. And again, I was very fortunate to work with some of these really smart people who they would go in and they would find that needle in the haystack, because that's what you're looking for. It's a needle in a haystack, and you pull out these logs and you're like, oh my God. And I actually did this training with them one time, and I'm sitting there saying, this is what you have to look through? Oh my goodness. Oh, my hair started falling out. It went gray all of a sudden. It was like poof, but here's the interesting thing. You do get a chance to see some really cool things. And so one of the things we've been referencing quite a bit here is the book Sandworm. And so Sandworm, of course, based on NotPetya and all the things that happened, you think about what happened to Maersk and how it locked up their systems, and there was only one domain controller sitting out in Africa, and they got lucky that they had a power outage. So that was really tough. And then you think about the Colonial Pipeline attack, and you think about SolarWinds, and you think about Kaseya and all these different things. And what is I guess the most interesting engagement you've come across, without having to say who it was, obviously, because you have to be careful, but there has to be, both of you have some amazing stories that, oh my God, it's like I'd love to be able to get into your brain and just hear all the details and be that fly on the wall, because these are cool stories. So Amy, tell me something, like one of your coolest stories.
Yeah, I think there have been some things that I have seen that everything, you're 99% protected, and the adversary can find, the one opportunity. And so something that starts as just this one system didn't patch, right? It failed and no one caught it in time, led to a series of events where we're seeing never before seen malware that is behaving in a way that really was unknown way back at this time, where it was kind of operating as really setting up a website that the adversary would come in and talk to versus communicating outbound. So we're seeing these new and novel techniques. What they targeted during that time was, we'll just say, incredibly interesting information that the fact that they even knew to go after it was terrifying. And so being able to pull on the thread of these things to find new pieces of malware that had never been seen by any of our government partners before, that had demonstrated creativity and ingenuity on the part of these attackers, just absolutely fascinating. And at the same time, to the point about what, as a technologist, it was incredibly interesting. We're finding all this cool stuff. That's one of the coolest things that you can do as an IR person. Where at the same time, you're also like, this is terrible for the organization I work with right now. It's always this, you get this high of finding this new cool thing, followed by the crash of like, oh no, what does this mean for me?
I know. Oh my God. Yes, that's and then you also think about some of the tools. Like living off the land is a big deal right now. It's like it's once you get that entry point, then you have to parse out living off the land and weeding through that. So yeah, you get the novel malware, but then you have to figure out, well, where do they go from there? And that's hard. And so Kim, in the real world, I'm assuming you have some really cool stories. So share the dirt. Share the dirt. Don't give me the chimichanga stuff, okay? I want to hear the good stuff, all right?
Well, listening to Amy talk made me laugh. Still things that I can't talk about anyway. But what was interesting is
sure, I promise. It's okay. It's just between us.
Amy made me laugh, when she talked about, because I remember when we were involved in investigations and watching what was being targeted was absolutely astounding. But here is another cool subset. Given the groups that were doing access, they had a pattern. We know that hackers have signatures and styles, but this was more than this. It was watching a particular nation state had a set of criteria and aspects. So part of it was, do we think that they're going to continue to behave in the manner, sure they are. This is where they're going. This is methodical, so it was very interesting. Some were didn't care if they were noisy, right? Like didn't care because they knew that they could be in and out real quick, right? Others were so good that you didn't necessarily know that they were there until, much later. So, from the bureau days, and part of it too, you were torn as an investigator because there are different focuses, right? When you are in the federal government and you're working this, your goal is to get this before, to take it down, the legal, right? The enforcement side. Even if you knew that they were overseas and you never going to get them, that's what an investigator would drive through. When you're in the corporate side, you're torn, or you're not even torn. Your allegiance at that point is to make sure that the business is up and running, right? And so you have different goals. So it's it's interesting to see that aspect. And then from the all hazard standpoint, I think that one. Where IT is fast-paced and exciting, and that down the road that there can be devastation, right? I will tell you, the human casualty picture is removed and it's distant. When you're in emergency management from the all hazards perspective, it's going to be in your face. It's there, it's close. And so there are a lot of other concerns. I just had it related to me yesterday. Hadn't even thought about this with my new ongoing concern, but from a law enforcement perspective, I was faced oftentimes with death and dying. It's after the fact, but that's what we were running into. In organizations that have interaction with public and there can be disasters, a lot of our corporate resources aren't used to dealing with that actual death and destruction. And I see Amy nodding. And so those stories take on, I guess, more of a serious, sometimes traumatic component. So when you get into incident response on that aspect, I think there's more involvement than you might otherwise realize.
I can imagine. It's like your conversation right now makes me think about the Trident malware that was deployed over in Saudi Arabia, which obviously that could have been catastrophic if those systems had been turned off. And so I think about these things myself, and obviously I'm just the layperson out here, just thankful that we have our utilities and I can turn on my water and have all the things that we take for granted. But as incident responders, what keeps you all up at night? What are the things that you think about? And if you're going to talk to a student right now and say, this is really important for us to protect, these are the things that we think about, these are the things that you as a defender, we want you to be aware of so that you can help us protect going forward. What are the things that keep you up at night? And either one of you. Amy?
Sure.
There you go.
I think to your point, the OT aspect, my last two places, we do have manufacturing facilities. We do have places where we're seeing increasingly connected OT environments, and those are very different from a cyber perspective. And to Kim's point, you start to worry about, hey, is someone interfering with the safety system? That was something I hadn't really contemplated until some of those malware families had started to come out. And so I think some of those areas that are cyber defense, for the parts that we still struggle with, it is far more mature in the traditional IT space, and even some of the newer widespread IT as we get into containers and DevSecOps and all of the cool new tech in that space. The parts that are the hardest to defend are the legacy environments that are out there, right? It was an interesting challenge joining Lockheed Martin, and we have a space business area component. And I'd never really contemplated that when they get a government contract and they launch something, their programs last decades, because how long is something in space? Yeah. Right. And so there are times that now what are we doing to uplift the platform that was built 20 or 30 years ago? Those problems are very real to us. And how do we defend those things? And it takes a unique style there. So those are the types of things I think about a lot.
Security by obscurity. No, please don't say that to me. Okay. We can't. Please don't. Please. Oh, yes. And Miss Kira just wrote Space Force. Woo. There we go. To the moon. All right. Kim.
So, the thing that keeps me up at night now that I've transitioned into the corporate environment is getting our hands around what are those strategic and critical infrastructure priorities. Like we knew it from the federal side, right? We have critical infrastructure protection programs, and we know all of those pieces. But from a corporation that has that public-facing interaction, where are those key interactions? What are important? Are we looking at hospitals? What are we looking at? What are those systems that we can't have, that 99.99999 isn't good enough? Those are the things that get me to thinking now. That, and then to Amy's point, legacy systems. Oh my goodness.
I bet. The legacy systems are hard, and what scares me is thinking about these systems who don't have anybody who understands the code base. And so I think about when the pandemic first started, and the state of Florida has really old COBOL-based systems for their unemployment management, their management of unemployment paychecks or unemployment checks. And so they didn't have anybody who could really help manage that. And I was like, okay, a lot of these folks are going to be in trouble. And yeah, they thankfully did find folks. There's a lot of people who still know COBOL. I remember taking COBOL when I was in college, but could I write that? Could I do CICS today? Probably not. It'd probably be a little difficult. Maybe I could. But anyways, it's interesting to see all these legacy systems that are still there, but they need to be managed and they need to be maintained. So yeah, I can understand what you're talking about. But let's change the tone a little bit, because we're talking about all these negative things. It's like, oh my God, let's. There has to be some good that comes out of the roles that you do. I'm sure there's some moments where you feel like, wow, this was awesome. This was a great experience, and I'm glad I was here to do something and help. So, Kim, I'll start with you.
So just as I was coming on aboard here, had an incident that required operational response, right? First time that I think in this environment that folks here actually deployed and met an operational component where where they needed to be met, and worked at getting a command post set up, and then rebuilding those relationships with our community partners, right? And ensuring that a plant that had to go offline for a short period of time came back up. It could have been longer, but watching that and realizing that, disaster was averted, that makes you feel good. From the Bureau perspective, putting the pieces together and solving the puzzle and making the case, that was always key. But it's nice to see it, from the corporate perspective as well.
Nice. Amy.
Yeah, in a similar vein, right? There's definitely been those attacks or those cases where you see something coming in and you're able to either stop it at all or find and contain it early on, that are really big celebration ones that particularly if someone else didn't succeed, that also that sometimes how bad it really could have gotten by what happens to someone else, and you really get this good feeling. And those small wins actually happen pretty often in IR. But there's also the feeling at the end of the day when you clean up a big mess and you're able to get past that and you see the business or your agency, whichever it is you're defending, be able to move on and do the next big thing, that they were able to continue on with the mission. There's a big sense of accomplishment I think you get from getting through one of those and at the end of the day realizing whatever you're protecting is able to move on.
I would imagine that you also have this sense of team camaraderie, which is really hard to get in other jobs where you're like an individual contributor and you're by yourself on an island. In an IR environment, you have all these people who have to contribute towards success. And I have to assume you build this bond with these teams that they're just amazing. So being a team player, I played team sports all my life, so I think about that.
Yeah. Well, and that's, and I don't know about Amy, but I'm assuming, you're working anywhere from, usually 18-hour days, right, for a period of time. And you're seeing things at their worst and you're watching these people hold it together and actually remain calm, right? And so you're closer than I think people have an appreciation for.
Yeah, I can imagine it. And by the way, Embry's in number 4 right now.
I saw that. Woohoo! What?
Oh, I had to let you know. So
I saw that pop up there. Go Embry Riddle.
So I'm going to give you one last question and we'll close it out. If somebody wants to get into IR, whether it's the physical side of things or the digital side of things, what's the path? I think about my brother. My brother actually works for the Department of Energy at Sandia, and he's in emergency management. So it's like everything you're talking about. I'm thinking my brother would probably relate to all this type of stuff. How would somebody get into the specialized roles that both of you take up right now that you are driving? So Kim, I'll start with you.
So I came out of school, I came out with a business focus and worked a little bit in manufacturing, but then joined the Bureau. And going back to Amy's point, taught me to be an investigator first. And that's what I did. Then they applied the technical skills and I learned the technical skills as I came up through and then transitioned into emergency management practices. So, for this audience, with CyberForce, continue to participate in activities like this, continue to develop that technical depth, but look for opportunities to layer that. If you think that you want to move into an incident response and you don't want to be isolated just in that IR, the IT, DT, or DR role, that disaster recovery IT role, but you want to branch out into OT. You want to get into the all hazards type of response. Layer that with, get to understand business, get to understand that, how corporations operate and how they exist and have that ability to talk to those folks, not just to have conversations with them, but bring them into your technical world. My biggest assets are, the Amy's of the world who have done the deep dives and that technical work and can put it together in a business case for me to make those emergency management resource decisions. That's key.
Awesome. That goes to that collaboration teamwork that I was mentioning earlier. So Amy, I'll pass it on to you and we'll close this out after your awesome feedback.
Yeah, I think, the most traditional path we see, right, most of the time are people that come from a technical discipline, whether it's IT, whether it's straight from school in a cyber focus, networking, development. Any of those skills translate pretty well if you understand some technology to learning a lot more. And then we look for sort of analyst and investigator backgrounds. But I will say the ones who do the best, the ones that really stand out when we're hiring are ones that have a complementary skill set to the technical, like Kim was saying, being able to communicate, Having any type of emergency or crisis management is very helpful, because staying calm is a key part of what we have to do when things go wrong. Even some of my best people have come from non-traditional backgrounds, because they bring a unique lens and a unique way of thinking into the field. So as long as you can prove that you can learn quickly, we have to know a little bit about everything in IR, and you never know what technology you're going to end up performing some analysis on. So you just need to be able to learn fast and dive into something, understand just enough that you can tease out of the data available to you what's going on here. So I would say focus on being not just a technologist, if that's your path, but also being well-rounded about those things, because that will really help you stand out when you're trying to get into these types of teams.
Great answers from both of you. And you know what? I think the students are going to need you right now. Let me read this to you real quick, okay? It says, this is from Nate. He wrote, "We are in the last hour of the competition, so the gloves have come off the red team too. Expect so many outages. Many of the states are showing as out and continue to drop in power production as the red team starts to slash and burn." So Kim, Amy, I think you're going to have to jump in, put your gloves on, and to go help the students real quick, because they're in dire straits at this time as the red team really brings it to them. So
see, my turbines aren't spinning.
They did their job then. They did their job. Well, thank you both. This has been a great conversation. It's really enlightening. Thank you for sharing your experiences and being candid. And I know a lot of folks actually in the chat were engaging, which is great. It was funny. Furry Hurricane said, legacy systems are great for some people's job security, especially COBOL programmers. So, which makes sense. But they really, I think this is a great topic. It's great that these opportunities are presented. And I love the fact that the students get an opportunity to hear from professionals like yourself. So thank you very much. And we'll bring Kira back in. Kira, I think you're ready to go with me.
Yeah, that was great, man. That was a great talk. I really loved the, that theme that came back again about being able to explain the financial impact to some of these incidents to non-technical folks. It kind of reminds me of that Office Space movie where the guy says, I have people skills.
I have people skills. Yes, I remember that. Oh my God. You have such good memory. All right, so we have a scoring update. All right, and then I'm gonna read out scores, and you're gonna drive us into the last session here. Okay, so scoring update: the red team and the C-suite scores are in, and UCF continues to lead. They're still number one, but number two, the University of Cal at Santa Cruz is less than 100 points away. So they're catching up to UCF. Oh my God, they used to be like approximately 600 points down, but they're catching up. And let's see, Nate said that means they are within 2% of each other. And then number three is the University of Wyoming, and number four is Embry-Riddle. So Kim was very happy about that. And then we have the University of Tennessee at Tennessee Chattanooga, who scored the highest in the C-suite presentations. Brigham Young, and UC Santa Cruz tied in the mid-competition red team scores. But that's only half the red team scores. The other half of the red team score won't pop up until the winner is announced on Tuesday. Oh my God. This is so stressful. This is stressing me out.
It's exciting. It's and I can understand what folks have been saying about wanting to be on the floor with the teams, witnessing some of this drama. And I'm seeing it even from you, Ray. You've been asking folks, sort of thirsty for drama, asking about their hard stories.
I like to. I'm a storyteller. I like to pull these heartstrings and get people pumped up. And clearly, hey, listen, it's working on the Twitch stream here. Okay, I see people look. I see somebody saying, "Go Eagles" from Embry-Riddle. So there's fans here going, and they want to know. They're thirsty for information.
No, that's great. That's great. And so that brings us to communications as a job panel, which is really exciting. And, especially as we think about what we've all been through with COVID worldwide, imagine having to be the person that stands up every day and explains what's going on. And so, you think about emergency management and being able to communicate internally, communicate externally, is got to be super challenging and takes a lot of poise, the same way that incident response takes a lot of poise and patience. So I'm really excited to hear a little bit from the panelists in this event. So exciting stuff.
All right, Lauren Errico from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment is joining us. Lauren, thank you so much for being here, and we're
Thanks
looking
for
forward to
having me.
hearing. Oh, our pleasure, our pleasure. So, Kira, you wanna kick it off?
Yeah, Lauren, tell us a little bit about the role that you have, and certainly an introduction to you and a little bit about your role.
Yeah, definitely. So I am a marketing and communication specialist with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment in the Hazardous Materials and Waste Management Division. Lots of words, right? I started my career, though, in community involvement and nonprofit work, so pretty far away from emergency management. And I was really interested in helping communities in a different way. And so I started a master's program with the University of Chicago in threat and response management. And when I was listening to the other panelists talk, when I was in that program, I started to think, where did I fit into emergency management? How could I leverage my skills? I didn't have a super technical background. I didn't have some of that, boots on the ground experience. And so I started getting really interested in the communication side of emergency management. I had an internship with the Office of Emergency Management here in Denver. And then I kind of just leveraged what I'd learned in the classroom and in the emergency management community, and then got the job with Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment right at the time that the pandemic started. So I was sort of thrust into an emergency role doing media relations for the pandemic, since I do work for the health department. So it was really interesting to have that kind of academic background of emergency management, know the terms, have a little bit of experience, and then really get thrown into doing the everyday work, preparing our speakers to talk about, like you said, imagine, think back to March 2020, things were moving so quickly, we were learning so much, and it was really difficult, keeping the public up to date while we're learning new things. And so, yeah, it was really interesting.
Well, the other part that I wonder, is what drew you to it? When I think of Office of Emergency Management, instantly my mind goes to Tommy Lee Jones in the movie Volcano. But what inspired you to take this role?
Yeah, I think to be honest, I was looking to diversify my my experience. I saw a lot of my colleagues, people I really admired, getting kind of stuck in that nonprofit realm and having difficulty transferring their experience. And I started researching some careers and thinking about other ways that I could help people and contribute. And then I kind of just landed on emergency management and got really interested in it. And then the second I started the program at University of Chicago, I just kind of was hooked. And so from there, it was just, making connections, talking to people about how they got into it. And yeah, so that's kind of how I ended up where I am.
What's interesting to me is that you said something that struck me. You said that you didn't have the technical experience, and that's something that resonated with me, because Ann Johnson, and I've mentioned her a couple times, she's a corporate vice president at Microsoft, somebody I used to work for, had been advocating for people of all different types of talent to come into this field to help. And this is a great example of that. It's not somebody who has to go in there and hack something or be an instant responser. The communication is one of the most critical skills in any job role. Your ability to convey your thoughts effectively and even calm down people in some fashion, make sure you're communicating the details correctly. That's a critical component of most job roles. And I know, Kira, I mean, I've seen you progress through your career, and it's no short part because of your great communication skills. And this is a great example of that. And so we need more of that. We need folks to realize that being in tech doesn't mean that you have to be a programmer. It doesn't mean that you have to be an IT admin. It means that you have to have the desire to understand the technology and be able to be a part of the solution. And that's what you've done, which is great. My brother, he graduated with an emergency management degree as well, became a firefighter, and now he's at the DOE. And he's trying to do the same thing. He's trying to solve complex problems and leveraging a variety of different experiences. So it sounds like that's what you're doing. So obviously, COVID's come around. You've taken on some big challenges with COVID. what are some of the unique challenges that you've seen now that we've all been kind of locked down for a very long time? Now we're doing video chat. So obviously communication is all through video in many cases. What are some of the things that you've seen and how have you handled them?
Yeah, so it was really interesting. In the beginning of the pandemic, everyone who was working on the response for the state of Colorado was physically going into the Emergency Operations Center. And then as things progressed, that changed so quickly. And it was really interesting to see how people came up with solutions so fast. In a week, people are learning how to be Zoom experts and leading instead of actually having press conferences and media availabilities in person, starting to figure out how they can build out a webinar format in Zoom and have the chief medical officer on there, the incident commander on there, and get everybody all the information they need, but in a way that keeps people safe. And so it's been interesting as we've gone through ebbing and flowing. Some things have started to become in person, but really being able to learn those communications technologies fast, learn how to use those virtual things and those virtual platforms to your benefit, I think has been huge in helping the state get out their message. But yeah, it's interesting to think about all of the things that you normally would do to get the word out. You're using a different format because a lot of people are at home.
Wow, and when Ray and I used to do work on IE or a dev platform, there were lots of times where we would have to go out and talk to the press. And we'd usually get this Q&A list. And there's some really hard questions that you get. Can you tell me a little bit about how you think about answering these really difficult questions? Because, there's a tension around giving a complete answer, but also not wanting to amplify people's fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And so how do you think about answering some of those really hard questions?
Yeah, I mean, it can be really tough. And I think the biggest thing is having communication across all the communicators in the state, whether it's people at the governor's office, whether it's people at the health department, and kind of making sure that you're talking to each other and that you understand where you're at. I think that can sometimes slow some things down for media responses for reporters who want things now. They wanted them yesterday. It's a crazy 24-hour news cycle. But I think just getting everybody into like a really organized way of vetting talking points, reviewing them before you send them out is important. And then I know what we did is, you've got to prep your speakers. You can't leave them out, leave them out to dry. What's happening. What the questions are coming in from reporters. You've seen it coming in through the inbox. And so you've got to kind of give them a heads up. You've got to say, people are asking this. They're going to want to know this. This is what we are going to say, so that the person who is going to get those hard questions is as prepared as they can be. And then, sometimes you can't prepare for everything, but the idea is that you don't want someone having a gotcha question. And it can be tough, especially working directly for the state. I mean, you're getting criticism everywhere, and some of it is warranted. It's a really scary time for people. And so I think just supporting your colleagues and your coworkers as you're going through it, you're going to get some harsh feedback. You're going to get some hard questions, and you just got to keep doing your job, trying to keep people safe, doing what you can. Being transparent is super important. You don't want to hide information that is going to keep people safe. So yeah, definitely working together.
One of the big new challenges, Lauren, in your role that I think is kind of new is essentially fake news, where people are making up a false narrative to further their platform or position they take. How do you think about combating that, especially when we're in such an environment where folks are willing to accept opinion over science?
Yeah, that can be really tough. I know it's been a challenge with vaccine hesitancy and just things in general. I know an interesting thing is the team of communicators, which could be people who are working on press releases, social media, graphics, translating things into different languages so everyone can get it. Like there's a whole team of people doing a bunch of stuff. I just did like a small version of that media relations day in and day out for 9 months. But there were a few people who that was their job, to scour the internet and look for misinformation and kind of see what people were saying. Like what were the rumors going around about certain treatments or just things in general, and then maybe try to reach out and get them the right information, and then just always be referring people back to a central place, like the central website. This is where you can get information about vaccines. This is where you can get information about where to get tested, so that there's a trustable web page, a place that people can trust where they get their information from, I think. But it's tough. I mean, we know that World Wide Web, the internet, there's billions and billions of things people can see. So to squash all of that, I think, can be tough.
No, definitely. And that's a challenge. That's a humongous challenge. I don't envy you on that one, because you are trying to balance out getting out
Yeah.
realistic information that can help people and help people make really good decisions about their lives in some fashion. It's hard to battle that disinformation, which is so pervasive nowadays. And digital has made it so easy to do. It's like all you need is a fake Twitter account and put it out there and manipulate videos. And I think there was a video that was circulating today with Governor Newsom over in California, something about a manipulated video. I haven't seen it just yet, but that's something that a lot of people see as a big issue. Deep fakes becoming more of an issue, and even voice fakes being manipulated and stuff like that. So things are going to get challenging. So you're going to have your work cut out for you on that one. But that's the hard part, but there has to be some stuff that's really, really great for you, things that make you satisfied, that you come out of there and feeling like, wow, this was really great work I did today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think it's nice when you can get messages out. You see, as a regular person, I read newspapers. And it's nice when you see something that you put out, that it's getting places. You hear someone in your life talking about something, and you're saying, okay, people are getting the information they need. And then small things like, just helping one person figure out how to get a test or get a vaccine or get information about isolating in their house when they have, multiple people living with them. I know someone I worked on a graphics campaign in Spanish, and she was really proud of it because her campaign, she said, her parents got vaccinated because of it. And so I think it's small things like that. And definitely when days are tough and you're working long hours, holding on to those things. And honestly, one of the greatest parts about working on the COVID response was just getting to work with some really incredibly smart and talented people. I mean, again, I'm a communications person. I'm not an epidemiologist, and just seeing their brains work in terms of preventing disease outbreaks and investigating, cases. It was really interesting. So it was great experience to get to meet a lot of people within my agency that I may not have had the chance to meet, based on the fact that my regular job is on the environmental side with environmental cleanups, which is very different from disease investigation and public health response.
Can you talk a little bit more about that, Lauren? Environmental cleanup, what kind of projects have you been working on?
Yeah, so the division that I work for, Hazardous Materials and Waste Management, there is a remediation or an environmental cleanup program. There's a radiation program, solid waste, and then sorry, I'm blanking, and then a regular admin one. And so Superfund sites throughout the US, well, in Colorado, what I'll do is support some of the technical people who are leading the cleanups for environmentally contaminated areas, maybe old mining sites. And a lot of what my team will do, the communications and community involvement team, is help people put out communications materials, set up community meetings with stakeholders. Kind of what I like to say is make really technical information easily understandable for someone that has not taken a science class, since they were in high school, which for me is true. I took an environmental geology. I took a geology class of Maine when I was in college. But other than that, I haven't. And trying to kind of translate these environmental cleanup techniques, or even just getting people to know about different contaminants in their environment, it can be hard. And so that's a big part of my job, is just translating something that is very wordy into something that hopefully people will know the basics about how to keep themselves safe.
Now, there is, I imagine there's some challenges when you're trying to communicate across government agencies. And so if you're talking about a Superfund site, and I relate back to my brother who was on a Superfund site. And so you have local entities that have to be part of that conversation. You have state agencies that have to be part of that conversation. And of course, a federal, and everybody else who wants to be part of it, who wants a stake in that, because clearly there's a lot of danger and there's a lot of risk, and people want to make sure things are moving in the right direction. So how do you manage all these different stakeholders and the communication between different agencies who at times I hate to say it, they may see each other as adversaries as opposed to actual friends? How do you bridge those gaps?
Yeah, I'd say a lot of the times with roles and responsibilities in, especially at Superfund sites, there are a lot of regulations that dictate who does what. But I think it's important to listen to everyone's side, especially, it's important that locals and the state government and the federal government work together. It's not a good feeling when you're in a community and it seems like the state and, the feds are fighting. And so I think seeing where people come from and then just continuing to build those relationships and communicate and understand that everybody has the same goal. We're all trying to get to the same place, which is for an area that was very dangerous and had environmental contaminants that could be affecting groundwater and affecting people in a community. All of us want the same thing. We want that place to not be contaminated anymore. And so I think remembering why you're all here is important. And then hearing people's concerns. I mean, it's not my place to tell a community member that they shouldn't be concerned if they feel concerned. Risk is different for everyone, and everyone's risk appetite is different. And so I think just telling people, we're doing what we can, and listening to someone and understanding where they come from is important. You don't want to throw aside someone's concern because say, oh, I don't think that's important. It is important. And I think hearing people is a big part of it.
Yeah, it sounds like empathy is another big part of it. And, we have Ray Bengo on the line. He's a big drama fan. So I think, for Ray, one of the things that may be useful, to give an example to your last point, was, can you talk about a time where you've helped to de-escalate a situation that you're proud of? Because again, like you said, it's easy to de-escalate when you say, oh, you're dumb and your issue doesn't matter. But, you seem to come at this, Lauren, with a lot of empathy and care. And so, can you talk about a time where you've helped calm community down while informing them?
Yeah, I think so in my role right now, I do less of the actual community involvement work. There are some people on my team. I'm assigned to one Superfund, Eagle Mine, which is have not had any crazy blow-ups. But I think one thing that I've helped my coworkers with when I am doing that stakeholder outreach is one of the things we did is we really wanted to reach an area of the community, and what we were doing wasn't working. And so we did door-to-door outreach. And so we got to talk to people. And in this instance, we were trying to get people to have their indoor dust sampled so that they could have a cleanup paid for. And EPA was nearing the end of when they were able to do these cleanups. So I think they'll be done in 2022. And so this was a last-ditch effort. The people that we were talking to, we talked to them before, they didn't want it. And so we've tried over and over again. And I think just really what I would say is like just being resilient and really trying to talk to people in a different way. So what did we say before and why isn't it working? What can we tell people about? What information haven't we given them so that they can make the decision whether or not they want their house sampled and cleaned up, because they do have elevated levels of lead in their house. And so it was just, I think, face to face, or at least like mask to mask, at least seeing someone coming to you, telling you that they care, and that giving you the information. You know, you're not going to be able to force someone to have their house sampled and cleaned up if they don't want to, but just trying to meet people where they are and give them the facts. And then I know in community meetings, when things can get really out of hand, or, you know, people are noticeably angry, I think it's important to go into those meetings and be really organized about how you set them up to set yourself up for success. Because honestly, I think one of the best things to do is so you're prepared for something, you know, something to go wrong. So you have things in place, you have a facilitator, you have, you know, an agenda, you have a time for people to ask questions about the topic, ask questions about other things. And so that to the best of your ability, you're trying from the beginning to create a calmer atmosphere instead of kind of letting people grab the reins and take the meeting.
Boy, you must be great at home, Lauren. I need you at my house. I've got 30, I don't know if I live with them or they live with me, but my kids are in their 30s and we all live together. And there's a lot of times where, you know, there's escalation. I think I'm going to call you and ask you to help communicate my point of view so that we can de-escalate things. And then also ask your department to come over and collect some of the dust, because we have lots of dust.
Yeah. I don't know. I am not a professional de-escalator. There are plenty of situations in my personal life, I'm sure, where I could, you know, de-escalate things.
Oh, Gary, you're a piece of work. You're too funny.
That's a lot of people in one house, a lot of adults.
Yes,
It is a lot of adults.
And de-escalating your children. Oh, Kara. Oh my God. All right. So yeah, it's certainly a challenging job, but the cool thing is it's an interesting job because you get to speak with a lot of different folks. You're going to experience a lot of different personalities as well. So how have you learned to kind of manage the different personalities that you are encountering, because you're touching on really sensitive topics. You're having, as Kara said, de-escalate some folks, but I think you're also trying to communicate across a wide spectrum of people, and people who have different challenges, people who have different perspectives, people who have different political views, people who have different job outlooks, people who just differences across the whole entire board. And it's your responsibility to talk with them and say, this is where we're at. And yeah, some of them may not be happy with you and some of them may be okay with it. How do you kind of balance that out? Is there a special super skill that you have to do that?
No, I definitely do not have a super skill, but
Okay.
I would say that would be awesome, but also that wouldn't be very helpful.
There you go.
But I'd say I think what is exciting in communications and what I've experienced, I think at the state level and then also federally and locally, is that people seem really, really interested in and passionate about making sure the way we communicate is more equitable. I think we're starting to really realize that there have been a lot of people left out of important conversations that need to be in those conversations. And so I think there's a lot of brainstorming and collaboration and meeting with community groups to try to think about how can we include people in conversations that haven't been in conversations before. And I think that really helps with conversations. Then in terms of just managing different personalities, different people from different places, honestly, I just take a neutral, in my professional life, I just take a pretty neutral perspective. You know, there are some people, I think it goes back to some playground rules that everyone experienced when they were younger. There are some people that you're going to encounter in your life that are just difficult, whether they're in your personal life, your professional life. And I think just listening to them, being open, and then just striving towards that shared goal, reminding people of why we're here. Like I said before, I think sometimes that's what you can do. in those
Yep.
instances. So
Reminds me of when I was the Internet Explorer evangelist and I had to go into web developer conferences and have my flame retardant suit because all the web developers hated that browser. And so, yeah, I'd walk in and, hi, I'm from Microsoft and Internet Explorer, and you know. So thankfully now at the company I'm at, it's people are a little bit different. I don't have to wear that anymore. So Kira knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's challenges everywhere. So it's a good skill to have. It's a good skill to have thick skin and be able to take a step back, try to not personalize the conversation. So that way I think you're more receptive to listening if you're not personalizing it. So, so Kira, I know we're almost at time. So why don't you take it home?
Yeah, I was just really thinking about, what you and Lauren just said about it's easier to come from a place of understanding when you're really trying to understand the other person, where you're really not just trying to say, you're not trying to shut them up, you're not trying to win the argument, you're not, trying to convince them of something. You're really trying to, understand where they're coming from. And it seems like that's kind of a natural skill for you, Lauren. I think Ray and I naturally have a skill of who's at the whiteboard first to prove the other person wrong. But, can you talk a little bit about what happens when you're doing that? When you're trying to understand someone, you finally get where they're going, and it's fundamentally incompatible with where your organization is going. And like Ray was sort of alluding to some of that. I've been in events where I've had people throw food at me over the thing that we're doing, and it's super hard in those situations. And so, how do you, when you come to that impasse, how do you handle it?
yeah, I think one of the things that I recognized about, sorry, there's a loud car in the background. One of the things I recognized about my background is that a lot of the skills that I had were more transferable than people were seeing right on my resume in terms of emergency management. And so what I really worked hard to do was try to get people to see it. And one of those things is I used to work for an organization where I would have to go into middle school classrooms and present content. And nobody is a harsher critic than an 8th grader. And so learning, like you said, having a thick skin is really important, and realizing that you're going to go home at the end of the day and you tried your best. And when you come to an impasse, I think if you've gotten to a point, and sometimes this happens in my job especially with hazardous materials, is you may meet someone who has all the information you've given them, and they don't want to change their mind. They think a certain site is really dangerous, and the information that you're giving them is not convincing them. It's not working. And so I think at some point you just continue giving them the information you have and hearing them. And sometimes you may not be able to get that person to change their mind. But if you can get one person to maybe change their perspective, then that's a win. I mean, at some point you try your best and you continue trying, and you may win some and you may lose some. So
yep, that makes sense.
All right. Well, Lauren, thank you so much for being on the panel here. Thank you for having a conversation with us about your role. Communication is so critical to all aspects of emergency management, cybersecurity. You're carrying a really heavy load, and I feel for you, because it's a tough job. And Kira and I have both done public speaking. We've been out there. We know how challenging it can be. So we're right there with you. We've had PR training, so we know the challenges of talking with the press, and you're holding some really difficult challenges in front of you, especially managing like Superfund sites and emergencies that we're doing. So thank you so for being here, sharing your insights, and hopefully it's going to be inspiring some folks to kind of join you on this good fight.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. It was great.
Oh, awesome.
Thanks, Lauren.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Kira, we're at the home stretch here.
I think we're going to try to do a video again.
Yeah, so we've been trying to get this video of James Wolf, who is the NNSA CIO, and we're fingers crossed this one's going to work. I think it's going to work. I feel really good about this one. So,
Hello, I'm James Wolf, the National Nuclear Security Administration, or NNSA, Associate Administrator for Information Management and Chief Information Officer. I'm happy to speak to you today about cybersecurity, its significance in the energy sector, and how NNSA contributes to increasing energy security throughout the country. For the past several years, the Department of Energy and NNSA have supported the CyberForce competition because we know that cybersecurity is a key component of our national security. It is essential in our work to maintain and enhance the safety and security of the U.S. nuclear weapons stockpile. My office is the principal organization for federal information management, information technology, and complex-wide cybersecurity for NNSA. We have the responsibility to ensure the availability of a secure infrastructure for mission support and information sharing for the nuclear security enterprise. As you all know, we have seen a rise in cyber threats these past few years. These cyber threats are rapidly changing, and as an organization, we must continue to remain apprised of the shifting cybersecurity landscape. We are on the front lines of protecting the information, systems, and networks NNSA depends on to execute its mission. Fortunately, employees at DOE and NNSA work in unison day in and day out to confront these cyber incidents head on. As a department, we strive to become better prepared so we can respond to these threats quickly and hopefully prevent cyber attacks in the future. We know that in order to achieve our national security goals and continually innovate in the area of cybersecurity, we must recruit, develop, and retain the best and brightest workforce today, as well as build an even stronger one for tomorrow. The people who will be part of this future workforce can benefit greatly from hands-on, real-world challenges such as today's CyberForce competition. It is my hope that you will embrace the tasks of today's competition, and through your engagement here, I hope that you envision a career in cybersecurity, whether it be in critical energy infrastructure or any of our country's 500,000 cybersecurity job opportunities available today. Good luck out there today, and thank you for participating in the CyberForce competition.
all right, thank you, James, for that word. And his team has a really tough job. I mean, protecting our nuclear arsenal. That's let's give him all the resources, please. Please just give him all the monies, please. Make sure that his team has whatever he needs, because I don't want to mess with that.
It's a big job.
Yes, it's a massive job. So, hey, Amanda, welcome back.
Hi. I have my fingers crossed like so many times that video was going to play.
I know. And
I don't know why every time I've tried to play that video, it just, so.
I personally think he wanted to close out the session.
He probably did want to close out. So we helped him out do that.
He was messing with the video, and then he just wanted to make sure that he was the last voice. He wanted to be like, boom, hey, I'm dropping the mic now. Oof. Totally nuclear. Did. So.
End the day. Want to tell you all, it's really important. But I also know that you want to know what the scores are at. You want to know who's at the top and whatnot. So I figured I'd give you a little hint at where we're at.
All right. So there we go. We got the University of Central Florida still in first place, and UC Santa Cruz in second, and they are close. Look at that! Oh my God, they are so close. UCF better get on the stick, because man, they are. University of California is after them. Look at that, and then you got the University of Wyoming, and there's Embry. So Kim's probably cheering right now. She's like, what? Yeah. So this is really awesome. This is great. This has been an interesting.
There's still a ton of scores to go into this, so it's really anyone's game at this point. I mean,
oh my God.
Anyone even below the number 20 here could still win this. So I don't want to like discredit anyone here.
No, these are that's just the top. But yeah, look at all these points. Look at that. Oh wow. And the red teamers are having a blast, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was kind of scanning the Discord server, and you can see them talking, and they're plotting, and all types of things are happening. Yeah, they're getting ready. They're getting ready. It's interesting. Awesome. Well, so far this has been a great competition. The panelists have been fantastic. I love all the conversations. We met some really smart people. Some people who some of them freak me out. They're like, oh man, they're doing some stuff that like, please keep doing your work because we need you.
Yeah,
So.
self-healing quantum algorithms, man.
Just to give you a break.
Well, no, I mean, you managing the scoreboard was important.
I know. Except I've been yelled at a few times. I haven't been making sure that the scoreboard stays scrolling. So.
Oh no! Listen. That's what people are really like. They're really picky, man. The scoreboard's not scrolling. Okay, don't
they
worry.
want to see the people at the top. They don't want to see the zero at the bottom, I guess.
Oh, jeez. Well, you know what? New scoreboard's going to be rolling out for next competition. I know it. I feel it. I feel like there's going to be a new.
Feel it.
I feel it. I got this feeling. Ooh, that tonight.
And we have 7 minutes left. So any of you competitors, I really want to call them children. They're really not children, though. They're all adults. But if you're listening, you have like 7 minutes, 6 minutes. I'm looking at it. 6 minutes and 14 seconds left. Make every second count. Get every point you can. We will win. What scores are left? There's still red team scores to be put in. So you only got part of your red team scores. Security documentation has not been put in yet. There's still probably anomalies that are being scored. So, and all of that will occur when you no longer get to see the scoreboard. So no one gets to know who the winner is until Tuesday at 12 p.m. Central Time.
So Amanda, talk a little bit about that. What's going to happen between now and Tuesday? Are the red teams going to keep going, or when does things officially stop and then scores are finally captured?
So red team stops at 6 p.m. Central Time. So here in 5 minutes. But, with every year this getting bigger and bigger and bigger, we've realized like we used to in person give ourselves an hour to try to calculate and calibrate and try to get all these scores in. That hour really is like such crunch time. It's like not nice. Being virtual is even harder because it's still trying to like get everyone from, everyone's home and whatnot to make sure that, they didn't go take a bio break or go eat their dinner or whatever the case is.
And you want to make sure there's no hanging chads. You want to make sure there's no hanging chads as well.
Yeah. Exactly. And make sure that like they put in their final scores, or are you done talking to them? Just make sure things are good. And then what we do is on the back end is the staff, we go in there and just verify that scores have all been put in. So we'll go back in and make sure that there was no fat fingering of scores, that someone missed, checking something. So we just kind of do the verify, because as much as it seems like it's been a long day, 8 hours, it's like, I just looked at the clock, I was like, holy cow, like it's got 5 minutes left. And I'm trying to do scoring and do this and do that and do that all the time. So we do just the double check just to make sure that at the end of the day, the team that we announce as the winner is really the winner.
So it's almost like
you don't want to have an audit a week from now, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, you'll have Kevin come over and talk to her. Yeah. So it sounds like you're doing almost like the DEFCON 3-2-1 rule. You ever heard of that?
No. I'm
3 hours.
That's gonna be
not bad. 3 hours of sleep. 2 meals and 1 shower. It's your version of the DEFCON rule. You want to make sure that the students at least eat something, go to the bathroom, and aren't sleep deprived.
They did that today. I hope that they ate. I hope that they at least tried to go to the bathroom at least once.
I don't know. When you're in the zone, I mean, everything, your body just shuts down. It's like the only thing working is your brain and your fingers. Like, so.
This is very well true. But I mean, that's where like I said, like in person, at least, you see them and you kind of can go to the table and like, hi, have you like had a water yet? Or you can at least see the candy wrappers that are like all over their table that we've provided them. You're like, okay, at least you're getting some sugar intake. Might not be that good for you, but I know that you've at least consumed something today.
Oh my God, yeah.
It would be great if we could see that, Amanda. It'd be awesome to be able to get some, video from some of this.
And see, the red team doesn't take breaks, and neither do we.
Oh,
See?
man.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Wow. That's
So
laying
I
down
think
the
they're still saying
gauntlet.
there's ambiguity on what exactly was entered, and we're curious as to what that number signifies.
Yeah. I love who asked it, though. I put people in
I
jail.
put people in jail. Not really certain what that means.
I love it.
So we're heading. So for students, if you're listening, you're in your final 2 minutes. So like I said, make it count. If you have any last anomaly submissions, get your last red team scores. Communication with them, and get any points you can in before the clock strikes 0 and you become a pumpkin again, because you lose access to the scoreboard as soon as 6 o'clock hits. But the red team scores were up until a certain point. Yes. So to be quite honest, it was up to a certain time point. So I'd have to double check with red, but it's just by time. So that's how they're scoring. So it's all out of 2,500 points. So I promise you, when we all end, you will see what your total points is out of 2,500 points. And see, we have 1 minute and 10 seconds. I feel like I want to kind of like refresh, but like I'm not certain if I really want to refresh. It's kind of scary. I'm going to just share my screen here for everyone.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Let's add her. So this is where we're at right now. It's like not that big of a difference. An anomaly or two, a red score or two. Security documentation, mind you, is I think like over 1,000 points. So if UCF, UCSC, Wyoming didn't do hot on it, might not be great. Where are we at? We got 15 seconds, everyone.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. See? Got
So
5,
exciting.
4, 3, 2, 1. There we are. As of right now, that's where they're going to see. So I'm going to stop sharing because I don't want them to know who we're going to have as a winner. Alrighty. Well, for those students
I like this. Wait. Somebody said, "Don't get hacked." I love it. Yes. That's my type of person right there. Furry Hurricane and I have to talk. All right.
I would like to thank both of you for being our lovely hosts today. I enjoyed the laugh and the banter and everything that you did. I hope you enjoyed the long day. We would love for you both to come back in person when and if that ever occurs. I shouldn't say if, it will happen. At some point in time, we will get back in person. But I hope you both enjoyed your time today.
I can't wait to do it in person. Great. You're going to be able to see me do the peanut butter and jelly dance in person.
Oh,
peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter.
But Amanda, this is really great. I'm so glad that you and Ray invited me to participate, because you're doing something really important here. And I loved hearing your history, your super curly haired history of the program. It was awesome because you're doing something really important. You're building a pipeline that is important, for our country, but also for the industry. So, thank you for doing all this hard work, and Nate and everyone else.
No, this was great. I really appreciated being invited. I had done Wicked 6 back in Las Vegas before, and I remembered how great it was to see the excitement of the students and just the energy. And I've done a CCDC before, and the same thing. So when you all just said, "Hey, can you do this?" and we talked, and I was, you had me hello. You had me at hello. All right. And so I was ready to do it. And it was more like, "Oh God, please choose me, please choose me, please choose me, please choose me." And then Nate and Amanda said, "Yeah, we think you'd be good. You want to?" And you asked me, and I was like, "Oh, little did they know that I was already saying yes inside. Yes, please." So this has been great. Thank you for having us.
Of course. Well, thank you both. Otherwise, some quick announcements to those this 138 people that are still joining us. So thank you to those people that stuck around this whole time or jumped in and out. The number's been fairly high, so we appreciate you all sticking around. This will stick around on Twitch here for the foreseeable future, and then we'll hopefully end up on our YouTube channel on the CyberForce program.
Yep,
awesome.
awesome.
In the meantime, scores, as I mentioned, for students will be retabulated this weekend. Final scores will be posted Tuesday. The winners will be announced at our career fair on Tuesday at 12 p.m. Central Time. So students, you will get a link again to sign yourselves up with the Brazen platform so you can hear the announcement for that. So I would hope that you join in the event that you may be the winner or one of the top winners. We do announce the top 3. So I would not sign yourselves out, even if you're not in the top 3 right now. As I mentioned, you never really know where you fall. Otherwise,
I'm sorry.
These two are still probably talking behind the scenes here. I can't even.
She put in the chat, the human head weighs 6 pounds. You
Well,
have to
that
watch
was the line from the
Jerry Maguire. The little boy went up to Tom Cruise and said, the human head weighs 6 pounds.
See, this is why I'm going to kick him out of the stream here soon. Students will be provided a report card here over the next week or so, which highlights their strengths and weaknesses, called weaknesses, areas of improvement based on how your team did. So we'll also be looking for that, and that will also go in our portal that they'll be getting access to. Otherwise, again, thank you to all the volunteers that participated today. Again, we know that there was still hiccups throughout the road, but we appreciate you having patience with us on our virtual 2021 CyberForce competition. For those of you that are students, I will meet you on over at the Red Team debrief. Otherwise, thank you all for joining, and we will talk to y'all soon. Thank you.